Hello everyone. To learn Python and execute Python programs, we need to first install Python on our systems, and we can optionally install Pycharm IDE. So IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. So it helps us to create Python programs and execute them easily, and we can maintain the Puppet standards for maintaining the Python code. So let's start with installing Python first. So in our browser, we can search for Python. So python.org is the official website from where we can install the Python. So let's go to it and click on download. Yeah. So here, uh, this is the latest version for Windows, and for other systems, we can use these links according to the OS. So let's start for Windows. I will click on this button. So here the installer is downloaded. I will open the Python installer. So here we have two options. First is install now. So it will install ideally pip and documentation. So pip will be used for installing extra Python packages, and we have another option as customize installation. Here we can install lot more libraries. So, and there are two more options. So we will check those, and we will go with the install now option. So this will install the Python on our system. So let's wait for this to complete it. So now installation process is completed. Python is installed on our system. So I will click on this close button. Now we can check whether it is installed successfully or not. So in the search box, we can type CMD or command prompt. We can open it, and now we can type the command python space hyphen version. Sorry, it's double hyphen. Yeah. So here we can see Python 3.13.1. So it means the Python is installed successfully on our system. So let's close this. Now, now we need to install Pycharm IDE. To install Pycharm IDE, we can go back to browser and search for Pycharm. JetBrains.com is the official website to download the Pycharm. We can click over this link. So this is the official website from where we can download the Pycharm. So we can click on the download button. Now we have two options. First is Pycharm Professional, and another one is Pycharm Community Edition. So Pycharm Professional is a paid version, and Pycharm Community Edition is a free version. So we will go with the free version for now, and we can click on download. So here we can see it is getting downloaded. It's a 518 MB package. Now we can see this is downloaded. We can click here. So now the installer has opened. Now we can click on next button. So now it is asking for destination folder where the Pycharm can be installed. So by default it is C drive program files, JetBrains. So I will keep as it is. Here it is showing space required. It is 1.9 GB. So we'll click on next. Now there are few options. First is create desktop shortcut. So I will check this box. Then we have update path variable, add bin folder to path. So we can skip for now. Then we have update context menu, add open folder as project and create associates. So we'll only check this create desktop shortcut and we will click on next button. Now again install. Now Pycharm is getting installed. Let's wait. So now the Pycharm installation is completed. We can check this box to open the Pycharm and we can click on the finish button. Here we can see this shortcut is created for Pycharm. This is the user agreement for Pycharm. So let's confirm and click continue. So now the Pycharm has been opened. So we can click on new project or open an existing project. We can clone Git repo. So these are the options available. Okay. So in this video, we have learned how to install Python, how to check whether the Python is installed or not by running the command python space -- version. And then we have installed Pycharm IDE. So that's it. Thank you very much.
What is Python? Python is a high-level language and it is easy to learn because it has a simple syntax similar to the English language. Python was created by Guido van Rossum and first released on February 20, 1991. While you may know the Python was as a large snake, the name of the Python programming language comes from an old BBC television comedy sketch series called Monty Python's Flying Circus. Python is developed under an OSI-approved open source license, making it freely usable and distributable, even for commercial use. Python's license is administered by the Python Software Foundation. Python is an interpreted language, which means the source code of a Python program is converted into bytecode that is then executed by the Python virtual machine. Python is different from major compiled languages such as C++ and Java, as Python code is not required to be built and linked like code for these languages. There is no separate compile step after writing the Python code and before running the Python file. It means that code can be executed as soon as it is written. What you can do by using Python? Python can be used for creating the automation scripts. It can be used on a server to create web applications and REST APIs. It can be used for rapid prototyping or for production-ready software development. It can also read and modify files. It can be used to handle big data and perform complex mathematical operations. Python can connect to various types of database systems. It can be used for data science and analysis, machine learning and AI, game development, scientific computing, IoT, for writing automation scripts for DevOps and cloud work, and for doing testing and creating ethical. Famous applications built with Python. YouTube, world's largest video sharing platform, uses Python for features like video streaming and backend services. Instagram, this popular social media app relies on Python's simplicity for scaling and handling millions of users. Spotify, Python is used for backend services and machine learning to personalize music recommendations. Dropbox, the file hosting services, uses Python for both its desktop client and server-side operations. Netflix, Python-powered key components of Netflix recommendation engine and content delivery systems. Google, Python is one of the key languages used in Google for web crawling, testing, and data analysis. Uber, Python helps Uber handle dynamic pricing and route optimization using machine learning. Pinterest, Python is used to process and store huge amount of image data efficiently. To run the Python programs, there are many ways. So first we can go to search box and type Python. So here this Python 3.13 option is coming. So this is an app. We can click over here. So this is the Python console. You can see the Python version here. So we can try it out. Let's try the print command. So print, in double quotes we will write hello, and we can press enter, and we can see the output is hello. It is printed. So this is a way to run the Python programs, or we can say few commands on the terminal Python console. So this is Python console. We can close this console by running the command exit. Here we can see the Python console is closed. Another way of running the Python program is we can use some IDE like Pycharm. So here I will open the Pycharm. So now Pycharm is open. Here there is an option new project. So we can click on this button. Now it is asking for the location where to create the Python project. So I will use the default one, but if we click on this button, browse button, then we can provide the options. Now interpreter type project VENV virtual environment. So we can use the default one, and we can click on the create button. So this will create the simple Python project, and we can create the files, Python files here, and we can execute them. So currently it is creating a virtual environment. Now here we can see this virtual environment folder. We can minimize this. So all the packages that we will be going to install for our Python project, that is going to get installed in this virtual environment. So as of now, we are not going to install any Python package. We will just create a Python file and run this simple Python program. So here we can right click and then we can click on new and then Python file. We can provide a name to a Python file. It can be like first program. In Python, there's a naming convention of a file, which is it should start with the small letters, and then if we can use, we can use underscore, but not the capital letters. It should be small letters only. So we can click on, we can press enter, or we can click on Python. So here we can see the first program Python file is created. The Python file, the extension of the Python file is .py. So .py represents a Python file. So here we can write the code like print hello, and then we don't need to compile this code because Python is a interpreted language. So here we will just create a Python file, we will write the code, and we will save the code. So in Pycharm it is automatically saved, and then we can just directly run this file. So if we click on this run first program, so here we can see this is called Python console, and here we can see the output of our print command. Another way of running the Python program is we can run online. So for that, we can open the browser. We can search for online Python 3 compiler. So there are many websites that provides online Python 3 compiler. So you can open any of them. So I will open the first one. So here we can see main.py file. So this is a Python file and there's already the code written, print command. So basically this is a print function, not the command. And we can click on run button to execute this code, and it will print the try program is .pro. So here we can see the output is printed. So these are the ways. Another way of running Python program is to create a Python file in the text editor and run it through Python command. First of all, I will open the notepad. Here we can write a simple print statement and we can save it as, we can save it on desktop with the name as first.py. So here first is the file name and .py is the extension for Python. So .py represents a Python file. So I'll click on save button. Here we can see first.py file is created. Now I will open the CMD, that is command prompt. So currently we are at C drive. Now we need to go to desktop folder, and now we can write Python space first.py. So this is the command, this is the Python command that will execute the first.py Python file. So I will press enter. So here we can see the print statement is executed and it prints the hello. The hello is the string that we want to print. So in this way we can run the Python file through command line. What are the comments in Python? Comments in Python are the lines in the code that are ignored by the interpreter during the execution of the program. Comments can be used to explain Python code. Comments enhance the readability of the code and help the programmers to understand the code very carefully. Comments can be of single line as well as of multi-line. Now let's check how we can add the comment in the sample code. So let's open the Pycharm. So here we have sample.py file. This is a Python file, and we have a code written which is a print function which will print hello string. So first let's run this program. So from this button we can run. Here we can see the output hello is printed. Now let's try to add the comment in this file. So comments are started with the symbol hash, then space, then we can write a comment or the description of this code. So for now I will write single line comment. So this is a example of comment, and so whenever we run this code, the Python interpreter will ignore this line as this is a comment, and it will execute only the print statement, the print function. So let's run it again. Here we can see it has printed the hello and it has ignored the comment section. So comments are basically the lines which are used to describe the code. So we can write comment in the same statement by providing double space, then hash, and then the details about the comment. So here Python interpreter will ignore this line, this first line, then it will execute print statement and it will ignore the comment part. Let's execute this file again. Here we can see the hello output is printed and these comments are ignored. Now we can provide multi-line comments as well. So if I type one more comment, for example, second line comment. So here we have provided multi-line comments. I mean, first line is this, second line is this. So they will be treated as a two single line comments. Let me run this program again. And here we can see the output hello, and these two lines and this comment are ignored. If we want to provide, there is a one more way in which we can provide multi-line comments by using three double quotes. Whatever we will write here, those will be treated as the multi-line comments. So this is an example of multi-line comments. So let's run the program again. And here we can see only hello is printed. Rest all lines are ignored by the Python interpreter. So basically this is a string literal and it is not assigned to variable. Therefore it is ignored by the Python. And hence it can also be used as a multi-line comment. Another thing is comments are not only for providing the introduction or the details about the code, but there are chances that we need to comment the code itself. So for example, if I put hash here, so this print statement code is now commented. So if we run, then we can see no output is there. If we write another print statement, which is a code itself, so now above this statement, so all these statements are comments. So we execute this file again. Now here we can see the world is printed. That means this code is this code gets executed, and the rest all the lines are ignored because these are the comments. Now suppose if we want to do something later on, or we need to write the code later on, then we can also add that in the comment like this. So this is a to do comment which states that code to display high needs to be added later on. So whenever we get time, maybe today, tomorrow, or day after tomorrow. So by viewing this sample.py file, we came to know like uh, the code for printing high is pending. So we can add the code later on. All the to-dos of the project can be seen here if we click on this more tool windows option and then click on to do. So here it displays the project name, then under that the Python file name, and in that the to do code, basically to do comment. So here it displays the few lines of that file where to do is written, and this to do comment is highlighted here. So this is about of this file. So from here we can see all the to dos of a project, and we can uh, remove the comment and do the coding which is required or written in under the to do section. What is a variable? Python variable is a container that store value. Python is not statically typed. We do not need to declare variables before using them or declare their type. A variable is created the moment we first assign a value to it. A Python variable is a name given to a memory location. It is the basic unit of storage in a program. Values stored in a variable can be changed during program execution. Rules for Python variables. A Python variable name can only contain alphanumeric characters and underscores. A Python variable name must start with a letter or the underscore character. A Python variable name cannot start with a number. Variable in Python names are case sensitive. The reserved keywords in Python cannot be used to name the variable in Python. Now let's create the variable. So this is a sample.py Python file. Here we will try to create variables. So variable can only contain alphanumeric characters and underscores. So we will first create a variable with name a, and we will assign a value, an integer value 1. Now we will try to print the value of the variable a. So this is how we print the values of variables. So print, then variable name. So let's run the file. So here we can see 1 is printed. So 1 is the value assigned to variable A. So now let's create another variable. Variable name can starts with underscore, and let's create underscore B. Assign a string value. Let's say put, and try to print the value. So I will remove this code. Let's run this code. So here we can see the value of underscore B variable is printed. Now variable name cannot start with a number. So let's try that. So what I will do, I will just remove this and I will name the variable as one name. Let's try to print this. So here Pycharm is already showing us the error, end of statement expected, because variable name cannot be started with one. But let's run the program and see the output. So here we can see that exception is raised, and it is pointing to this variable name, and it is showing that syntax error, invalid decimal literal. So variable names cannot start with numbers. Now variable names are case sensitive. So let's check that. We can have place variable with name as Delhi. We will have another variable place which is in capital. Let's say Hyderabad. Then create one more variable with first letter as capital. Let's say Bengaluru. Let's try to print all these variables. Place, let's run the program. So here we can see Delhi, Hyderabad, and Bengaluru. So all these variables are treated differently. I mean, they are pronounced as place but written as small. This one as all capital, and the third variable as first letter as capital, and rest others are small. Now we will check that reserved keywords cannot be used as variable names. So reserved keywords are for, if, else, etc. So we will check with for. So if I have assigned for equals to Delhi, I will remove other two, and we will try to print for. So here we can see Pycharm is already highlighting that there is an error in this statement. So colon is expected as per the syntax of for keyword. But let's run this program and check what's the output. So here we can see it is showing invalid syntax because we have used for keyword. So we cannot use keywords as a variable names. Now let's try different thing. I mean, There is another way of assigning values to variables. So let's suppose we have three variables and we want to assign the same value. So there are two ways, like a equals to 1, b equals to 1, and c equals to 1. So these are three variables a, b, c. All are assigned the value 1. Now let's print a, print b, and print c. Let's run the program. So here we can see the values of all the three variables. Now if we want to assign the values to all the three variables in a single statement, then we can write it as a equals b equals c equals 1. We can remove other two lines and let's run the program and check the output. So here we can see the values are assigned to all the three variables and we have seen the output. And there is one more thing, since we have three different print statements, therefore we are getting the output in three different lines. So if we write all the variables comma separated in a single statement, then we will be getting all the values in a single line. So let's run the program. Here we can see all the three values in a single line. Let's suppose we want to add comma between the three variables, three values. So what we can do, we can add a string space comma, then value of variable b, and then again comma space, and then value of variable c. Let's run the program. This is the output 1 comma 1 comma 1. What are keywords in Python? Keywords in Python are reserved words that have special meanings and serve specific purposes in the language syntax. Python keywords cannot be used as the names of variables, functions, and classes or any other identifier. These are the list of keywords in Python. True, false, these are Boolean keywords. Then we have none, and, or, not, is, if else, elif. So these are conditional keywords, etc. Here is the list of built-in data types in Python. So first is text type. So str is the built-in data type to represent text or string. Then we have numeric types. So int represents integer, float represents floating values or the decimal values. We have complex to represent the complex values. Then we have sequence types such as list, tuple, range. Then we have mapping type as dictionary and so on. So these built-in data types are also the keywords. Those are present in the list of keywords as well. So it cannot be used as a variable or any other identifier. Now let's print the keywords which are used in Python. So for printing the keywords, we need to first import keyword package. Then we need to write print statement, and in that we need to write keyword dot kw keyword list. So now let's run this program. So this returns a list of keywords that are used in Python. So square bracket start means this is a list, and square bracket end means the list ends here, and these are comma separated values. So this not, or, pass, raise, these all are the keywords that are used in Python. Now let's go with the data types. So I will create a variable, let's say a string variable. So a string is represented by double quotes in Python. Now let's check the type of this variable. So in Python, we don't need to define the data type of variable. We just assign the value to the variable, and its data type will be of what the value is. So this value is a string type. So this var1 variable is of string data type. So here we are printing the type of variable 1. So let's check. So here we can see class str. So str class represents string in Python. Now let's update this variable to, updates its value to, let's say 5, which is an integer value. Now let's check the type of this variable again. So for first, it is a string, and then an integer value is assigned to this. So its data type will get changed, and it will be of integer. So here we can see its type was a string, then an integer value is assigned. Now its type is integer. So basically in Python, uh, in memory 5 is saved, but var1 is just a name to that memory. So here var1 was pointing to this string memory, and then it is now pointing to an integer memory. So its type got changed. So let's check few more types. We can check for floating values, type of var1. So here we have assigned a floating value, so its type is float. Now let's assign a list of, let's say, integers. Now its type will become list. Let's check one more data type, which is a tuple. So we will replace square brackets by parenthesis. Now its data type is tuple. So this value is a tuple of integers. Now let's see the boolean values. So we have false and true. So capital F, and then rest is small. So this is a boolean type. Here we can see this is a bool, which is boolean. And in boolean we have one more, that is true, with T capital. This is also a boolean data type. Yeah, so that's it about the data types. Operators are used to perform operations on variables and values. So we have many types of operators and they are divided into categories. So first is arithmetic operators. So this includes plus, minus, multiply, divide, floor division, exponentiation, and modulus. Next is assignment operator. So it includes equals to, plus equals to, minus equals to, multiply equals to. Third is comparison operators. So it includes double equals to, then not equals to, less than, greater than equals to, less than equals to. Next is logical operators. So these are and, or, not, all in small letters. Then we have identity operators, which are is not. Then we have bitwise operator, and, or, then left shift, right shift, and we have many more operators. Now let's check the functioning of the operators. So here's a variable x with value, let's say 5. Now we will check following operators. We will also print. So first operator is plus. So let's say x plus 2. It should print 5 plus 2, 7. Then next operator is minus, and let's say 3. Then 5 minus 3 equals. Then we have multiply. So 5 multiplied 2 is 10. And then we have divide. So let's say to make it easy, we can use x value as 6. 6 plus 2 is 8. 6 minus 3 is 3. 6 multiplied 2 is 12. And 6 divided by 2 is 3. Then we have exponential. So we can say 6 to the power, let's say 2. So it will be 6 multiply 6, which will be 36. And then let's say there is a variable y with value, say, an odd number. So now we have one more arithmetic operator, which is floor division, and it is represented by double slash, or maybe we can say double division, like we have single slash here. So let's say by 2, and to check this value we can have one more y divided by 2. So this will print 5 divided by 2 will be 2.5, but floor division will be 2 only. So it will always return the integer. So now let's run this program and check these output. Yeah. So for first we have 8, then next is 3, then 12, then 3 and 36. So here 3.0 and 36. So here we can see for division, it will always return the floating value, whether it is completed uh, completed divisible by 2 or not. It will always return the floating value. Then we have exponential 6 to the power 2, which is 36. Then we have next variable is y equals to 5. Then y divided by 2 is 2.5. And then this is floor division. So 5 floor division 2 is 2. And there is one more, modulus. So y modulus 2. So this will always return the remainder. So when 5 is divided by 2, 1 is the remainder. So let's run it again and check the last value. Yeah, so it is 1. And if we, let's say y is 13 and we divide it by 10, then the remainder will be 3. So let's remove this. So the last value is 3. Now we will see the next type of operators, which are assignment operators. So assignment operator includes equals to, plus equals to, minus equals to, multiply equals to. Let's say x is 2, then if we do x plus equals to 3, okay, so we will first print the value of x, which should be 2. Then we have used the second operator, x plus equals to 3. So x plus equals to 3 is equivalent to x equals to x plus 3. So here it will become x equals to 2 plus 3, which is equals to 5. Next is, now we will print this value, print x. Now next is x minus equals to, let's say, 1. So now here the value of x will be 5. So now x minus equals to 1 is equivalent to x equals to x minus 1, which will be x equals to, now the value of x will be 5 minus 1, which is equals to 4. So if we print the value of x here, it will be 4. Now next is x equals to, no, x multiply equals to, let's say, 4. So this is equivalent to, sorry, x equals to x multiply 4, which will be x equals to, so here the value of x will be 4. So 4 multiplied by 4, which is equals to 16. So we print the value of x here, it will be 16. So let's check these outputs. Run the program. So we have first is 2. So this is equals to operator. So x equals to 2. Two values assigned to x. And then we have printed the value of x. It is 2. And next is plus equals to operator. So for that, this 3 will be added to the current value of x, which is 2. So 2 plus 3 will be 5. So we have 5. And next is minus equals to. So 1 will be subtracted from the current value of x. So current value of x is 5. So 5 minus 1 will be 4. So this is the 4. And then we have multiply equals to. So current value will be multiplied by 4. Current value is 4. So 4 multiplied by 4 is 16. Hence we get 16. So these are the assignment operators. Now we will talk about comparison operators. Example of comparison operators will be double equals to, not equals to, then less than, greater than, then we have greater than equals to, and less than equals to. Let's say we have value of x as 5. Now we will print x equals 5. So since the value of x is 5, so this is an assignment operator. We are assigning 5 value to the variable x. And here double equals to is comparison operator. Here we are comparing the value of x with this value. So we have value of x as 5. So 5 equals 5, which will be true. Hence, the output of this statement will be true. Now if we write x equals 3, so the output of this statement will be false because x is 5 and not 3. Now check the other statement. If x is not equals to 3, yes, so this will be true because 5 is not equals to 3. Then we have greater than symbol. So value of x is 5. So if x is greater than 4, it will be true because 5 is greater than 4. And for the negative case, we can check if x is greater than 6, it will be false because 5 is less than 6. So now let's check the less than symbol. So if x is less than 6, it will be true because 5 is less than 6. Then we have for the negative case, we can, let's say x is less than 4. Here it will return false because 5 is not less than 4, 5 is greater than 4. So let's run this program and let's see these operators, assignment operators. We have true, false, true, true, false, true, false. Here also we have true, false, true, true, false, true, false. So now the remaining operator is greater than equals to and less than equals to. So let's check those as well. So I will write at the top and we can see the top entries. So print if x, that is 5, is greater than equals to 5. For, I will remove this because we have already tested. Now we will check this. So 5 is greater than equals to 5. 5 is not greater than, but it is equals to 5. Hence it will be true. Now print x is greater than equals to 3. That means is 5 greater than equals to 3? So it is not equals to 3, but it is greater than 3. Hence this condition will be true. Now print x is greater than equals to 6. So x is less than 6 and x is not equals to 6. Therefore, this condition will be false. So let's run this and check. We have true, true and false. So now let's check less than symbol. So similarly we will check. So if I update it, so is 5 less than equals to 5? So 5 is not less than 5, but 5 is equals to 5. Hence one condition is true. Therefore it will return true. Is 5 less than equals to 3? So 5 is not less than equals to 3 and 5 is also not equals to 3. Hence this will become false. Let's update this symbol as well. Is 5 less than equals to 6? Yes, 5 is less than 6, but it is not equals to 6. So one condition is true, therefore this will return true. Let's run this program. So here we can see true, false and so now let's move to other operators. Next will be logical operator. Logical operators. So example of logical operators are and, or, not. So for logical operators, to test it, we can say let's say x equals to 5. So now we will test the logical operators with value 5. So I will write print x is greater than 4 and x is less than 6. So here, so basically it is asking for simplifying the chain comparison, and if I click on it, it will just remove this AND operator, which we don't want to remove here. So now let's understand this. So we are checking if 5 is greater than 4 and so this is logical operator, and then we are checking if 5 is less than 6. So for AND operator, both the conditions should have to be true. So here 5 is greater than 4. Yes. So this condition is true. And we have x is less than 6, that is 5 is less than 6. Yes. We have both the conditions as true. Therefore, we will get the result as true. Now let's check the negative condition. If x is greater than 4 and x is less than 3. So here first condition will be 5 is greater than 4, true, and 5 is less than 3, so this will be false. Now out of two conditions, one is false, therefore in AND operator, if any of the condition is false, it will get the result as false. Now if I write x is greater than 6 and x is less than 6. So here 5 is greater than 6. So this condition is false. And 5 is less than 6. So this condition is true. So out of these two conditions, one is false. Therefore, output will also be false. Now let's check that. So we get true, false, and false. Now let's change this AND operator with OR operator. So for OR operator, if any of the condition is true, it will return true. For first, if x is greater than 4, we have true, then we have OR, and then we have again true. So both the conditions are true, therefore we have true. It will return true. Now let's update this. So now first condition is true, and then we have OR operator. Then second condition is false. So for OR operator, if any of the condition is true, it will return true. So here we will get true. Update this and with OR here also. So here one of the condition is true, therefore it will return true. Now if all the conditions are false, then OR operator will return false. So if x is greater than 6 or x is less than 3. So for first condition, 5 is greater than 6, false. And second condition will return 5 is less than 3, false. So here we have both the conditions as false. Therefore, OR operator will return false. Now let's run this program. And we get true, 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 and false. Like we have here. Now next is NOT operator. So NOT operator will just invert the output of the current condition. So current condition we have this and its output is true. If we apply not to this condition, its output will get changed to false. It will be inverted. If it is true, it will get false. If it is false, it will get true. So let's write not operator and move this condition to bracket or parenthesis. So here we can write not. True. And it will be not true, which will return false. Now let's add not here also. So it will be not true. So this will become false. Let's add not here. So this is just the comment and it has nothing to do with the output. This is just to make this code understandable. After simplifying, we will get not true, which is inversion of the true, which is false. Now we have not here, not false. Now inversion of false will be true. Now let's run this program and check the output. So here we have false, 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 then true. So that's it about the logical operators. Now the next is identity operators. Example of identity operators are is not. Let's check the examples. First variable is x equals to, let's say, 5. Then y equals to again 5. So both of these variables are pointing to same data. So this 5 will be present in a memory location and x and y are pointing to the same memory location. And then let's say we have another variable which is pointing to some other memory location whose value is 2. If we check if x is y, basically is operator will not match or will not check the values of these variables, but it will check whether they are pointing to same memory location or the same value or not, but it will not check the value. So x is y, yes, because x and y, they are both pointing to same memory location whose value is 5. It will be true. Then if x is z, since x is pointing to 5 and z is pointing to 2, therefore, and these two 5 and 2 values are at different memory locations. Therefore, if we try to print x is z, so it will print false. And similarly, if we try to print, let's say, the reverse of it, if z is x, z is x, then also we will get the same result. Let's run this program. We have true, false, and false. So now next is not operator. So basically is not operator is the inverse of this. So it will, so whatever the output of is operator, is not operator will just inverse the result. So here x is y is true. If I type x is not y, so it will just inverse the result. So it will be false. If I type x is not z, then it will inverse the result. It will print true. Similarly, here also it will print true. Now let's run this program. So here you can see false, true, and true. So this is all about the identity operators. The next is bitwise operator. We have AND operator, we have OR operator, we have left shift, then we have right shift. So in order to understand bitwise operator, we must first understand the binary values of a decimal value. So let's say we have 2. So in binary, let's say of 8 bits, it will be represented as like this. And for 8 bits, so this bit will represent 1, and let's say this will represent 1. This represents the value 2. Then this value, I mean, it will be like 1, 2, then 8, then sorry, it will be 4 multiple of 2. Then we will be having 8, then 16, 32, and so on. So if I talk about 2, so here we have 2 at the second position. So it will be 1 and rest other will be 0. So if we talk about, let's say, let's go with 2 only. So x equals to 2 and make it as comment. So it will be, let's say, multi-line comment. Let's say x equals to 2. So print x and 1. So for 1 will be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, because 1 is at the last place and rest all bits will be 0. So if we do AND operation, so AND operation will be we will check bit by bit. So first is 0 and here we have 1. So AND operator, in AND operator only the output will be 1 only, and only if we have 1 at both the places. Otherwise it will be 0. So 0, it will be 0 for if we have 0 0 or 0 1 or 1 0. The output will be 0. But if we have 1 and 1, then output will be 1. So if I type x and 1, so x is 2. So here we will be having 0 and 1, which is 0. Then 1 and 0 also 0, and rest all are 0. Therefore output will be 0 zeros, and 0 will represent the value, decimal value, as 0. So it will print 0. Now let's print x and 3. So x is 2. So I will type 3 here. So for 3, it will be 2 plus 1, 3. Therefore, last bit and second last bit will be 1 and rest other will be 0. So now we need to check these two values. So 0 and 1 will be 0. 1 and 1 will be 1 and rest other will be 0. So for this, if I do 2 and 3, then I will get the output as 0 0 0 0, then 0 0, and for this it will be 1, and then for the last one is 0. Therefore this will represent the number 2 in the decimal format. So it will return 2. Now let's run this program. For the first we have 0, and for the next we have 2. This is about the AND operator. Now let's check the OR operator. Here I will just update the AND symbol with OR symbol. So this is pipe symbol, which here in Python represents OR operator. So in OR operator, if any of the bit is 1, it will be represented as 1. So if I talk about x or 1, x is 2, therefore we will see these two values only, the binary ones. So 0 and 1 will be 1. 1. Then second will be 1 and 0. So it will be 1 and 0, it will be 1. And rest are zeros. So 0 and 0 will be 0. This will be the result. Now it will get converted to decimal number. So to convert the binary to decimal, we will use this. So here it will be 2 and it will be 1. So 2 plus 1 will be 3 and rest are 0. So output will be 3. Now next is 2 or 3. So basically 2 or 3. So we will check these two binary numbers. So 1 and 0. So any of the digit is 1, then it will be 1. So here the output will be 1. Here, so output will be 1, and then for x2 and 3 we are checking, then 1 and 1 it will be 1. 1, and then for rest it will be 0. Space here. So it will be again 3. Let's run this program. So here we have the output as 3. We have covered the OR operator. Next is left shift. We'll remove this. It will be left shift. And by how many places? Let's say 2 places. X is 2. So these bits will get shifted. So these last 2 bits will be ignored and these bits will be shifted 2 places to the left, and new bits will be added from the right, and those will be 0 only. So therefore output of this x equals to 2, and with a left shift of 2 places it will be, so 2 0 0 will be added in the end. Then we have 0 1 0 1, and then rest all are 0, and last two 0 0 will be ignored. So this will be the output. Now let's convert it to decimal number. So we have 1 2 3 4. At fourth place we have 1. So 1 2 3 4. So this represents 8. So here the output will be 8. Let's run this program. So here you can see the output is 8. So similarly, if we use the right shift with 2 places, but so we don't have, it will be 0. So let's say right shift with 1 place. So if we right shift this, so this 0 will get ignored, this 1 will shift here, and all these zeros will be shifted towards right, and in the end we'll be having one more 0. So we'll be having only 1 at the last. Rest others will be 0 because we are shifting these numbers to right with for only one place. This will be the output, and if we convert that to decimal number using this, so it will be 1 because 1 is present only the last at the last. Last represents the 1 value. So let's run this program. So we have 1. So this is all about the bitwise operators. What is typecasting in Python? So typecasting is a way to convert the data type of a variable to some other data type. There are two types of typecasting. First is implicit, another is explicit type. So let's start with explicit typecasting. Let's suppose we have a variable with value as 1. So here 1 is a string because we have used double quotes here. So if we print the value or maybe type of x, then here we can see x is of string type. Now let's typecast it to integer. So this is a way to typecast any variable to integer. Let's print type of y. Also we can print their values. Print x and print y. Let's run this program. So for here we have x, then type of x. So value is 1 and we have class as type as string. And then for y we have converted this string variable into integer variable. So y is now integer and the value of y will be the value present in this x. So now this one is of integer type. So here we have printed the type of y, which is now int. So here string value is typecasted into integer value. Now let's typecast few more values. Let's say x is integer and we can convert it into float. Now let's check the output. So here we have printed the value of x, which is of type integer, and then we have typecasted integer value of x to floating value and saved it into y variable. Then we have printed y variable and its type. So here now the integer value is converted into float value and type of class is float. So here we have typecasted integer value to float data type. Now let's check one more example. We have assigned a floating value to variable x and we will typecast it into integer. Let's check the output here. Here it is a x is a floating value which is 3.5 and its type is float. Then we have typecasted it into integer value. So here the decimal part is ignored and only integer part is used. So the value of y is integer, which is 3 and its type is integer. Now let's check one more example. Let's say we have value integer and we want to convert it into string. So we use str, convert it into string. Now let's check the output. Here x is 1 and its type is integer, and now it is typecasted into string. So here y is 1 and its type is string. So this is all about the explicit typecasting. Here we are explicitly typecasted the data type of the variables, existing variables. So now let's check about the implicit typecasting. Implicit typecasting is when typecasting is done automatically by Python. So let's suppose we have x equals to 3, y equals to 2.5. X equals to 3, x is an integer variable, it is of integer type, and y is a floating type, float variable. Now let's check z equals to x plus y. Print z and print type of z. So what will be the value of z and what will be the type of z? So here we can see 3 plus 2.5 is 5.5 and its type is float. So here integer value is automatically converted to float value, then it is added with this 2.5 as float value, and the result is also a float value, which is 5.5. So here Python typecasted this integer value to float value automatically. Now let's check with true, x equals to true, which is boolean type, and y equals to, let's say, 4, which is of integer type. So for boolean, this value will be converted to integer type because we are using x plus y. So this value will be automatically converted to integer, which is 1, and then 1 plus 4 will be 5. 5 is an integer value, so output will be 5 and type will be of integer type. So here we can see output is 5 and its type is integer. Now let's check with false value. So false means false, when false will be typecasted to integer, its value will be 0. But in case of true, if true is typecasted to integer, its value will be 1. So here 0 plus y is 4. 0 plus 4 will be 4. So z will be 4 and its type will be integer. So here we can see z is 4 and its type is integer. So that's it about the implicit typecasting, which is automatically done by Python. Now let's check about what are the escape characters. Suppose we have a string, let's say x equals to my name is Shubhankar. And let's print it. Sorry. If I run this program, it will print this string, which is present in x variable. So my name is Shubhankar, full stop. This is printed. Now let's suppose I want to use double quotes to highlight my name. So I will write double quotes here. So it is showing us error, unresolved reference Shubhankar. But let's run the program and check. So here we get syntax error. And for which line number? Line number 1 in sample.py file. So this is the sample.py file. This is line number 1. And where we are getting the error? Here. And why we are getting the error? The reason is we have started the string from here and ended the string here. And now this Shubhankar, it is considered as variable, and after that equals to operation should be used, but we have again used this uh, double quotes. So this is a wrong syntax in Python. But how we will use this double quotes in this string? So we use escape characters. So it is escape characters starts with backslash. So I will use backslash here. So this double quotes will be considered inside this string. I will use one more backslash here. Now you can see the error is removed. So my string starts from here and ends here. And rest all double quotes will be followed by backslash. Now let's check the output. Now we can see double quotes are present in my string. So let's suppose I want to type slash here. This is slash. So this is showing us the error, missing quotes. Why? Because after slash we have double quotes. So let's check with space as well. Now try to print. So here it is giving us error. Invalid escape sequence backslash space. Therefore, we need to use one more backslash. Now let's check the output. Now here we can see there is no error and we have this backslash. This is a backslash. Now we have one more escape character. So let's simplify this string. This is first line. This is let's directly print the string. This is first line. Then I will print. This is second line. Run the program. Since we have two print statements, it will print two lines. This is first line, this is second line. But what if I need to write only single print statement? I will copy this string and move it here. So will it print two lines? No. Let's check. This is first line, this is second line. Why? Because this is a single string and it is in a single print statement. But how we can write this in two lines? How we can split this string in two lines? So what we can use is, we can use one escape character, which is backslash n. Backslash n represents new line. So after full stop, we have backslash n. So enter will be pressed here and automatically, and this is second line will be printed in next line. So let's run this program. Here we can see this is first line. After that, we have new line escape character. So cursor moved to new line, and then we have this is second line. This is second line is printed here. So this is about the new line escape character. Then we have /t, which is a tab character, escape character. So it will add 7 spaces. So let's check. So here we can see this is first line, then we have tab, and then this is second line. After that we have /b for backspace. So let's single word hello, then /b. So what it will do, it will try to print the whole letters, and after that it will use backslash. So O will be removed. Only first 4 letters will get printed. So let's check. Instead of hello, we have hell. So O is omitted. Why? Because we have backslash. What if I write 2 times? So for first O will be removed and then L will be removed. So we will have HEL. We can see. So these are all about the escape characters. Let's discuss about the string data type in Python. So we can define a variable x with value as a string. So a string is represented in double quotes as well as in single quotes. So here we can type Python, and we can have another variable with single quotes like coding. Now we can print variable x, and we can print its type with giving some space and then type x. And we can repeat the same thing for variable y. Let's run this code. So here we can see Python, that is value of x is printed and its type is string. And similarly for single quotes, value of y is printed coding and its type is also string. So a string can be represented by double quotes as well as single quotes. Now let's check for if we want to write single quote in string, how we can write. So for example, my name is Shubhankar. So here I have added single quotes. So we can remove this type x because we already know it is a string. So let's run this program. Here we have used single quotes. So single quotes are printed. Now if I want to use double quotes, then how we can do that? We cannot simply write double quotes inside the string, which is also represented by double quotes. So we need to use escape character. This outer double quote, this and this one. So this one is representing a complete string. So this is our string, which is highlighted with blue color. And in string, if we want to use double quotes, then we need to use backslash. That is escape character. So now we can print with double quotes. Another option is if we don't want to use this escape character, then what we can do is we can use single quotes outside like this. And if we try to print, then double quotes are printed. So these are the ways to write double quotes or single quotes in the string. Now, if I want to write a multi-line string, then for multi-line string, there are again two ways. First is I can write first line. Actually, there are many ways. First line, and then I want to write second line in a new line. So what I can do, I can use parenthesis, second line. But what it will do, it will just concatenate the strings. It will not print the new line. So what I need to add is I need to add /n. So this is a new line escape character. So now we can see two lines, and this we can do in a single line as well. Like this. So here we have new line character. If I run this program, we get two lines. Another way of writing multi-line string is you can use three double quotes like this, and then we don't have to use \n. We can just press enter, and we can close this. Now if we check, it is printing first line and then second line. So this is the multi-line string represented by three double quotes. Now if I want to check the length of the string, so let's simplify it. I can write small word like Python. So it is having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters. How to check the length? We can use len function. This is a built-in function for a string, and I mean it can be used for multiple data types, but it can be used with string data type as well. So if I run this program, it will print the length of the value which is present in x. So it is representing 6, which is correct. Now let's talk about like string is a array of characters. So we have string data type, but we don't have character data type in Python. So string can be used as array. So like in Python, we used to print so basically if we want to print the value at 0th index. So basically indexing starts with 0, then 1, 2, 3, and so on. Indexing basically representing the first memory location. This 0 represents first memory location, 1 represents second memory location, then 2 represents third memory location, which is T. So if I want to print, let's say H, then how I can print? So first I need to identify the index position. So it will be, so this is 0, then 1, then 2, and then 3. So H is at third index. So I can write the string variable, then square brackets. In the square brackets, I can write index number. So if I print x of 3, it will print H.
If I print x of 2, it will print. This is how we can access each and every character through its index. Now, there is a concept called string slicing. So basically, if I want a substring from the string, then how I can get? So for example, let's say I have a string. This is a Python code. Now let's say I want to access is. So how I can do? So basically, I need to know the start index and index. So start index will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So start index will be 5 and end index is 6. So basically I need to write end index plus 1. So basically I will write 7. So it will return the characters from index 5 till 6. So let's run this program. So here we can see we get. So this is called string slicing. And basically if I want to write whole string, so basically when we are writing x, it means we are starting from index 0 and then we are using length of x and then again one column which is a separator, so it is using value as 1 by default. So this is the default values. So if we don't provide this square bracket, by default Python will take these values. So this represents start from 0 index, print till length of index, I mean the last character, and this is the escape number, like how many letters we need to skip. So 1 means we don't have to skip anything, 2 means we have to skip one characters. So here we will not skip any characters, it will write the complete line as it is. So this is a Python code. Now if we change the value of this, that means it will skip one characters. So it will print the first character, then it will skip the second character, then it will print third character, then it will print the fourth character, and that's so on. So here we can see T, then H is ignored or skipped, then I, then S is skipped, then space. After that I is skipped, then it prints S, then space is skipped, then it prints A, and so on. If we change the value to 3, it will skip two characters. So we have T, then HI is ignored, we have S, then space and I is ignored, then again we have S, and so on. Now if I want to reverse a string, we can just directly write -1. We can leave these two values as empty and we can just write -1. So just subtract 1 until the starting of this print. So we can see our whole string is reversed. So dot edoc, like dot edoc till siht. So complete string is reversed. Now is reversed. Now if I want to print character by character, so how we can do? We can use for loop, like for any variable name, let's say letter. N is a keyword again, and for letter in X. X is a string variable. Print letter. So basically, it will fetch one characters and store it in the letter variable, and then we are printing the letter variable. So it will print the whole string, but one by one. So let's run this program. So here we can see first T is printed, then H, then I, then S. So we are not getting in a single line because we are running multiple print statement. Print statement will print the letter and then it will move the cursor to new line. And then letter will get initialized with H and then it will print the H in new line and then again it will cursor will move to the new line. Now uh, we if we want to check if any substring is present in the string, how we can check? So we can write a print statement and in that we can write um, let's say substring, for example, is in, we have to use in operator in X. Basically we are checking if is substring is present in string X. So if it is present, it will return true, otherwise it will return false. Let's run this program. So here we got true because is present here in the string. Let's say if Shubhankar is present in the string, so this is my name, and let's run this program. So it returns false because there is no substring with Shubhankar present in the main string. So this is how we check the substring in operator. Now there are conditions where we need to replicate a word or a statement, or we can directly say a string. For example, if I want to print hello space, what I do is print X. So it will print hello single time. But what if I want to uh, print it two times? So I will just put comma and then again print X and run the program. So if I want to print 10 times, then I have to write 10 times X. So it's better. What we can do is we can just directly write string variable, then star symbol, which indicates multiply, and then how many times we need to print. So for example, I need to print 10 times. So we can write 10. Let's run this program. So here we can see hello space is printed 10 times. So yeah, these are the basic operations that can be performed on a string. Apart from that, string data type contains multiple inbuilt methods. So here is the list of inbuilt methods. I will go through them one by one. So let's start with this capitalize. So what does capitalize method do? Capitalize converts the first character to uppercase. So let's check. So before that, I will tell you how we can see these methods. So let's say, for example, we have a string. This is a statement. So we can use print dir. So dir is a keyword and then variable x, string variable x. So this dir will print all the methods which are present in the string data type. So let's run that. So these are the methods or the variables which are present in the string data type. So here we can, if we remove this private methods, we can have, capitalize, case fold, center, count, encode, ends with. So these are all the methods which are present in the string data type. So we will go many of them one by one. So let's start with capitalize. It converts first character to uppercase. So how we can call this method? We can use let's say we don't want to directly print. We can store the result in another variable, and we can use x dot capitalize. Now we can print x, and then in the new line we can print y, or maybe we can directly print y. Let's run this program. So here we can see there is no change. Why? Because it capitalized the first letter only. So let's make it small. We run the program. Now we can see the T is capitalized. So this is the work of capitalize method. Now let's check with the title method. It converts first character of each word to uppercase. So we have title. Let's run this. So here we can see the each letter of uh, in the first letter of each word is capitalized, and here we have all the letters as small. So let's suppose if we have this as capital, then also it will return T as capital. This is the working of title method. Now we have upper method. It converts a string into uppercase. So basically it will convert all the letters to uppercase. Print it. So here we can see all the letters are in uppercase. So let's add few numbers as well. Teachers. Now let's check with that. So here we can see integers are, because this is alphabets, so they are converted to uppercase. And 1, 2, 3 are integers, so they are not updated. Similarly, we have lower method. What lower method will do? It does the opposite of upper method. It will just lower down the all the letters. So here we can see this capital T is in lower state. So this is a statement, and then I. Here I is capital and here it is in lowercase. So we have covered upper, lower. Now let's scroll a little bit. We have swap cases. So lowercase becomes uppercase and vice versa. So we can use that swap case. I run this program. So here T is capital, but here T is small. It is in lower case. HIS is in lowercase, so HIS here it is in uppercase. So these cases are swapped. Now we have center method. Returns a centered string including the string. So in order to showcase that, let's have a single word. For example, Python. And let's try to print, we can say any string, like say start, then we can print x,
then we can print end. So we have nothing, we have done nothing here. We have not called this center method. We are just printing start, then X, and then end. So by default, print statement will introduce a single space between all three words. So let's run this program. So we have start space Python space end. Now, if we want to increase space just before and after the Python, so we can use this center method. So the length of the Python word is 6. So if we use, we have to use a number more than that. So if we want two space before Python and two space after Python, then overall length of the string will be 6 plus 2, 8, and then plus 2, 10. So here we can write 10. So here we can see the spaces increase 1, 2, and by default 1 for the print statement, and here 1, 2, and by default 1 space because of print statement. Let's say if I want to increase few more space. So before Python we need 3 space and after we need 3, then 3 plus 3 6 and 6 for Python, that is 12. We run that. So here start and then one space for because of print, and then we can check 1, 2, 3, and this is one space because of print, so we can ignore. So here we have 3 space and one space because of print, then 1, 2, 3. We have 3 space. So this is the work of center state method to make the this string in the center. This we have covered. Now we have count method. So what count method does? It returns the number of times a specified value occurs in a string. So we have, let's say, any keyword like Python project. We can use x dot count. Let's say we can have a new variable which will have x dot count. And what we need to count, we can use a single character or multiple character, maybe substring. So first we will use single character. We will print the value of y. So this will count the t letter, how many times it is present in this x string. So we can see 1, then 2. So it should return the value as 2. Let's run this program. So here we get 2. Now let's check for maybe a substring like Python. So it returns 2 because we have one here and one here. And we can use few letters only like pi. So pi will be here and here. So it will return 2 only. This is the working of count method. We can have single letter as well as a substring. Then we have find. So what find does? Find searches the string for a specified value and returns the position of where it was found. So basically, if I write project,
and I will use find method. What it will does, it will return the first index of the word where it is found. So basically, it will return the index of here, this position. So index of this will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it should return 7. So here we can see it is returning 7. So here we have used what? We can use the letters. So like if we use letter T, so T is at multiple places, 1, then 2, then 3. So it will return the first index. I mean, when the first T is encountered, it will return that index. So it is 0, 1, and 2. So it will return 2. So here we can see it returned. So what if a string that we are trying to find is not present in the string X? So it will return -1. So here we are getting -1. So -1 represents that the string or the letter which we are trying to find in the main string X is not present in that. So find is completed. Now we have index. So index searches the string for a specified value and returns the position of where it was found. It is similar to find, but it raises exception if the value is not found. So basically, this index method, it is similar to find method. The only difference is if the letter Z or the substring or the letter that we are trying to find, if it is not present in the main string, then instead of returning -1, it returns, I mean, it raises the exception. So let's try that. So here we can see it raises the exception that substring not found. So this is the main difference between index and find. Now we have starts with and ends with. So it returns true if the string starts with a specified value, and ends with returns true if the string ends with a specified value. So let's check that. So we have starts with. So this X is starting with Python word, or we can say a Python P letter. So we can either type P. Let's check if it is starting with P. So it returns true that it starts with P. Even we can write some of the letters, starting letters. We can run the code. So here we can see it is returning true. Now after T, it has H. If I type any other character, then it will return false because it is not starting with PYTZ. It is starting with PYTH. So we can write Python as well. Let's check. It will return true because the string is starting with Python. Now similarly, if I use ends with, so if this letter is ending this main string, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. So in this case, it will return true because X string is ending with Python keyword, I mean Python substring. Then if I write, if it is ending with pi, then no, it is not ending with pi, it is ending with, if I say 2 characters, then it is ending with on. So this will return false. So here we get false.
So if I write if it ends with on, then we'll get true. Yes, string X is ending with on. So now we have format. So format specified values in a string. Let's say we have a string like my name is full stop, then developer. So if I print X, what it will do? It will print my name is parenthesis, not parenthesis, curly braces name. I am a curly braces language developer. So if I want to update this with some value, so we can use format. So how we can use format? Let's say y equals to x dot format, then name equals to any string, for example my name Shubhankar, and then language equals to, let's say, Python. Let's print this value y. So what it will do, format method will check for this name variable curly braces in string x. So x string is this one. It will check the name variable in the curly braces. So here it gets curly braces. It will replace this curly braces name with this string Shubhankar. So it will print my name is Shubhankar. Full stop. I am a, then language curly braces language will be replaced by this language variable Python. So I'm a Python developer. It will print. So let's print y. So here we can see my name is Shubhankar. I'm a Python developer. So what if I do not provide language variable? So it will first replace the name with Shubhankar. Then since we don't have language variable, so it will keep as it is. So let's run this program. So what do we get in format? It is showing key error. What for what language? That language is not present. So basically it is mandatory to provide all the keys. So if we provide language as Python, it will run. So another way of using formatting. So basically this is a old way uh, for formatting the string, and the new way for formatting the string is like we can have the name variable as and that we can have language variable as Python, and we can use f here. So we will comment for this. This is a commented code. This will not work and it will be skipped by the Python interpreter. So let's print x. So this f will format this string with these variables. So name will be used here and then language will be used here. Let's run here. The name and language is replaced. What if I remove this language variable? So it will show error, unresolved reference language. Basically, there is no variable name with name language. So if I run this program, it will give error. Name languages not defined. So let's remove this. Let's uncomment this code. So another way of formatting is, if we don't want the variable names, we can just write 0, 1, basically indexing. And here we don't have to use variable names, we can just write comma separated values. If I print y, 0 means the first value, 1 means the second value. These will get replaced. So let's run this program. Here we can see we get the desired output. Let's suppose 0, 1. If I don't want to provide the number, then also it will work. Here you can see only curly braces will also work for formatting the string. Next is lnum. Returns true if all characters in the string are alphanumeric. So we can have x as Python 1, 2, 3. Print x dot is lnum. So basically, it will return true if this X string contains alphabets or numerical data. So let's run this program. So it is returning true. Let's suppose if I add one special character. Now let's run the program. So it returns false. Why? Because this string is not pure alphanumeric, because it contains a special character. Now let's remove the letters. Let's keep only the numbers and let's run the program. So here it returns true. Why? Because this string is alphanumeric. I mean, it contains either alphabet or number or both. It contains only number. So that's why it is alphanumeric. So it returns true. If I type only the alphabets, then also it will return. Now we have is alpha. So is alpha means it will return true if all the characters are alphabet. Let's run this program. So here it returns true. But what if I add numerics? And it returns false because it contains numbers. Basically, it should contain only the alphabets. Otherwise, it will return false. Now jump to next method. We have is decimal. Now we will check is decimal. So we can print 1, 2, 3 is decimal. So this will check if the value present in this string is in decimal number system or not. So let's check that. It returns true. And if I type any letter here, then it will return false. Next is digit. So it is similar. So is digit. If I run, and it returns true, and if I add any letter, then it will return false. Now next is identifier. So it returns true if the value is identifier. So for identifier means if it is the name of the variable, I mean if it can be the name of the variable. So name of the variables starts with, I mean it contains numbers, alphabets or underscore. And it should start with either underscore or alphabet, but not with number. So let's say we have var1. So it starts with alphabet, it contains underscore and digit also. So this is a valid identifier. This identifier, so this should return true. Now another condition is the variable name should not start with number. So let's say I type number here and then let's check this. So it returns false. So this cannot be a identifier. Next is lower is numeric. So first we will check is lower. Let's say we have this is a lowercase string. We will check is lower. Let's run this program. We have true because everything is in lowercase. So we can have digits as well. So those will be automatically ignored because it will check only alphabets. So here we get true. But if we have any letter, let's suppose I in caps, and if we try to run this program, it will return false because the string is not in lowercase because it contains one capital letter. Then we have is numeric. What is numeric is returns true if all characters in the string are numeric values. So here we have alphabet values. If I run this program, it returns false. But if I remove all the alphabet and dot, we have now only numbers. Let's run this program, we get true. So this string contains numeric values only. Now we have is upper. So is upper is the opposite of is lower. So basically it will check everything is in uppercase. Is upper. We can put full stop here, it will get ignored. Therefore, it is returning true. Let's suppose if I make this u as lowercase, then it will return false because of this single u which is in lowercase. Next is join. It converts the elements of an iterable into a string. Basically, let's suppose we have a list, or we can say array, but we call it list in Python. So we have a list of, let's say, this is this is a statement. So this is a list of four strings. Four strings. This is a statement. These are four strings. So X is a type of list. So now if I want to join this to make a single string, so what we can do is we can have a string operator Then we need to add a delimiter like space. So this will be, these four words will be joined with a single space in between them. Then we need to write join, and we need to pass an iterable. So X will be a iterable because X is a type of list, which is an iterable. Iterable means we can iterate over the elements of this variable. So iterate means we can get the first element, then second element, then third, then fourth. So we can print Y. Let's check the output. So this is a statement. We have single space in between all the four words. So if I put comma and space, then we'll be having comma and space in between all the four words. Now we have strip, returns a trimmed version of the string. So let's suppose we have a string with some spaces at the starting and then at the end. In order to showcase this, I will be printing three words. For example, let's say start, then we will print X, and then we can say stop. Let's print it first. So here we can see the space. Here we have one, two space, but here we have three space, one, two, three. Why? Because print statements add space in between all these three words. So we can consider two space before hello and two space after hello because of this. Now, if I print x dot strip, the same thing. So what strip function will do? It will just remove these spaces, empty spaces from the starting and from the ending of this string. So let's run this program. So here we can see there is only single space in between all these three string. Why? Because of the print statement. So strip just remove this spaces from the starting and from the end of the string. So let's say we don't have the space at the end, then also it will work. It will remove this blank spaces, and since there is no blank space, it will keep as it is. Then also we will get the same output. Now we have L strip. So similar to strip, strip trims down from both the ends. L strip will trim the string from the left side. So let's say we have this two space here as well. And if we use L strip, so what it will do, it will just remove these two spaces. So let's run the program. So here we can see these two spaces are removed, but the spaces from the right side are still there. So next is R strip. R stands for right side. So this will be similar to strip, but only thing is it will trim down from the right side only. So for L strip, that is left strip, it just trim down the string from left side. R strip will trim down the string from right side. So it will remove these blank spaces. So what I can do is keep L strip as it is. I will print strip here so that we can
This is the output of lstrip, which remove the spaces from left side, and this is the output from rstrip, which remove the spaces from right hand side and keep the spaces from left hand side. This is covered. Now we have replace. So what replace methods does is it will replace the substring. For example, we have uh, this is a statement. This is another statement. So let's say we have this string. We are talking about replace method. X dot replace. So here we can see uh, replace wants two things: old, new string, and then count. So X dot replace. Let's say I want to replace is. Then with which word we need to replace? That will be, let's say, capital S. And we can run it. So here we can see we have is here. So that is replaced with capital S. Then we have is here as well, which is again replaced with capital S. Then we have here is. So these are also replaced. Let's say I want count as 2 only. Let's run. So here we can see first is and second is. Those are converted to, I mean, those are replaced with capital S, or we can have another string as well. It's not like lower or capital. So it will get replaced with the new string or new substring. And then we have third is and fourth is. Those are in place. Those are not replaced. Why? Because we have set the count as 2. So only 2 repetitions should be replaced. So now let's move to split. It splits the string at a specified separator and returns a list. So let's say we have our string as a path. So let's say folder1 slash folder2 slash folder3 slash filename dot extension. Now we can use this split method, and in that we need to provide the delimiter, for which we need to split, let's say slash. So it will return the list which will containing all the words which are just uh, uh, at the left or at the right side of the slash symbol. So let's run this program. So here we can see we have how many slash 1, 2, and 3. So it will return a list of all these words. So folder 1, then folder 2 string, then folder 3 as a string, and then filename.exe as a string. So it splitted the complete string into a list of strings with the using the delimiter. Then we have rsplit, which stands for rsplit. So before going to rsplit, let's check if we have count here. Let's say 2 max split 2. So what it does, so
here it means it traverses from left to right. So basically for first slash, it will split into two halves, so folder 1 and then this. And for the second slash, it will again split, so we have folder 2 and then this. And for the third slash, it will not split because we have the max split limit as 2 only. So that's why we have this as a single string. So basically it works as a left split. So let's move to R split. So it will split from right to left. So let's do R split and let's check without the max count. Let's check. So what it does, it splits the whole string from right to left. So again we have got the four list of four strings. So if we provide value or max count as 2, then what it will do, it will first encounter this slash. It will have this complete string as a first string and file name as a second string. Then again it will try to split this string with this slash. So we will have first this string, then second as this string, and then third as this string. Because we have max split as 2, so we will just split up to here only. We will not split this. So let's run this program. So here we can see we have this. So we can compare the result for x dot split and r split with the separator as slash and max count as max split as 2. So here we can see split will split from left to right with max split as 2. So it will just break down from here and from here. So it is having folder 1, folder 2, and then this folder 3 slash file name. And R split will start breakdown from here, split from here. So we have file name.exe, then for the second we have folder 3, and then this complete string. So next is split lines. Splits the lines at line breaks and returns a list. So let's say in our string we have multiple statement. Let's say first statement, then line break, then second statement, then again line break, and then third statement. So we print x dot split lines, then it will break down this string with the new line characters. So let's check the output. So here we get list of strings with breakdown from new line characters. So we have first string as first statement, then second statement, and then so this is all about the string and its methods. Now let's learn about what if-else statements are. So basically, whenever we want to run a certain part of code based on a certain condition, there we use if-else statements. So let's check the examples. For example, I have a variable x with value 5. Then I can write a condition if x equals 5, print value is 5. else print value is not 5. So here we can see this is the if statement and this is the else statement. Now you can see the indentation here. Sorry, here. This indentation is needed. So in other languages, we have curly braces like this, and at the end of the if statement. So this block represents that it is an if condition. But here in Python, we don't use curly braces. We just use the indentation. So this is a 4 spaces gap, and this represents all the statements. We can write multiple statements here, like we can write X. So all the statements with this indentation here just below the if statement will represent that the code is under the if condition. Similarly with the else condition as well. So here, if I talk about this code, so here we are checking if variable x, I mean the value of x is equals to 5. So double equals to operator means it is checking the value, and single equals to means it is assigning the value to this variable. So here we are checking the if value is equals or not. So here 5 will be equals to 5. Therefore, the output of the program will be value is 5 and then value. So basically this condition will get true and these statements will get executed. And this statement will not be executed because the control will not come to else statement. It will just go after the else statement. Let's say I'm writing here end. So it will print end. Now let's run this program. So here we can see the first output is value is 5 because the condition is true here, and then we are printing value of x as 5, and after that else statement will not get executed because if statement is executed. Therefore control will go to line number 7 and it will print end. Now let's check other conditions as well. So we have not equals to. If a print x is not equals to 5, that means 5 is not equals to 5. So this condition will become false, and then it will go to the control will go to the else statement. Hence, it will print value is not 5. Although the statement is wrong here, we can write it as value is 5. And here we can write as value is not 5. Why? Because we are checking if value is not 5, not equals to 5, then print value is not 5, not equals to 5, and print x. Otherwise, we will print value is 5 and then we are printing end. So let's run this program. So here it is printing value is 5. So it is printing the else part. Why? Because this condition, 5 is not equals to 5, this will become false. Why? Because 5 is equals to 5. And when this if condition becomes false, it will move to else part. And then it will directly execute the statements which are present under the else part. And after that, it will execute the other statements. Now let's check other symbols. So if x is less than, let's say 6, so here we can update value is less than 6, that else value is greater than 6. So here it will check if 5 is less than 6. Therefore, this condition will become true. Hence, this statement will get executed. And it will now ignore the else part and it will directly move to end part. So let's run this program. Here we can see value is less than 6. Value is less than 6 is printed. Why? Because 5 is less than 6 and this condition becomes true. And then it prints end. Now let's check with greater than equals to symbol. So this will check if x is less than 6 or x is equals to 6. So it will check both the conditions and whatever the condition is true, it will execute this statement. We can write and we can check x is less than 6. So it will get true. So it will print the same statement again. Value is less than 6 and now if I change the value to 5. So now x is less than 5? No, but x is equals to 5. So 5 is equals to 5. This condition will again true and this statement will again get printed. Now let's run this program. Here we can see value is less than 6 and then end. Now if I change this value to 4, now first it will check if 5 is less than 4, this will become false because 5 is greater than 4. Now it will check if 5 is equals to 4, this condition will also become false. Therefore, this overall if condition becomes false. Now it will move to else part. It will print value is greater than 6. So we have to, less than equals to 4. Value is less than 4, less than equals to value is greater than. It will move to else part. It will print value is greater than 4. Now let's run this program. Here we can see value is greater than 4 and then end. Similarly, we have greater to symbol. So if x is greater than 4, value is greater than 4 and otherwise value is less than 4. So here we can see 5 is greater than 4. This condition will become true and hence this statement will get executed and it will print value is greater than 4. And then else will be ignored and end will be printed. Let's run this program. Here we can see value is greater than 4 is printed. Similarly, we can add equals to symbol. So we can change the value here and we can check if x is greater than or equals to 5. We can print value is greater than or equals to 5. Else value is less than 5. Let's run this program. Since 5 is, first it will check 5 is greater than 5. No, 5 is not greater than 5. Then it will check 5 is equals to 5. Yes, 5 is equals to 5. Therefore, this if condition becomes true. Hence, it will print value is greater than or equals to 5. And then else will be skipped and then it will print end. Now let's change the value to, let's say 3. Here, not 3, we can write 6. And here also we can change value is greater than or equals to 6. Value is less than 6. Now if we run this program, it will first check the if statement If 5 is greater than 6, this condition is false because 5 is less than 6. Then it will check 5 is equals to 6. This will also become false. Therefore, if condition now becomes false. Now it will move to else part and will print the value is less than 6 and it will print end. So here we can see value is less than 6 is printed and then end is printed. Now we can have the logical conditions. So let's remove this. So let's say x is equals to 5. So now we can check multiple conditions by using and or not. So these are the logical conditions. So let's check with first and. If x is greater than 3 and x is less than 6, if else print else print end. So here if I chain comparison, okay, we don't want to simplify here. We can one more variable. Let's say y equals to 6. If x is greater than 3 and y is less than 8. Okay. Now it will check first condition. If x is greater than 3, so x is 5. 5 is greater than 3. This condition will become true. Now to execute this statement under if, both the conditions have to be true because we are using AND operator. So if any of them is false, it will skip the if statements. So this condition is true. Now let's check the second condition. So 6 is less than 8. This condition is also true. Therefore, it will print if statement and then it will ignore the else part and then it will print the end. So let's run this program. So here we can see if is printed and then end is printed because these two conditions are true. Now let's make any of the condition as false. So let's change this value to, since y is 6, so we can make y is less than 5. Now 6 is less than 5. This condition will become false. Therefore, true and false will result into false. Only true and true can result into true. Otherwise, every combination will result into false. And then it will print the, it will go to the else part. So here, if we run this program, so it print else and then end. Now we can try or here. If I type or, it will check if any of the condition is true, it will uh, execute the statements which are under this condition. So here x is greater than 3, that is 5 is greater than 3, this will become true. So it will not check this condition, it will just simply execute the statements under this if condition. So let's run this program. So here we can see it printed if and then end. It doesn't go to else part. And if both the conditions are false, then only the result will be false and then it will go to the else part. So let's change this value. So 5 is greater than, let's say, 6. Now this condition is false. Then it will check this condition. So this is also false and it will result into false. So for AND operator, both the conditions have to be true to get the resultant as true. And for OR, any of the condition needs to be true. So here both the conditions are false, therefore the result will be false. It will print only the else part. Let's run this program. So here we can see it printed else and then AND. Now let's check the NOT operator. So if, let's say, if x equals 5, so this will print if. Why? Because 5 is equals 5. So if we print not here, not will revert the or inverse the output of this condition. So if this is true, so not with this condition will be false. If this condition is false, then not and this condition will become true. So here in this case 5 is equals to 5, this condition will be true. But with not operator, this will get inverted and it will result into false. And therefore it will print the else statement. So let's run this program. So here else is printed. So not will just invert the resultant. So now apart from this, we can use multiple if statements. So let's check how. Let's say x is greater than 6. We can print x is greater, or we can simply say value is greater than 6. Then we need to check, we need to add another if statement. So we can write elif x equals 5 and value is equals to 5. We can put n number of elif x is less than 5, value is less than 5. So here there is no need of y. So now let's check if x, so here x equals to 5, that means value of x is 5. Now check first condition. I will just minimize this. X is greater than 6, 5 is greater than 6, so this condition will become false. Then it will check, it will go to the next elif statement. So earlier it was going to else statement. Why? Because there were no elif statements. So the control will move to the next elif statement. So here we will check if 5 equals 5, so this condition is true. Therefore it will execute the statements this and which are present under this statement. So here it will print value is equals to 5, and once any of the condition is true, the control will ignore all other conditions. Whether they are true or false, it will just ignore. So here we can see 5 is less than 5. This is also true. So accordingly this should print it, but this will not get printed. Why? Because the condition before this, that is this condition, is already true. Hence it will execute this statement and then control will move out of this if else block. It will print end. Therefore the output will be value is equals to 5 and then end. So let's run this program. So here we can see it printed value is equals to 5 So this is printed because this is the first condition that becomes true, and after that it moves out of the if else statement and prints end. So this is the multiple if else conditions. Now we have a concept called nested if conditions. Let's check that also. Here we can write if x is greater than 6. So this will so let's check f is x is less than 6, and we can print value is less than 6. Now we can again add if else block. So here if I write if x equals 5, print value is equals to 5, else print value is less than 5. Here else print value is either greater than or equals to 6, and then print end. So let's understand this code first. So here we have assigned 5 value to x, and then we have condition if and else. So for if condition we have if x is less than 6, and then we have these statements. So if x is less than 6, then only these statements will get executed. But if x is greater than or equals to 6, then it will move to else part. So therefore in else part, we have written print a statement as with a string as value is either greater than or equals to 6. Now let's understand the nested if part. So here we have indented the blocks with 4 spaces. So now it will first print value is less than 6 because condition we have checked here is less than 6. Now we have the nested if conditions, if else. So nested means the if condition under the if condition. So this is nested if conditions. So now we are checking if x is equals 5. So basically first we have checked the value should be less than 6, and now we are checking value is equals to 5 or not. So if it is equals to 5, then value is equals to 5 we are printing. Otherwise in else part we are printing value is less than 5. So here in our case value is 5. So 5 is less than 6. This condition will become true. So it will enter this part and it will ignore the else part. Now value is less than 6 will get printed. After that it will check if 5 is equals to 5. So this condition will also become true. So it will execute all the statements under this if condition and it will ignore else part. So value is equals to 5 will get printed, and then it will go after the else part. So there are no statement after the else part. So it will move out of this if block, and once it is controller move out of the if block, it will go to the after the else part. So here we get end. So basically first this statement will get printed, then this statement will get printed, and then this will get printed. So now let's run this program. So here we can see value is less than 6. So this statement is printed. then value is equals to 5. This statement gets printed, and then end is printed. So this is all about the nested if else condition. Now we have one more thing. So if we can write this if else condition in a single statement as well. For example, print value is equals 5 if x equals 5, else print value is not equals to 5. So basically, if I talk about this, so this is the simplified version of this code. I will put that in comment later. If x equals 5, then I will copy. Else print value is not equals to 5. So the simplified version of these four statements is this one. So it will print this value. Basically, it will run this statement if x equals 5, if this condition is true. Otherwise, it will move to else part, which is this. So in a single statement, we can write this code as a single statement like this. So I've commented this code. That means Python interpreter will ignore this code. It will be treated as comment, and it will execute only these two lines. So let's run this program. So here the output is value is equals to 5. So that's all about the if else conditions. What is loop in Python? In order to do a repetitive task or run or execute certain code statements for n number of times, we use loop. So loops are of two types in Python. First is for loop, second is while loop. So let's learn about the loop by some examples. Let's say I want to print numbers from 1 to 3. So how will I print? I will use print statement, then print 1, print 2, and print 3. Let's execute this program. So here we can see the output is 1, 2, 3. Let's say now I want to print till 5. So what I will do? I will add two more statements. One is for 4, another is for 5. Let's run this program. So here it prints 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What if I want to print 100, 1 to 100? So I need to write 95 lines more in this code. And then what if I want to print it to 1000? So thousands of print statements I need to write. So that is not a good programming. So what we will do, we will use loops. So first we will learn about for loops. So the syntax of for loop is for keyword, then a variable name, let's say I, then in operator, and then the iterable. So here we will use range function. So if I use range function, let's say I want to print from 1 to 10, I will use 10, but range function starts from 0. So this range will return a list of 0 to 9. So let's first print that, and then we will go with 1 to 10. So here in this loop, so this loop is ended by colon, and then we have to do indentation of 4 spaces, and then we can write print statement. So all the statements which are indented to this level, so those will come under for loop. we will be having only a single statement for now. Let's run this program. So here we can see it prints from 0 to 9 because we have given the value 10. So if I want to print from 1 to 10, then what I need to do? So by default, range function starts with 0. So if I want to start with 1, then I need to write 1, comma. So I can show you the definition here. So either it takes stop and it starts with 0 by default, so that we have checked already. Another is we can provide start, stop, and then step number. So by default step number is 1, that is it increments by 1 value. So here I have added start as 1 and then stop as, I need to add it as 11. Why? Because it executes till n minus 1. So stop minus 1. Now let's run this program. So now we can see it starts with 1 and ends with n minus 1, that is 11 minus 1, 10. What if I want to print, let's say 1, then 3, then 5, 6, then 9. So what I can do? I can use step value as 2. So by default it is 1, but now we have used 2. So let's check how it will print. We can see. So it starts with 1, then skip 2 values. So 2 is skipped, then it prints 3, then it skips 4, then it prints 5, then it skips 6, and so on. So this is the for loop, and this is about the range function as well. Now let's use the while loop. So how we can use the while loop? It will be similar to for. We have to use while keyword, and we need to initialize the value for the variable with the initial value, let's say 1. And then we need to write a terminating condition. So up to when I need to print, let's say while I is less than or equals to 10, what I need to do? I need to print I. And after printing the I need to increment its value by 1. So I equals to I plus 1. Okay. How this function, how this code will work? So first we are initializing a variable I with value 1. Then we have started the loop. So it will check if 1 is less than equals to 10, this condition is true. Basically this loop will execute till this condition is true. So for 1 it is true, 1 is less than 10. So it will print 1, then I will become 1 plus 1, that is 2. Then again it will go here and then 2 will be checked. 2 is less than 10, yes. So this condition is again true, it will print 2. Then I will become 2 plus 1, 3, and then it will move uh, so on. And when the value becomes 10, so 10 is less than 10, no, then 10 is equals to 10, yes, again this condition is true, it will print 10, then I will be 10 plus 1, 11. Then it will go again here, then 11 is less than 10, condition is false, then it will check 11 is equals to 10, then again condition is false. Now this while condition is false, therefore it will move out of the loop and it will print end. So let's print end here, and now let's run this program. So here we can see it prints 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 10, and when I becomes 11, this condition becomes false and it moves out of the loop. And when it moves out of the loop, the control comes to line number 5, and then it prints end. So this is about the while loop. Now let's check about break and continue keywords. These are used in the loops, either for or while. They are used in both the loops. So let's check about the break condition. Break condition is used to break the loop at a particular condition. So let's say I'm using for loop with variable I for I in range. Let's say I am printing value 0 to 6. So by default it starts with 6. We can write range 6. So this will print 0 to 5. So let's say range 7. And I want to break this loop if value of I becomes, let's say, 4. Then I will break. Otherwise, I will print the value of I. And after that, I will print. So now first let's understand this program. So here I am running a loop with variable I. So this loop will run from value 0 to 6. 7 minus 1, 6. So 0 to 6 it will run. And then it will check if I equals 4. So whenever the I becomes 4, it will break the loop and control gets out of the loop. So it will move to line number 6. And if I is not equals to 4, till then it will just print I. So here you can see the indentation. This indentation is for the for loop. And so basically these three statements are under for loop, and this break statement is under if condition. So let's run this program. So first the value is 0. So if 0 equals 4, this condition is false. So it will print 0. So 0 is printed. After that, control will go to line number 2. Now I will become 1. If 1 is equals 4, no. So it will print 1. Then it becomes 2. 2 equals 4, no. It will print 2. And control goes to line number 2. Then it becomes 3. Again this condition is false, it will print 3. And I will become now 4. Now 4 equals 4, yes. So this condition is true, and break statement will get executed, which will move the control out of the loop. So up to 3, from 0 to 3 it will print, and then it will move out of the loop. And after that it will print end. So here 0, 1, 2, 3 is printed, and then it is moved out of the loop and printed the end. So this is about the break keyword, how we can use in the loop. Now let's check the use of continue. So what continue does is, so wherever the continue is written, it will just move the control directly to here. It will not move the control out of the loop. It will not break the loop. It will just execute rest other statements. It will just move the control to this second line where the for loop starts. So let's check the output, how it will work. Let's check the code. So first I will be 0. So if 0 equals 4, no. So it will print 0, and up to 3 it will print. And then I will become 4. Then this condition will become true. So here continue statement will get executed, and it will move the control to here. And then I will become 5. This condition will become false. Then it will print 5. So basically it will print from 0 to 6, but it will not print the value 4, because when I is 4, it will just move the control to line number 2 where the for loop is starting. So it will skip the print statement. Let's run this program. Here we can see 0, 1, 2, 3. So up to 3 it is printed. Then 4 is skipped because of continuous statement. And then 5 and 6 is printed. And then end is printed. This is all about the break and continue keywords. Now let's check else condition. So we have else as well. How it works? So after the for loop, we have certain statements which are present in the for loop. And after those statements, we can write else. So for else will not work if loops break by break statement. Let's say if I comment this code, so this is just a comment. So what we have here is for I in range 7, print I, else, print else, and print end. So let's run this program. So here we can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So from 0 to 6, it gets printed. And after that, else is executed. Here we can see else, and then end is executed. But if we use break statement in this for loop, then else will not get executed. Let's uncomment this code and we can write break statement here. Firstly, I will be 0. So up to 3, it will print 0, 1, 2, 3. And when I becomes 4, so this condition will become true and it will break the loop. So control will go out of the loop. So here we have else. Since we have used break statement, so therefore else will not work as it worked previously. So control will directly go to print statement, line number 8. So this is a part of this loop and else conditions. So let's run this program. So here we can see 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, and when 4 is encountered, it breaks the loop and therefore else will not get printed and directly it prints the end. So now let's check about the nested loops. First I have for I in range, let's say I want to print 1, 2, 3. So I will write 1, comma 4. First let's try to print that. It will print 1, 2, 3. So here we can see it prints 1, 2, and 3. And if I write I equals to and then comma, so it will print I equals to string and then the variable, the value of variable I, which will be 1, then 2, then 3. So equals to 1, 2, 3. Now let's say for nested loops, so nested loops are loop under the loop. So I will write one more loop. Let's say variable is j. So this variable should be different from this variable, otherwise it will get override. So I have used j here. So let's say I want to run this j from 1 to, let's say, 2. So I will write 3 because it runs n minus 1. So 1 and 2. And let's shift this print statement to under this for loop. And let's write the value of j as well. Or what we can do is, let's say, don't shift this statement. The output for this code is this one, and then I've written after print statement run for j as well. So let's print j equals to value of j. So how this code will work. So for firstly, so I will write I will become 1 because we have written the start value as 1. So it will print I equals to 1. Okay. Let's say output is it will print I equals to 1. Then this is a multi-line comment as I have told earlier. So output is 1. Then it will run this for loop. So for j in range 1 to 3, that means it will run 1 and 2. So it will print 2 times j equals to 1, and then it will print j equals to 2. And then this loop will get completed and there is no further statement. So it will control will move to the first line. Now I will become 2. It will print I equals to 2. It will print I equals to 2. Now this loop will get started again and it will run from 1 to 2. So it will print 2 times. So j equals to 1 and then j equals to 2 because we are printing the value of j. And then there are no further statements, so this loop will get closed, and again we have no further statements, so control will go to I. Now I will become 3. So it will print I equals to 3, and then this loop will again got called and it will print the value of j as 1 and 2. I will copy this. It will print value of j as 1 and 2, and then control will go to here. Now since we have used the end limit as 4, so this loop is also completed and the control will go to here. Let's say we have added a print end statement. So this print end statement is out of both the loops. So it will print end. So let's check the output of this code. I will remove this. So here we can see first I is 1, then this loop will run. I mean the j will print for 1 and 2. So j equals to 1, j equals to 2. And after that I will become 2. So it prints I equals to 2. And then again this loop will run j equals to 1, j equals to 2. After that I will become 3. It will print I equals to 3 here. And then it will print j equals to 1, j equals to 2. After that it will check. Now there is a final limit as 4. So it will run up to 3, which it already ran. So now it will move out of the loop and it will print end. Here we can see end. So this is about the nested loop, that is loop under the loop. Now let's check the pass statement. So what pass does is it does nothing. Basically it, whenever we don't want to write any code under the loop or any function or any condition, we just write pass. So let's say for I in range, let's say I want to print 1, 2, 3. So I will write 4. So if I write pass here, and let's say print end. So let's run this program. So here we can see it just prints end. Now if we don't write this pass statement and keep it empty, let's say, and then run this program, it will say indentation error, expected an indent block after for statement on line 2. So basically it was expecting an indented block here or any code for this particular for loop, but there is no code. That's why it is giving us error. So if we write pass, it will execute pass, and pass does nothing. So it will just get executed. we have printed and here. This is about the pass statement. Now we have already seen like let's say x equals to any string, let's say Shubhankar, which is my name. And if I want to print this string, I simply write print x. It prints the value of x, which is Shubhankar, as a string. What if I want to write this string, let's say character by character? So what I do, since we already know, so x of 0, so basically the variable x and its 0th index. So it will print s because the index starts from 0 till length. So it will print s. Then if I want to print x of 1, then it will print, sorry, it will print s, then h. And if I print x of 2, it will print shu. If I want to write whole name, I need to write these statements multiple times. But instead of that, what we can see here, we can see the value starts from 0, 1, 2 till the length minus 1. What we can do is, we can write a for loop for I in range, and range will start from 0 automatically till length of string x. So let's say this is of 10 characters, so length of x will be 10 and range function will start from 0 to 9. Range, length of x will be 10. So the range of x means it will start from 0 and ends with 10 minus 1, which is 9. 0 to 9, and which are our index. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So basically I will represent our index. This is a comment, so Python interpreter will not consider this as code. It will ignore this line. So in the for loop, what I will write is a single print statement which will run from 0 to 9, and I will write x of, so instead of providing a hard code value like 0 or 1, I will use I, and I will remove these statements. So first it will print x of 0, then I will become 1, then it will print x of 1, then I will become 2, it will print x of 2, then x of 3, x of 4, up to x of 9. So let's run this program. So here we can see it prints the complete string character by character using the index, and we have used index with for loop using the method range. So this is how we can use the for loop to print the each and every character of a string using the index. Now another method is, we can directly write for, let's say we can use any variable name, we can use letter as well, but I will use I again, for I in x, which is a string variable, print I. So here we have used range method which will return 0 to 9 values, and I will be assigned from 0 to 9 values one by one. But here we have used directly the x variable, which is of string type, and string type is also a kind of iterable which will iterate over each and every character. So for I in x, that means I will be assigned a value one by one. So first letter will be assigned to I, we will print directly the I, so it will print s. Then loop will go here, and I mean the control will go here. Then next value will be assigned to I from x, so next value is h. So I now becomes H. So it will print H. So I will comment this code. Let's say delete this code and we can directly use this code. So let's run this code and we can see the output. So here again we can see it prints each and every letter one by one. So this is how we can iterate over the string. First method was iterating over the string by using index, and this method is iterating over the string directly by using for loop and iterating over each and every character. What is list in Python? List is a built-in data type that lets us create immutable sequence of values in a single variable. It can be written as a list of comma-separated values between the square brackets. So here we have an example of list. So colors is a variable of type list and its value is a list of three values. So basically red, blue and green. So list, I mean the values are indexed. So therefore we can access any value using the index. So if we try to print the list variable, it will print the complete list. So here we can see it is printing red, blue and green in square bracket. So this is a complete list. Now if we want to print any particular value from the list, then we need to use index. So here we can see colors of 0 will print red. So 0 means the first location, 1 means second location, 2 means the third location and so on. So colors of 1 will print the value at second location. So it will print blue. Then colors of 2 will print green. Since list is of mutable type, so we can change any particular value in the list using the index. So here we are changing the second value using the index 1. So color of 1 equals to yellow. So yellow will be overwritten at the place of blue. So now if we try to print the color variable or the color list, it will print red, yellow and green. So it will not print blue. Now let's implement the list. So I can declare a variable, let's say x equals to, then square brackets. So this represents a list and then we need to add the values in it. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. So basically x is a list which contains 4 elements and those are of integer types. So let's try to print the list. Let's run this program. So here we can see the complete list is printed 1, 2, 3 and 4. Let's check the type of the variable x. So here we can see class list. So basically this x variable is of type list. So list is not only a type of array containing the similar data type elements, but it can contains mixed data type elements as well. So let's remove this type statement and let's try to add, let's say string Python, then let's say a floating value. Now let's run this program. So here we can see a list can contain integer, string, a floating value and other data types as well. So those can be a part of the same list. Now let's try to print the values of this list using for loop. So how we can write for element in X print element. So basically this is a for loop syntax. So for is a keyword, then a variable name, then in operator, and then an iterable type. So this X variable will get iterated using for loop, and each and every item of the X will be declared in the will be assigned in element variable one by one. So first one will be assigned to element, then we are printing one. After that it will assign the second element Python, then we are printing that, and then the third. So since these three print statements will get executed one after the other, so they will be printed in a new line and without square brackets. So here we are printing we have printed the list variable directly, so it is in single line with square brackets. But now we are printing each and every element one at a time. So here they get printed one by one. So another way of printing the elements is like we can use the indexes. So this one variable is at 0 index, then Python is at 1 index, then 3.14 is at second index. So let's use the range function, which will start from 0 and we need to run till the value 2. So we need to write 2 plus 1 3. So it will run from 0 to 2. And let's rename this variable to I so that it can be meaningful. And then so I will represent the index value one at a time. And let's print x of I. So here we can see it print first I will be assigned a value 0. It will print x of 0, that is the value 1 at 0th index. Then I will be assigned next value which will be 1. Then it will print x of 1, which is the value at first index, and then the value of index number 2. This is how we can use the index numbers to print the values. So now so we have a concept like lists are mutable. So what is mutable and immutable? So first we can check the string. Let's say x equals to Python. So strings are immutable. How? Let's say if I try to assign a value, let's say for the second index I want to replace y with some new letter. So the index is 1. So x of 1 equals to, let's say, e. And let's print x. Now let's check the output. So here we got the error. Why? Because we are directly updating the single element of a string or a character of a string directly. Since string is an immutable type, therefore we are getting the error. But in case of list, let's say we have a list x of 1, then let's say 2, 3, 4, which is a comma separated. And let's say I want to update the value at index. Let's say I want to update the value at index 2, which is 3. So I want to replace it by 5. So what I will do, I will write x of 2 equals to 5, and let's say print x. Now let's run this program. So here we can see 1, 2, 5 and 4. So here 3, which is the value at index 2, is get replaced with the new value 5. So this means lists are mutable type. Now let's check what is list slicing. Let's say we have uh, the colors list. Let's say red, then green, then blue, yellow, and let's say one more orange. And let's print their indexes. For red it is 1, then for green it is 2, for blue it is 2, for green 1, blue 2, yellow is 3, and orange is 4. So list slicing means we can consider it as we are using substring in the string. So if I want to print only these three values, so how I can print? So I can print colors, and then in square bracket I need to put the range, like from which index I need to start, then colon, and to which index I need to print. So this here in our case it will be like 3. So 3 plus 1, 4. So it will check in the colors variable. It will print from first index green till 4 minus 1, that is third index, index number 3. Let's run this program. So here we can see it prints green, blue and yellow, green, blue and yellow. So by default there is one more column and the value is 1. So by default it uses 1, which is print every character, every next character. So let's say if I print from 0, so by default first value is 0. So if I write, let's say colon 3, let's say 4, so it prints from 0 to 4 minus 1, 3, red, green, blue and yellow, red, green, blue and yellow. So by default it uses value as 0. So and here it uses by default 1. So if I manually print colon and then instead of 1 I put 2, so what it will do, it will just skip one element. So it will print every second element from the current element. So it will start from 0, it will print red, then here it will check 2, so it will skip first element and it will move to second element, and then it will check it is under 3 index number 3, so it will print blue, and then it will check here we have value 2, so it will skip the next one and come over here, and then it will check, so 4 minus 1 is 3, so this is out of the range, so it will print only red and blue. So let's run this program. It prints red and blue. Let's say we have one more color, white, which is at index 5, and we use the last index as 6, which means it will run from 0 to 5. Let's write 0 also. So I mean there's no need of writing 0, but I have written it to make it clear. So it will run from 0 to 5 and skipping 1 characters. So here 2 means it will skip the first character, or it will jump over directly to the second character from the current character or the element. So it will print 0, then it will skip 1, it will print second, that is blue, it will print, it will skip third, then it will move to orange, and then it will skip white, and after that we don't have an element, and our last range is also 5. So it will print 0, 2 and 4. I mean the values at these indexes. Here we can see it printed red, blue, and orange. Red, blue, and orange. Now we can use this string slicing to basically reverse the list. So here default value is 0, and here default value is the total length of the string, and then we are using -1. So this will print the complete list in reverse order. So here we can see white, then orange, then yellow, and at the last it prints the red. So this reverses the list. Another thing is, if I want to access the last, let's say I will remove the white. We have up to 4 index only. So let's say I want to print the last element of this list. So I have two ways to print it. Firstly, I can use the last index, that is colors of 4, and it will print the orange. And another is these indexes starts from -1 also. -1, then -2, -3, -4, and then -5. So if I print instead of 4 index, if I print -1, then also it will print orange. Let's run this program. So here it prints orange. If I print -2, then it prints yellow. So this is the way to, this is another way to print the elements of the list. So if we want to check the length of the string, that is how many elements it contains, we can directly use length function, length of list variable. So let's print that. So here it returns 5, that is it contains 5 elements. Now let's check what list comprehension is. So for that, let's have a simple list. Value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now before that, we can directly write a simple program to print even numbers. For I in colors, if I percent equals 0, that is if I modulus 2 equals 0, which means if I is divisible by 2 completely, then it is an even number. So what we can do is we can either have an empty list and we can store that result. So let's say we are having another result like result list. We can store that. So we use result dot append. So append is a function to add the elements in the list one by one. So we have added on the value I. So now let's print colors and then print result. So here we can see the colors list is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the result is 2, 4, 6, basically all the even numbers. Now what list comprehension is? List comprehension simplifies this long code to generate a string into a single statement. So how we can do that? So we can comment this code and we can write list comprehension. Now, let's say, so we can use the same result. Then we have to use a square bracket because we are generating a list. And what type of list? X for X in colors if X percent 2 equals 0. Or we can use I as well in order to simplify and compare the previous code. So here we have used for I in colors. Here also we have used for I in colors. Then we have used if statement to match the even numbers. Here also we have used the same if statement. And if the condition is true, use the current value which is from colors and add it in this result list. So basically, for the values of colors, if the condition is true, it will get added in this result list. So now this code is commented, hence Python interpreter will skip this code and it will not execute this code. It will execute line number 1, 2, 7 and 8. So let's run this and we can see we have again the list of even numbers. Now, so this is a simple list comprehension. Now what we can do, since here we have used if, we can use if else as well. So let's say I want output list as, so this is a comment, let's say output list we want is all the odd numbers should be replaced with odd string and even numbers should get printed as it is. 4, then odd, then 6. So what we can do, we need to shift this if statement to just before for loop, and then we need to write else odd. So let's understand this code. So it will run this loop for I in colors, that is for every element in colors. Check if element is divisible by 2, then add the element value in this result list, and if the element is not divisible by 2, then add this string in the list which is odd. So basically for all the even numbers it will add the even numbers, but for all the odd numbers it will add the odd string in the result. Now let's run this program. So here we can see when this loop will start, the first value will be I equals to 1, and then this if condition will get false because 1 is not completely divisible by 2. Therefore else part will get executed, which is a string odd. So in the result, odd will get added first. So here we can see the odd is there. Then again control will go to this loop and it will add the second value which is 2 in the variable I. Then this condition will get true because 2 is divisible by 2, hence it is an even number. Therefore I will get added and I is already 2. So the next element is 2, and then I will again be initialized with the third value which is 3, which is an odd value. So this condition will become false and then odd will get added and so on. So that's why we have odd string at all the odd places. Now let's define another string which is an empty string. So it doesn't contains any value. So if we write print x and run this program, it will print empty list. Basically only the square brackets without any value. Now let's say we have only two values and we execute this program, it will print 1 and 2. And let's say, so we have index 0 and 1. So let's say if I run for I in range, the length of the string is 2, so we will write 2 and range will return 0 and 1. Let's print x of I. It will print both the values without any error. So what if I increase this value, let's say 3. So range will return 0, 1 and 2. So for 0, x of 0 will be 1. For 2, x of 1 will be 2. But for x of 2, there is no value. So what it will do? It will raise the error. So let's run this program. So here we can see for x of 0 and for x of 1, it prints both the values. But when the x of 2 comes, it raises the exception. What exception? Index error. So this index error is an exception class and its description is list index out of range. So it is saying that the index we are using to access the list element, it is out of range of the list. So only 0 and 1 are in the the value for 0 and 1 index is present in the list. Now let's learn about various methods of list data type. So let's try to print all of them. So I can create a list variable, let's say empty list, and then I can print dir of x. Dir of x will print all the variables and methods of this class list. Let's run this program. So here we have a list of all the variables and methods. So let's skip the starting methods because these are the private methods. So let's go to the last. From last we can check. So here we can see sort, reverse, remove, pop. So these are all the methods of list data type. Insert, index. So let's learn about these. So we have a list of the useful methods of the list data type. So this is a list and we can go one by one. So first is count method. So it returns the number of elements with the specified value. Suppose we have a list of integers. Let's say 1, 2, 3, then again 1, then 3, and let's say 5, then let's say 3 again. Now we can run x dot count method and count takes one parameter value. So we can, let's say we pass 1. So this method will check this value in the complete list and it will return the number of count or number of occurrences. So here we can see we have 1 here and then here. So it will return total 2. Let's run this program. So here we can see it returns 2. Let's say instead of 1, if we pass 3, then for 3 we have 1, 2 and 3 occurrences. So it will return the result of count as 3. So this is how count method works. Now let's move to next method. We have index. It returns the index of the first element with the specified value. So suppose we want to check the index of the value 3 So it will check in the list from left to right, that is from 0th index till last, and it will return the first encountered index of this value. So here we have 0, 1 and 2. So this first occurrence of 3 is present at index 2. So it will return 2. So let's so here we can see the output is 2. Now let's check the output for, let's say, 5. So 5 is present at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at index 5. So it will return 5. This is how index method works. Now we have reverse method. It reverses the order of the list. So let's say we have this list X and we can do some objects like 4 and 5. And now we can have, let's say, X dot reverse. And we don't have to store it in variable. So this reverse method will reverse the elements of the list and it will be in memory replacement. So let's try to print X. So basically in memory replacement means it will just not print the list in reverse order, but it will reverse the list. Its element will get reversed. So last will be at first, first will be at last. Like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, it will get printed. So let's print X. So here we can see 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This reverse is, oh, this list is reversed. Now let's check the sort, sorts the list. So here we can see like this, we can write it as reversed list, and then we can use X dot sort. Then again we can print X. Let's check. So here we can see our original list is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and when we call the reversed method, it reverses the list and it prints 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now the value in variable X is list containing value from 5 to 1. And then when we call this method, sort method, for variable X, it sorts the value in ascending order. So after sorting, now the variable X or the list X is now again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it sorts in the ascending order. Now let's check the append method. What it does, it adds an element at the end of the list. So let's remove this. So let's say we have a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we want to add another value at the end of the list, let's say 6. So this append method will append the value 6 at the end of the list. So let's try to print this. So here we can see we have 6 at the end. So this is how append works. And append method only takes one value as a parameter. It appends that value at the end. So that value can be anything. So it can be a string as well. Let's say we have a string. Let's run this program. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and at the end Python is appended. So these are integers. This is a string. Now let's check clear method. It removes all the elements from the list. So we can clear. So before that, we can try to print x. Okay. So firstly, it will print the complete list. Then x dot clear method will clear the list present in a variable x, and then we are trying to again print the x. So here we can see. So first we get the complete list, and after clear method, which clears all the values from the list of variable x, we try to print the variable x, and it is now empty list. So clear method removes all the elements from the list. Now we have copy method. It returns a copy of the list. So in order to understand copy method, let's first check if I have a list of x and I assign another variable as x. So now there are two lists, x and y. X is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and y is also pointing to the same list. So now let's check x and let's check y. And we can write the string here, like x equals to comma and y equals to. Let's check that. So x is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, y is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now you will be thinking like we have already copied the value or the list x to variable y, then why copy method is there? Now let's check the ID of both the variables. We can write a string like ID x equals to, and then the code ID keyword and variable of x. Then we can print the same thing for y variable. Now let's run this program. So this is very important. So here we can see the ID of both x and y is same. That means this list is present in a memory with address or the ID this, and both of these variables are pointing to the same location. Now let's update x. So let's say x of 0 equals to 10. Now let's again print x and y. So I will copy that. So for the first four statements, we are having the same list and same ID. Then after we have updated the variable x of 0 equals to 10. So here the value of x, I mean 0 means 0th index, so it will be 10, 2, 3, 4, 5. So x is 10, 2, 3, 4, 5. But when so here we have not updated the y variable or y list. But when we print the y list without updating it, it is also containing the updated value 10. Why? Because x and y are two variables, both were pointing to the same location or ID of a particular list value. So this is a list value. So that's why we need copy method. Now how copy method will work? Let's say instead of y equals to x, we write x dot copy. Okay. And let's comment this code for now, and we will check only 4 statements. So before that, it was like x and y both were having same list and both were having same IDs. Now let's run this program. Now we can see X and Y both are having the same list, but their IDs are different now. So basically in memory, we have two different values and those are same. I mean, those are list with value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but now they are at two different places with two different IDs. X is pointing to the first value and Y is pointing to the second value. Therefore, their IDs are different. So at these two IDs, the values are same, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now let's update x of 0 as 10. So I've uncommented this code. I have updated x of 0 as 10 and let's check the value of x and y again. So we will ignore the first four lines. Here x is 10, 2, 3, 4, 5 and now y is not changed. Y is same as before. Why? Because it is pointing to the different ID. I mean different memory which contains the value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I hope this clears the copy method. Now next we have extend method. Extend method adds the elements of a list or any iterable to the end of the current list. So let's check. So let's say we have x equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we can write x dot extend. Let's say we have one more list. For example, y equals to 6, 7. And we have written x dot extend y. So before that, we can let's print x. After that, we have y and we will extend x and then print x again. Let's first comment this code. We can directly print x. So here x is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is obvious. Now let's uncomment this code. Now we have another list y and now we are extending x and then we are printing x. Now we can see the x list is updated and value 6 and 7 is appended at the end of the list. So this is the functioning of extend. It extends another list or any iterable. Now what is the difference between extend and append method? So append method is used to append a single value. It can be a single value means it can be list, it can be integer, it can be string. It will just append as it is at the end of the list. But extend uses any iterable and it iterates over the values and it will append each and every value in the list. So in y we have two values and it appends each and every value one by one to the end of the list. So let's check if we use what will happen if we use append here. For extend we have the output of x as 1, 3, then 4, 5, 6 and then 7. But now let's comment this and what if we use x dot append y. Let's try to print. So here we can see up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 we have same and then comma and then we have a list as a value. Why? Because append takes a single value. So here value is list of two integers. So it will this list will be considered as a single value and it is appended as it is at the end of the list. But extend will iterate over this value and it will append one by one all the values at the end of the list. Therefore, we have 6 and 7 as a separate value. Now let's check. We have insert method, it adds an element at the specified position. So let's check insert method. So append adds a single value at the end of the list, but insert method, what it does, so it has two things. First is index and then the object or the value which we need to save. So let's say at 0th index we have 1, at second index we have sorry, let me write the index as well, 0 1. So let's say I remove this value. So now we have 0 1 2 and 3, these indexes, and values we have 1 2 4 and 5. Suppose if I want to add 3 in between 2 and 4, so how we can do? So basically we need to insert after the first index. So what we will do? We will write index number 2 and the value as 3. Now let's print x. So here we can see 1 2 3 4 5, which means the value or the object 3 is inserted at index 2. So we have inserted value 3 here, and rest all the values will get shifted by one index. So this is now 4. So this is how the insert method works. Now we have pop method. It removes the element at the specified position. So now we have checked how we can insert the values in a list in multiple ways. Now let's check how we can remove the value. Now let's say I want to remove the item 3 from index 2. How I can do this? X dot remove, and then it is saying write the value that needs to be removed. So remove 3. Let's run this program. Okay, so it removes the value, but we forgot to print. So let's print X. Let's check. So here we can see 1 2 4 and 5. So 3 is removed. So let's say we have 3 here as well, and then we have 6, and this is the index number 5, this is index number 6. So how this will work? Let's check. So here we can see 1 2, then 4 5 3 6. So basically it removes the first encounter of this value in this list, and it checks from left to right. So here it encounters 3 at index 2, so it removes this third value, and then it writes the list as it is without this third value. So this is how pop works. Basically this is about remove, not the pop. Remove the first item with the specified value. So we have done the remove method. Now let's check pop. So basically remove works on the value, and the value, the first encounter in the list. So it removes that. And pop uses the specified position, that is pop uses the index location. So we will use the same list, and we will just replace this by pop. So it will remove the value from index 3. So 0 1 2 3. So it will remove the value 4. Let's try to print. So here we can see 1 2 3 5 3 6. So 4, I mean the value at index 3 is removed. So now instead of 3, let's check with 4. we should be having 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 3, 6. Here we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3, 6. So what if I provide the index which is out of range from this list? So let's say 7. Let's check that. So it will give index error, pop index out of range, because there is no index 7 present in the variable of the list X. Let's check one more thing. What if we save this pop? I mean, the pop returns the value which it removes from the list, and we are saving it in Y. So let's print Y. So we are popping a value from index 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At 5 we have 3. So Y now will contains value 3. We are printing the Y. Let's check that. Yes, 3 is removed, and let's try to print the X again. So this 3 which is present at index 5, we are popping it out. So let's check that. So here we get 3 and output as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 3 is not there because we have popped it out, and then 6. So we have covered all the main methods of the list. Now we will implement a Python program which will take user inputs and it will store it in the list. So for taking user input, we have input function in Python. So let's start. So let's say we want to take around 3 or 4 inputs. So, and we will store it in the list. So let's say, so value is an empty list. We will store the inputs in this value list. Now let's run the loop for I in range 1 to, let's say, 4. So this loop will run for the value of I as 1, 2, and 3. So we will take let's say 3 inputs as of now. So let's say variable X will be our user input, and then we will call input function, and in that we can pass a string so that it can be displayed on the console. So let's say enter value, and then we want to print 1, 2, and 3 dynamically. So for that we can use string formatter. We can type F at the starting of the string, and then in curly braces we can use any Python variable. So here we will use I to print the numbers. So it will print 3 times, enter value 1, then enter value 2, and then enter value 3. And this input function will display this message and it will wait for the input. So now we have taken the input. So let's run this program only. Instead of completing the whole program and then running it, we can uh, type few lines of code which are complete in itself, and then we can check it if that is correct or not. So here I am taking inputs, 3 inputs, and then printing it. So here it is asking for value 1. So here I is 1, that's why it is printing 1. So let's say we have given value, any value, let's say 3. So here it prints 3 because we have a print statement, and now the value of I is changed to 2. So that's why it has printed enter value 2. So let's say 4, and then enter value 3. So that means this part of code is working fine. Now we need to store this result in list. So how we can store? We can write values dot append x. So this append method will append the value of x in the values list at the end of the list, and then we can print values. This will print the list. So here we are taking input from the user, and then we are appending it in the list, and then we are printing the complete list. So let's say before printing the complete list, we can display a message as well. In curly braces, we can use variable values. So let's run this program. So it is asking for first value. Let's say we have given A. So here it is printing the complete list. List is enclosed by square brackets. So here only one element is present, that is A. Now it is asking for value 2. Let's say B. Now list contains two values A and B, and in the same order or sequence that we have inserted. And then let's say third value is C. So here it prints all the three values in a single list. Now here if we run this program again, and instead of you can say alphabet, if we type any digit, let's say 2, instead of integer type, it is displaying as a string type. Why? Because the user, the input function will take the input from the console, and it will convert that into a string, and then it returns as a string. So here everything that is present in the X will be a string. So if we want, like, A should be a string only, but the values should be of integer type, then how we can do? So we can modify the code here, like after getting the value in X in string format, we can check if X dot is digit. This is digit method will return true if X contains any numeric value. So here we can uh, convert X into integer of X, and if it is not the is digit or the condition is false, that means it will be a string, so we can append it as it is. So here we are just modifying the value of X, and then we are appending it X. Now let's check the output. So enter value 1. Let's say we have given A, sorry. So here we can see A in string format. Then this is numeric value. So here now we can see there is no single quotes. It means it is taken as a integer value. Then let's say 5. So here also 5 is without single quotes. It means it is taken without single quotes. That means it is not a string, it is a integer. Now what we can do is this statement or these three lines can be converted into single line. How? Let's check that. Let's first comment, and then we can write it as values dot x if integer of x dot is digit. So basically, this condition is on x and we are modifying the value of x, and then in the values we are appending the x, whether it is updated x, I mean integer x, or string x. So therefore in the end we are calling values dot append. So that's why I have written values dot append. Now the main concern is over the value of x. So we can write it as in a single line, like integer of x, I mean convert it into x if x is a digit. If this condition is true, then use integer x. Otherwise, or we can say else, use x. So basically append what value will be appended? Either this value will be appended, integer x, or x value will be appended based on this if condition. So if this condition is true, then the value at left hand side will get appended to values list. Otherwise, if this condition is false, then we have value x in the else part. So x will get appended. So let's run this program, and this is the commented code. So this will be ignored by the Python interpreter, or we can delete this code as well if you want. Let's say delete. And now let's run the program. So if I type 2, then it should be taken as an integer. So here there is no single quotes. If I type a, it will be represented as a string with single quotes. And 6 will again be integer. So that's how we can modify the code and reduce the number of lines. Now we will write a program to find minimum and maximum value from a list. So let's say we have a list values with value, let's say 3, 2, 1, 6 and 5. So here minimum value is 1 and maximum value is 6, but let's find it through program. So how we can do is we can set two variables. Let's say min value equals to, let's say, values of 0, and then max value. So we will set min and max value with value of first element equals to value of 0. So min value will contain value of 0, which is 3, and max value will be also 3. And now we will iterate over the loop and check the value one by one. Let's say for I in range. So for 0 we have already covered. We will start from 1 till length of values. So now we will check if values of I is less than min value, then we will assign the value of I to min value variable, because it is less than the current value which is presented minimum value. Okay, then again we will write a new if statement that has to be executed whether this statement is true or false. So we will check if values of I is greater than the present value stored in max value variable. If it is greater than, then update the max value variable with value of I.
And after the loop, once all elements from index 1 till the last index gets iterated, we will get the minimum and maximum value. So we can print using string formatting min as min value, then print f max as max value. So we will iterate from 1 till length of the values list one by one. We will check if value of I. So values of I will represent a single element at a time. So here I will be 1. Then values of I, that is value of 1, will be 0, 1. The value at first index. So it is 2. So if 2 is less than min value. So currently min value contains 3. So yes, 2 is less than minimum value. So this condition will get true and minimum value will be equals to value of I, which is 1, value of 1, which is 2. So now min value will change from 3 to 2. And that's how this loop will work. And in the end, we will get minimum value in the min value variable and max value in the max value variable. Let's run this program. So here we get minimum as 1 and maximum as 6. So this is about the using loop and if else condition. But if we don't want to use this, how we can do is there are inbuilt functions. We can comment this code, even this as well. We don't require. What we can do is we can directly use min and max function. What we can do is we can write max and then max function we can use and we can pass the values list. After that we can use min and in the variable section we can use min method and pass the values list completely. So this method will take the values list and it will print the max value from the list. And this min method will take values list and it will print the minimum value. Actually, it will return and we are printing it. Let's run this program. Here we can see maximum is 6 and minimum is 1. Now we will write a program which will take values from user and we will be printing minimum and maximum value at runtime. And the values we will be getting from user, we will store it in the list. So let's start. So let's say we have an empty list values. We will store the user input in this list. Then let's take user input first. So for I in range 1 to let's say 5. So this will run from 1 to 4. So basically we will take 4 user inputs. So let's say x equals to input, then formatted string, enter value, then variable I, enter value 1, enter value 2, enter value 3. To print the dynamic string, we have used formatted string and the value I. So once we get the input from user, we will add it in the list. So values dot append, let's say x. Now this input method will return the values in string format. So we need to convert them in integer format. So let's say we are typecasting it from string to integer. Now the values list will contain the integer values, and let's print the values list as well. So how we will print list? So this is just a string, and then values variable, which is a list. So let's first run this program. This will take 4 inputs from the user and it will print the list every time. So let's run. So here it is asking for value 1 because I starts with 1 and we are printing it here 1. So let's say we have given 3. So in the list we have 3 with as integer type because there are no single quotes. Now it is asking for value 2. So we will type, let's say 5. Now the list contains 3 and 5. Now it is asking for value 3. We will type 7. So list contains 3, 5 and 7. So let's say we want to find minimum and maximum values. So we can have a separate variable, or we can directly use the min and max function. So first let's use min and max functions. So minimum value will be, so min function is a built-in function, so we need to use it curly braces. And we will pass the complete list, so it will print the minimum value. And similarly, we will print the maximum value as using max function, and in that also we will pass the complete values list. So let's run this program. So it will print the complete list, then minimum value and maximum value after every input. Okay, so it is asking for. So this is finished. Now let's run this program. Yeah. Enter value 1. So let's say 3. So list contains 3. So minimum is 3 and maximum is also 3. Now it is asking for another value. So let's say 5. So now list contains 3 and 5. So here minimum is 3 and maximum is 5. Now let's say 7. So here again minimum is 3 but maximum has changed from 5 to 7. And now let's say 1. So now minimum is updated to 1 and maximum is 7. So this is how we are storing the result, user input result, in values list by converting it to integer format, and then we are printing minimum and maximum values from the list. Now suppose we don't want to use this inbuilt methods, then how we can implement our own logic? So I have commented this code, this will not get executed, and now we can have 2 new variables like min value, min val, and max val, and both are assigned a none value. So here when we get the value user input in variable x, then we have appended values in x, and we can check if, now for minimum value we will check if minimum value is not none. If it is not none, and then we will be having else part as well. So if minimum value is none, what we will do? We will just assign what? The current value. So in else part, we will do min val equals to x. But if it is not none, that means it contains some value. Then we will check if the current value, that is x, is less than the present value in minimum value variable, then we will update the minimum value to x. Okay. But if x is greater than minimum value, then we don't have to update the minimum value. So this is about the minimum. Okay. Now let's update for maximum. So if maxval is not none, then we will go to else part. If max value is none, what will be doing? Max value equals to x. So this will run only for the first time when we have no elements in the values list. And then if the value is present in maxval, then check if x is greater than maxval, then assign that value to maxval because we want greater value. So this is the logic for maximum value. Now let's print both minimum and maximum. So min, we will write min value, and for max we will write max value. Now let's run this program. So let's say we have 3. So here minimum and maximum both are 3. Why? Because firstly minimum and maximum values are none. I is 1, then it asks for enter value 1. We have entered 3, which is converted to integer type, and then it is appended to the list. Now it is checking if minimum value is not none. So this condition will be false because minimum value is none. Therefore, it will move to else part and minimum value is assigned with value x, which is 3. Then similarly for max value, it is also none. Therefore, it will move to x part and maximum value is also 3. And then we have printed. Now let's say 5. So here we can see minimum is 3, but maximum is 5. Why? Let's check that. So now I equals to 2. It asks for enter value 2. So here enter value 2. Then we have input as 5, which is converted to integer type. It is appended to list. Then minimum value was 3. So if minimum value is not none, this condition is true. Now it will check if x is less than minimum value. That is, if 5 is less than 3, so this condition is false. Therefore, it will move out of the if block, and there is no else part, so it will move out of this block completely. Now it will check for maximum value. If maximum value is not none, so this condition is true. Why? Because maximum value is 3. Now it will check if x, that is 5 is greater than 3. Yes, this condition is true. So assign value x to maxval. So maxval will contain 5. And then we are printing the value, then minimum, and then maximum value. So that's why max value is 5. Now let's say 7. So now max value is changed to 7. Now if we type 1, then minimum value is changed to 1. So this is how we have we got the minimum and maximum value at runtime. Now we can improve our code. So instead of writing all these lines, what we can do is we can have a single line. So I will first comment these lines, and then for minimum value, what we can do is we want only value. And how? So if minimum value, so we want x if minimum value is none, right? And if it is not none, what we want in else part? We want minimum of any of the two value. Which value? Minimum of any of the two value. Which value? Min value and x, right? So this is how we have changed this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 lines to a single line. So let's again check. Minimum value should be x if minimum value is none. So it will run only for first time. It will take the first value. Otherwise or else assign minimum value the minimum of the current value or the x. So whichever is minimum, assign that. So similarly, we can reduce. So I will remove this code. So similarly, we can remove these 6 lines for max value as well. How? Max value equals to x if max value is none, else assign maximum value from either Maxwell or the current value x. So whichever is maximum, assign that to Maxwell. So I will remove this commented code as well. And now let's run this program. So again, we have, let's say 4. So minimum and maximum is 4 and list contains 4. Now let's say 7. Now minimum is 4 and maximum is 7 and the list contains 4 and 7. Now let's say 1. Now minimum is updated to 1. Maximum remains the same. And let's say 8. Now minimum remains same, which is 1, and maximum is updated to 8. So this is how we can improve our code. I mean, we can convert 6 lines to a single line, and we can print the output using the string formatting values. I mean, we have used variables here and a string as well. So yeah, that's it about the minimum and maximum value from a user input list at runtime. What is a tuple in Python? Tuple is a built-in data type that lets us create immutable sequence of values in a single variable. Tuple is used to store multiple values in a single variable. Tuples are written with round brackets. It is a collection which is ordered and unchangeable. Ordered means the sequence of the values will be preserved. Unchangeable or immutable means a tuple once defined cannot be changed. Here we can see colors equals to red, blue, green. So colors is a variable which is a tuple because its value is enclosed in round brackets. Tuple is also indexed. I mean the values are indexed. So here we can see at index 0 we have red, which is a string. So value is a string. Then at index 1 we have blue and at index 2 we have green. So they are similar to list, but the only difference is they are immutable. So here we can see print colors will print the complete tuple or all the values in the same order. Then we can easily access each value of the tuple by using the index. So here we can see print colors of 0 will print red, then colors of 1 print blue, and so on. So lists are mutable, but tuples are immutable. So that means if colors was a list, then colors of 1 equals to yellow can be done. But in case of tuple, colors of 1 cannot be, cannot be reinitialized because tuples once initialized cannot be updated. Let's learn about tuples with some examples. We have colors variable, which is a tuple, and tuple is defined by the brackets. So here we can have red, blue, green. So colors is a tuple having three values, red, blue, and green, where red is at 0 index, blue at 1 index, and green at 2 index. Now let's check with type, printing the type of colors variable. So let's run this program. So here we can see the type of colors variable is tuple. So tuple is a class which is an inbuilt class. Let's print colors variable and let's see what it prints. So it prints the complete tuple and in the same sequence. So in tuple and list, the sequence is preserved. So here red, blue, green, and here also in the output we have red, blue, and green. Now let's check about accessing each value of tuple. So we can access by using index similar to the list. So let's say color 0 is red. Now let's check color of 1 is blue. And here also this square bracket contains two columns. So first, before first column, we have the starting index, then in between we have the ending index plus 1, and then how many gaps we need to add. So default value of a starting index is 0, and default value of last index is the the end index is the last index of the colors variable or the tuple, and default value of skipping the elements is by default 1, which is equals to 0 because 1 means just read the characters. I mean, if first is printed, then just read the next element. So if here is 2, then it will read red and then it will skip one character and print the second character. So let's check this. So here default value is 0 and starting value is 0 and end value is 2, and we need to skip, we need to directly move to the second element. So let's run this. So here blue is skipped. We have red and then we have green. And let's suppose we have few more elements like brown, pink. So let's check that. So we have red, green, and pink. So red, then next element is skipped, then we have green, then next element is skipped, then we have pink. So let's say this value is 3. So we will be having red, then two values will get skipped and it will print third value. And then two values will get skipped, so it will print only red and brown. Here we can see it prints red and brown. So now let's remove this, change it to default, and let's start with one index and ends with, so here we have 3 and this is 4. So if I want to print from blue to brown, so I will start with index 1 and I will end with index 3 plus 1, that is 4. And default skipping value is 1, which is reading the next element. So it will not skip any element. So here we have blue, green, and brown in the output. Now let's remove this, and if I want to print the whole tuple in reverse order similar to list, So we can use -1 here and we can run it and we can see pink, brown, green, blue and red. So this is the way to print the tuple in reverse order. Another thing is as similar to list, we can directly use the -1 index, which represents the last element, then -2, which represents second last index, then -3, which represents third last, and so on. So if I try to use, let's say, -1 first, it will print pink. If I print -2, it will print brown. Let's say I start with -1, ends with, say, -5, which will be -4, and then we need to skip by one element, sorry, -1. So here we can see it prints from pink to blue because we have written -1. So first it will print colors of -1, which is pink. Now it will check -1, so it will add it, so it will be -2. Then it will become, colors of -2 will get printed, and then we have -1, then -2 plus -1 is -3, so green will get printed and it will print till -4, that is -5, just before the -5 value. So this is how tuples are, tuple and its values are accessed. Now let's see the tuple assignment. We'll remove this. So here we have a single variable. Let's say I have x, y, z, three variables, and we have three values. Now let's check each value. Print x, print y, and print z. Let's run this program. So we have x equals to red, blue, then y contains blue, and z contains green. So we can use this tuple to assign the values into multiple variables. So here we have three variables and we have three values. So let's say I have added one more value, let's say pink. So now the values are 4 but variables are 3, so this will leads to error. So here we can already see Pycharm is showing too many values to unpack. Let's run this program, and yes, we get the error at this line. And what's the error? Too many values to unpack. So the number of variables should be equals to number of values. Now how we can resolve this issue? We can use, let's say, star. So x will be assigned red value, y will assign blue value, and then star z represents rest of the values. So z will be green and pink. Let's try that. Here we can see red, blue, and then z is printed as a list of the remaining values, that is green and pink. Now let's say I remove this star and paste it here in the y section. So what will happen? Now x will contain red, y will contain multiple values because we have a single variable z. So z will be assigned the last value and the remaining will be assigned to y. So let's run this program and check. So x is red, y is blue and green, which is the middle values, and then z is the last value. let's say I have added one more color, brown. So now Z will become brown. I mean, brown will be assigned to Z, and blue, green, and pink will be assigned to Y, and red will be assigned to X. We can see the same result. So this is how we can use the variables and use the tuples to initialize the variables. Now let's learn about one more thing. We can initialize tuple either with values, or we can initialize an empty tuple. So there are two ways to initialize empty tuple. So let's say we have colors equals to tuple. So this tuple keyword, or this is a class tuple. So here we have created the object of it, and this is an empty tuple. So let's print type of colors, and let's print colors. So here we can see the type of the colors variable is tuple, and this is the value, which is the empty tuple. So another way of creating empty tuple is, as we know, lists are created with square brackets, and tuples are created with these brackets. So we can use this, but so let's run this program. Here we have this empty tuple. And what if I want to initialize a variable with tuple having a single value only? So let's say we have red. So is this the correct way? No, this is not the correct way, because it represents a single string enclosed in brackets. So if I run this program, this will print the class as string type, and it prints the red string. So this is not a tuple. So if I want to initialize a tuple with single value, I need to add single comma. So now if I check, now it becomes tuple. And here we have when we printed the colors variable, it prints the tuple with these brackets. So this is how we initialize the tuple with a single value. Now another way of accessing values is using for loop. So let's say we have red, green, and blue. So here we have index 0, 1, and 2. So I will create a loop, for loop, I in range. So range automatically starts with 0 and ends with whatever value we have provided minus 1. So we have total value is 1, 2, 3. So I will type 3. So it will run from 0 to 2. So 0, 1, and 2. And I will print colors of I. Let's run this program. So here we can see. So first is I becomes 0. So it prints color of 0, which is red. Then I becomes 1. It prints color of 1, which is green. And then I becomes 2, and color of 2 is blue. This is how we can use the loop to print each and every value of the tuple. Now there's a property of tuple, like tuples are immutable. So if I write colors of 0 equals to, let's say, pink, like we have done in the done it for the list. So I want to update this single value. So if it was a list, it gets updated, but this is a tuple which is immutable, which cannot be changed once defined. So this line will give error. Which error? Tuples don't support item assignment. So let's run this program and check. So here it gives us the error. So if I see, it shows the line number as well, line number 2. We have error in this sample.py file. So this is the sample.py Python file. At line number 2 we have error. So it is showing line number 2 as well. So here we have error. Tuple object does not support item assignment. So we cannot update this because tuples are immutable. Okay. So what we can do is, if I want to add pink and I want to update the colors, so what we can do is we can use a new tuple with color pink. Since it is a single value, I need to add comma, then plus operator, and then I need to use these values, green and blue. So green is at index 1 and blue is at index 2. So I will use 1, 2, 3. So colors of 1 to 3 means it will start from index 1 and ends with index 3 minus 1, that is 2. So this colors of 1 to 3 means it is a tuple, a tuple containing green and blue values. So we are adding two tuples, pink, a tuple with single value pink plus a tuple containing green and blue. So now let's print colors. So now colors is having pink, green and blue. And here it was having red, green and blue. So this is how we have updated the red value. But as the property says, tuples are immutable. But we have updated the value. So actually it means the tuple created by this statement is another tuple. And this is another tuple. And how we can check that? We can print ID of colors. And then here we can print ID of colors. So this is the first tuple and this is the second tuple. Both are different but assigned to same variable. So earlier colors was pointing to this tuple, and after this statement, line number 3, colors is now pointing to different tuple having the same values. Pink, green and blue. So their IDs will be different. Let's run this program. So here we can see this ID is different than this. So it seems like we have updated the colors tuple, but that is not the case. We have updated the reference. So colors variable was referring to this tuple, whose ID is this. But now we have created another tuple and we have made colors to refer this tuple. And it's now the ID of this reference is this. Okay. Now let's move this. Now we will check the conversion. Before that, we have seen how we can add two tuples. Now we can see the multiplication. So let's say we have colors as red and green. Now what will happen if I write colors multiply by 2? So let's run this program. So we have red, green and then again red, green. So that means, so color multiply by 2 means it itself adds this tuple. This tuple get itself added to itself. So if I write This colors equals to colors multiply 2 and write colors. So here it means we are writing colors plus colors. So here the output is same. I will write this is colors multiplied by 2. And what if I multiply? Let's comment this code. We have colors, and then what if I write colors multiply 3? We have red, green, and red, green. So we have 3 times. So which is equivalent to colors equals to colors plus colors plus colors multiply 3. So colors multiply 3 is equivalent to adding colors to itself 3 times. So let's check again. So we have red, green, and red, green. So this is the addition and multiplication of tuples. Now let's check the type conversion. So let's say we have a tuple. We have a list and I want to convert it to tuple. So let's first print the type of colors. So here we can see it is a list. Now I want to change the type. So colors equals to tuple of colors. Now print type of colors. Let's print colors as well, both the places. Let's run this program. So the output of these two statements is class is list and we have square brackets red and green. And then we have converted this colors list to tuple. And then we have printed the type of colors and then print colors. So here now type is tuple and we can see square bracket is changed to the brackets, parentheses. So this is how we can convert a list into tuple. Now let's convert a single string to tuple. Let's run this program. So here we have class string and we have printed colors at line number 3. So we have red as a string. Now we have type converted string to tuple and then we have printed the type as type of the variable color. So it is now tuple and this red string is converted to a tuple of every letter which is present in the string. So R, E, D. So these are the values of tuple. So this is how string is converted to tuple. Now let's say we have a tuple red, green and blue and I want to search a value in the tuple. So how we can do that? So we can have a variable is present or we can write if else as we all know. So if I want to check if green value is present in colors tuple, so I will write if green in colors. What it will do? It will iterate over the colors variable and check every value whether it matches with this string or not. And if it matches, then it will return true. This condition will return true if green is present in this tuple. So I can write if this condition is true, we can write value is present in the tuple. And in else condition, I can write value is not present in the Let's run this program. So here it present. So values I have written. Value is present in the tuple because green is present at index 1. So let's say I write pink. Let's run this program. So it says value is not present in the tuple because it contains red, green and blue only. It doesn't contain pink. What if I add pink? Now the output will become value is present in the tuple. Let's run this program. Now output is changed and it presents value is present in the tuple. So it is the last value. Now let's learn about the tuple methods. Tuple contains two inbuilt methods. First is count and second is index. So let's learn about count method. So count method returns the number of times a specified value occurs in a tuple. Let's check that with example. We have colors variable, which is a tuple. It contains red, green, blue, then again green and pink. Now we will define a variable count and we will count the color green. Now we have used this count method and this count is a variable. So we can rename it to any name because this is a variable. So let's call count method of colors tuple and let's pass green. And now print the value of count. So this count method will count this string or the value in this colors tuple and it will return the total count of occurrence of this value in this colors tuple. And it will be saved, the result will be saved in the count variable and then we are printing the result. Let's run this program. So it returns 2. Why? Because green is present 2 times here at index 1 and at index 3. Let's write indexes as well. So this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3 and this is index 4. Now let's count red. It returns 1 because red is present at index 0 only and nowhere else. Now let's check with yellow. So it returns 0. Why? Because yellow is not present in the colors tuple. So therefore its count is 0. So this is how count function works. Now let's check another method, that is index. So what it does, it searches the tuple for a specified value and returns the position of where it was found first. So let's rename it to variable index and we will call index and let's check with blue. We will print index. Let's run this program. So here it prints 2. So this index function of tuple, it will take a value as an argument. So this is, we have passed blue and it will check in the colors tuple whether blue is present or not and at which index, and it returns the index number, index position. So here blue is present at index 2. So it returns, index method returns the value 2 and it is saved in index variable. This variable can be anything. I can write x as well. It will 2 will be saved in this variable and now we have printed this variable. So it prints 2. So now let's check green because we have green at index 1 and at index 3 as well. So what index function will do, it will check from 0 index till last by default and whenever it encounters the value, first it returns that index. So it will check whether green is, I will write green here, and it will check whether green is present at index 0. No, it will move to index 1. Then check green is present. Yes. So it will return 1. It will not go further. Let's run. Here it returns 1, which is index 1. Now since there is no yellow color, and what will happen if I pass yellow? It says it returns, it raises the error. What error? Tuple.indexX function, and x is a value. So it says x not in tuple, which is correct because yellow is not present in tuple. These are the two methods of tuples for which we have checked using the code. What is set in Python? Set is a built-in data type that lets us create mutable sequence of unique values in a single variable. Set is written with curly brackets. It can store values of different data types. It is a collection which is unindexed, unordered, and unchangeable. Unindexed means the values are not indexed and cannot be accessed through index number. Unordered means upon using the set variable, the sequence of values can be different than the sequence of insertion of the values in it. Unchangeable means a set once defined cannot be changed directly. It can only be changed using the built-in methods like remove and add. Let's learn about set with some examples. So let us define a variable, let's say var, which will be of set type. So set is defined by curly braces, and we can provide some random values. Now if we print the type of this variable, let's run this program. So it prints the type as set class. So basically this variable is a set variable. Let's try to print the value as well. It prints the value 1, 3 and 5. The order can be different as it is not preserved in case of set, but it is preserved in case of tuples and list. We can define the empty set as well. So to do that, we can write set class and then the parenthesis which will represents the set object. So it is a empty set. So let's print that. So here we can see the type of variable var is set, and it prints the empty set. A set can contains multiple values, the values of different data types as well. So if I write, let's say apple, which is a string, then let's say integer, and then we can have a floating value. So let's run this program. So here we can see the type is set and the output is apple 3 and 5.06. The main property of the set is that duplicate values are not allowed. So let's check that. So I have this set variable. Let's add apple and 5.06 again. Now let's check what var variable contains. So we can see the type is set again and the values are 3, 5.06 and apple only. So apple here is 2 times and 5.06 is 2 times, but in the output or the var variable contains these two values only single times. So that means duplicates are ignored, or we can say the duplicates are compressed to only one element. Now we will check what we cannot do with sets. First is we cannot access the set values by index. So what I will do, I will just remove the duplicate values and I will remove this print statement as well. And now let's check by accessing the set value with index 0. And what we get is, we get the error. Set object is not subscriptable because set are not indexed, but list and tuples are indexed. So we cannot access the element by using index number. Another thing is we cannot add two sets. So let's say we have set 1 as this and set 2 as 3, 4 and 5. Let's create set 3 as set 1 plus set 2. Let's try to print set 3. So here we get the error on this addition operation. So it says unsupported operand types for plus set and set. So basically two sets cannot be added. Now let's check with multiplication. So I will remove this set and I will rename this, and let's say set 1 multiply 2. Let's print set 2. So here it says unsupported operand types star set and int. So we cannot multiply with the set with any integer, but in case of list and tuples it just add the same values in the same list. So two times all the values gets printed, but in case of set we cannot do that. Now let's check the accessibility, how we can access the elements of set. We can access it by using for loop. So for, let's say, element variable, for element in set 1 print element. So element is a variable and the set 1 is the set 1 that we have defined. So what for loop will do, it will set the first value in the element and then we will print that value, and then the control will come again to the for loop and then it will assign next value, that is 3, to the element variable. Then we will print 3 and then it will assign the next value, that is 5.06, to element variable, and then 5.06 will get printed, and after that there are no values, so this loop will get completed. So this is how we can access the elements of a set. So let's run this program. Here we can see first apple is printed, then 3 and then 5.06. This order can be changed. As of now it is same as what we have initialized, but in general this element this sequence can be changed while during the printing. Now let's check the
update, how we can update a set. We can add an item in a set, we can remove an item, and then we can update a set. Let's start with adding an item to the set. So I will write comment adding an item to the set. So this is our set. If I want to add one more, so I will write set one dot add and then element whatever the value we want to add. So let's say I want to add red. Let's print set one. Before that also we can print set one. So here we can see before adding an element it was 3 5.06 and apple, and then we called the add function, which is a built-in function of set, and we added the element red or the item red in the set, and then it gets added, and then we print the set 1, then it prints the red as well. So the set 1 is updated now. So what if I add the apple again? So let's add the apple and then print set 1. Since apple is already present and we are trying to add it again, so it will not get added and apple will be printed only one time, because the property of set is it contains only unique values. So here we can see the original set, then we have added red, so red is added, and then we have tried to add apple again, but it is not added, so single times apple is printed. So I will remove this. Now let's check with removing an item from the set. Suppose I want to remove, let's say 3. So to remove, we have a remove function. This is also built-in function, and in the parameters we provide the item that needs to be removed from the set. Let's print the set one again. So here we can see the original set is apple 3 and 5.06, and then we have removed the item 3, and now the set becomes apple and 5.06. So this is how we update the set by using add or remove method. We have another method, update, but before that let's check one more thing. So in the set we have apple 3 and 5.06, and let's try to remove an item which is not there. So let's say we don't have red here and we are trying to remove the red. Now let's check what happened. So here we get the error. What error? Key error, because red is not present in the set and we are trying to remove that. That's why we get the error. Now let's try to update a set. So update method requires another set. So we need to create one more set. Let's say we have values 4, or let's say 1 and 2. So now we have two sets and we are updating set 1 with set 2. Let's check. So here we have only single print statement and it says 1, 2, 3, 5.06 and apple. So basically we have updated set 1 with set 2. So all the values of set 2 is added in the set 1,
and then we have printed the set1. So therefore we have 1, 2, the set2 values, and then 3, 5.06 and apple of set1 values. Now what if it contains, I mean set2 contains the duplicate values, let's say 3 and apple. Let's run this program. So here we can see we have got only 5 values because set can contain only unique values. So apple and 3 are already present in set1. Therefore, these values are ignored and only single times it gets printed. And here we can see if I print set2, so set2 is not modified because we have called the update method of set1. We are saying that update set1 with the values of set2, that is add the values of set2 in set1. So that's why set1 is updated, but set2 remains same. So let's check that as well. So set2 contains 1, 2, 3 and apple. This is all about the updating of sets. Now let's check about type conversion. Let's say we have set, or we can say we have a variable which contains a list of, let's say, numbers only for now, and we can type convert it to set. How? Say set1 equals to, by using set class. So in set class we'll pass this list variable, and then we can print set1 and we can print the list as well. And let's type the type of set1. Let's run this program. So here we can see if we are printing set1, so this list, the square brackets get converted to set, and they are converted to curly braces. So here we have curly braces 1, 2, 3. This is set1. Then we have printed type of set. So it is printing as set class. Then we have printed the var, that is the original array, not array, the list. So here we can see this is untouched and this is as it is, the list. So this is how we have converted the list into set. Now let's say we have the duplicate values in this list. So we have 2, then we have 3, and we have 1 as well. So all the values are duplicated. Now let's check. So in the set, we have only 1, 2, and 3. So basically duplicate values are considered as a single value. So we have 1, 2, 3 only. And the type of class is set. And lastly, we have printed the original list. So original list contains the duplicate value and it is as it is, and the order is also preserved. So this is how we have type conversion from list to set. Now we can see the tuple to set. So I have changed the square brackets to brackets or parentheses, and let's check this. So here this tuple is converted to set, and we have 1, 2, and 3. So here also duplicate values are considered as single value, and the type of this set variable is set class. And when we printed the original variable, so it is as it is. So this is a tuple containing duplicate values. So this is how tuple is converted to set.
Now let's check with string. So we have a string test. So it contains t as duplicate and s as duplicate values. And now let's convert it to set and then check. So here, when we converted this string to set, so it takes all the characters as separately, and since t and s are duplicate, so it considers single values only. So we have t, e, and s. Then the class is set, and when we print the original variable, which is a string, so it prints the original string tests. So this is all about the type conversion. Now let's check about searching in set. So let's say we have a set colors, and in colors we have, let's say, red, then green, then we have yellow. Now I can print colors, and then let's run this program. So we have green, red, and yellow. And now if I want to search any string or any value in the set variable, how I can search? I can search like uh, the item or the value which we want to search. Let's say green in colors. So this will search the item green, which is a string, in the color set. So let's do this in if statement. So if green in colors, print item found, else print item not found. Let's run this program. So we have got item found. Why? Because green is present in colors. Let's remove this print statement. Now let's check if another color, let's say brown. Since brown is not present in this color set, and we are checking if brown in colors, so we will get this condition as false because the brown color is not present in color set. So it will go to else condition and it will execute this print statement, items not found. Let's run this. So here we get item not found. So how it works, how this code works. So this line, this code is equivalent to this code which I am going to write. I've commented this code and I will write for element in colors. It will iterate over each value or each element in colors set. And then we will check if element equals. So let's check with not brown, we will check with green because green is present. If it is present, then print item found and then break. Else print item not found. So basically it will check for element one by one, but in the first condition it will move to else and it will print item not found. And for every item which is not green, it will print item not found again and again, which is wrong. Let's run this program. So since in the colors it identifies green as a first color, so it prints only out item found. But actually, if I add few more items, but then it will give the give both statements. Let's say brown. Let's check. So here we have both the statements, which is wrong. So this code can be written as if found equals to true, and if element is green, then found equals to true and break, and by default the value of found will be false, and we don't have to do anything in else part. Now we will write the main if condition, like if found, we can write if found is true, or we can write if found. So both will be correct because found contains true or false value only. So we will have print item found, else print item not found. So here you can see the if else statements are same. Only thing is this condition is checked with this variable found, and for that we have written this code. So I will explain it. We have considered found as false value, and then we are iterating every element of this set, and we are checking if the element is equals to this value, which is green. Then make found as true and break the loop. Don't check other elements because we have already found it. Otherwise, let's check the other elements. So once we get the found is true, we have break statement. So we have moved out of the loop, and then we are checking if found is true, then print item is found. Otherwise, print item not found. Now it will print only single statement. Let's run this program. So here we have item found because green is present in this set. Now let's write another color or any string or any value. We can have integer value as well here. And let's check if pink is present in colors. Let's run. Since pink is not present, we have item not found. So for this case, it will iterate over each element. This loop will iterate over each element, and it will try to match with this value, and it doesn't match. So that's why found remains false, and here we are checking if found, so which is false. So we will go to else condition, and then it is printing item not found. These are some of the methods or built-in methods of sets. So let's check one by one. So we have already check, add, update, and remove method. So I will mark it as done. So now next is pop. So it removes a random element from the set. So how it is different from remove? So in remove, we provide the item which needs to be removed from the set. But here we don't have to provide anything. We can just call pop and it will remove a random element from the set. So let's check that with some example. Let's say we have set 1 as 1, 2, 3, and we can have item equals to set 1 dot pop. So it removes one item randomly from the set and it returns that item, and we are saving that item in the item variable. Now let's print item and then print set 1 as well. Let's run this program. So in item, it removes 1
from the set, and now the set becomes 2 comma 3. So 1 is not there in the set because it is popped out from the set. So next is we have clear method. So it removes all the elements from the set. So basically it empties the set. So we can first print the set, then we can call set1 dot clear, and then we can print set1 again. Let's run this program. So at first print statement we have the complete set, so it prints the complete set 1, 2 and 3, and then we have called set1 dot clear, which means it will clear all the values from the set, and then we have tried printing that set variable, set1 variable, and it is printing the empty set. So it removes, it has removed all the items which were present earlier. So this is how we can use clear method. Next is copy. What copy method does? It returns a copy of the set. So let's check that. We have, we can write set2 as set1 dot copy, and then we can print set1 and we can print set2. So let's have a formatted string. Set1 equals to, and then similarly we can have set. So here we have created a copy of set1 and assigned it to set2, and then we are printing both set1 and set2. Let's run this program. So here we can see set1 and set2 both have same values, yet both have same values but they are different sets. So we can check that by printing their IDs. Let's have another two print statements. ID of set1 we can have, we can use ID function. This is a built-in function to print the ID of a variable. Now we are printing the IDs of set1 variable and set2 variables separately. So here we can see the IDs are different. That means this set1 is pointing to different set in the memory which is having 1, 2, 3 value, and set2 variable is pointing to different set which is also having the same values 1, 2 and 3, but these are two different sets. So we can do one more thing, like we can add a value in set1, like set1 dot add, we can have a value 4, and now let's print both the sets again. So let's run this program. So here we have 1, 2, 3 both the sets, then we have printed the ID which are different, and in set1 we have added 4, and now we can see set1 is updated, so it contains 4 value, but set2 remains same because it is a different set. So what will happen if I remove this copy method? If I write set2 equals to set1, what will happen? So let's run this program and check. So here we can see we have printed set1 and set2, both are containing the same values. Then we have printed ID of set1 and set2. So here we can see it is referring to same IDs. So set1 and set2 variables are referring to the same set in the memory. So updating the set1, adding the value 4 and printing set1 and set 2 differently. So it is printing the same. I mean 4 is updated to both, because both set1 and set2 variable is pointing to the same memory location or the same tuple. Sorry, same set. And we have updated through one variable the same set. So that's why set2 also contains the value 4. So here we have checked the copy method. Now we will check union, intersection and difference methods. Before writing the code, first let's understand what union, intersection and difference are. Union. So here we can see we have a set A which contains values 1, 2 and 3, and we have another set B which contains values 6, 7, 8 and 9. So union of two set means combining the values of both the sets. So here we can see A union B is 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Next is intersection. So here we can see we have two sets C and D. C contains 1, 2, 3, 4 and D contains 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So intersection means the values which are common to both the sets. So those are present in the intersection of two sets. So here 3 and 4 are the values which are present in both C set and D set. Therefore, the output of intersection of both the sets will be 3 and 4. Next is difference. So here we have a set C which contains value 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have another set which contains value 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the difference of set C with set D means all the values which are present in set C and not present in set D are the difference. So basically 1 and 2, these are the values of set C which are not present in set D. Therefore, the difference of set C with set D is 1, 2, because 3 and 4 are the values which are present in set C as well as in set D. If I say the difference between set D and set C, then the output will be 5, 6, 7, because 5, 6, 7 are the values which are present in set D and are not present in set C. So now let's jump over the code. Let's start with union function first. So union means combining the values of both the sets. So we have set 1 as 1, 2, 3 and we have set 2 as 3, 4 and 5. We can print both the sets. And then we can do the union. So set 3 equals to set 1 dot union set 2. And then we can print all the sets again. Let's say after doing union, set 1, set 2 and then set 3. Let's run this program. So here we can see set 1 is 1, 2, 3 and set 2 is 3, 4, 5. So this is as it is. Then after doing union, we have again set 1 and set 2 as it is. There's no difference because we have, the output of union, we have saved it in the set 3. So set 1 union set 2 will be all the values from both the set 1 and set 2.
Therefore, it contains 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So here the 3 is a duplicate value. So that's why it is written as single time. So this is the union of two sets. So if I do set 2 union set 1, the output remains same because it combines all the values from both the set and consider single value for the duplicates. The output remains same. So next is intersection. And yeah, we have a symbol for union, which is a pipe symbol. So instead of calling this method, we can do is use pipe symbol between the set variables. If I run this program, here we can see we have the same output 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is a shortcut. I mean, instead of writing the method name, we can use symbols as well. So next is intersection. So intersection, that means the items which are present in both the sets, those will get printed or get returned. And it is represented by AND symbol. So let's check that. So we have set 1 and set 2. And if I write AND symbol, which represents intersection, so after doing intersection, and we can have set 2 and set 1. It doesn't matter because it prints only the values which are present in both the sets. So let's run this program. So here set 1 and set 2 are as it is. Then after doing intersection also, both are as it is. And set 3 contains the value which are present in both the sets. So 3 is the value which is present in both the set. So I can use intersection method here instead of the symbol. So we have set object has no attribute intersection. So that's a spelling mistake. So here we can see we have set 3 as single value which is common to both the set. So this is all about intersection. Next is the difference. So difference is represented by minus symbol. Returns a set containing the difference between two or more set. So basically all the values present in one set which are not present in another set. So that is the difference. So if I talk about set 1 difference set 2, that means 1 and 2 are the values which are present in set 1 and are not present in set 2. We cannot consider set 3 because we cannot consider value 3 because it is present in set 2. So we can use the difference method and we can check the output. So here set 1 and set 2 remains same. After doing intersection also they are same, and set 3 becomes 1 and 2. It contains 1 and 2 value because 1 and 2 value are the values which are present in set 1 and not present in set 2. So what if I write set 2 difference set 1? So now it will check for set 2 all the values which are present in set 2 and not present in set 1. So those value will be returned. So here we have only 4 and 5. So 4 and 5 are the values which are present in set 2 and not present in set 1 because 3 is present. So we will get the output 4, 5. So this output will get changed. Let's run this program. So here we get 4, 5 because we have written set 2 difference set 1. So this is also completed. We can use the symbol as well to do the difference. Now we will check next method is disjoint. So is disjoint means it will return true if all the items of set 1 are not present in set 2. So let's check that. So here we have set 1 and set 2. We can call disjoint method. Is disjoint set 2. So it means if all the values or items in set 1 are not present in set 2, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. But here in our case we have 3 which is present in set 2. That's why it will return false. So we can rename this variable because it contains true or false value. We can rename like is this disjoint. Let's run. So here we get false. Why? Because set 1 contains value 3 which is present in set 2. So what if I remove this value from set 1? Now set 1 contains the values which are not present in set 2. So this will return true now instead of false. Let's run this program. So now we got true. Set 1 is disjoint set 2. And what if I just replace set 1 with set 2? So now it will check if all the values of set 2 are not present in set 1, that return true. So we can check 3, 4, 5 are the values which are not present in set 1. So it will return again true. We can see we get the true. So is disjoint is also completed. Now we can check is subset. It returns true whether if another set contains the set or not. So we have set 1 as let's say 3, 4 and we have set 2 as 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we can check if set 1 is subset of set 2. We can rename this as is subset. Let's run this program. So here we get true. Why? Because all the values of set 1 are present in set 2. And we are checking if set 1 is subset of set 2. So that's why it returns true. And if I replace set 1 with set 2, so here we are checking if set 2 is subset of set 1. That means all the values of set 2 are present in set 1, then return true, otherwise false. Here 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have only 3 and 4, but we don't have 2 and 5. So all the values of set 2 are not present in set 1. That's why it will return false. So let's run this program. And here we get false. So this is about subset, is subset. Now let's check is superset. It returns whether this set contains another set or not. So if I just rename this method is superset. I will rename this variable as well, superset. Okay. We are checking if set2 is superset of set1. That means if set2 contains all the values of set1 or not. If it contains all the value of set1, then return true, otherwise return false. So here in this case, set2 contains all the values of set1, 3 and 4. So here we will get true. Let's run this program. So here we get true, and these set1 and set2 both are as it is. So here we can rename this as well after checking. What if I replace set1 with set2? So now here we are checking if set1 is superset of set2. That means if set1 contains all the values of set2 or not. If it contains all the value of set2, then return true, otherwise false. So here in our case, we are set1 don't have all the values of set2. So 2 and 5 are missing. So that means it will return false. So let's check if this value is updated. Here it returns false because set1 is not superset of set2. Superset method is also completed. So we have completed almost all the methods or the most used methods of set. What is dictionary in Python? Dictionary is a built-in data type that lets us to store the values in key value format in a single variable. A dictionary is a collection which is ordered, changeable, and do not allow duplicate keys. Ordered means the sequence of the values upon accessing the dictionary variable will be same as that of the sequence of insertion of the values in it. By default, dictionary is ordered in Python version 3.7 and later versions. Before 3.7 version, the dictionary was unordered. Changeable means the values of the dictionary can be updated and key value pairs can be added in the existing dictionary. Duplicate keys are not allowed. A given key can appear in a dictionary only once. If we specify a key a second time during the initial creation of a dictionary, then the second occurrence will override the first. Dictionary is written with curly brackets containing key value pairs. We can access all the values or a particular value by using key. A dictionary key must be of a type that is immutable. For example, we can use an integer, float, string, or boolean as a dictionary key. However, neither a list nor another dictionary can serve as a dictionary key because lists and dictionaries are mutable. Values, on the other hand, can be any type and can be used more than once. Let's learn about dictionaries with some examples. So first we will learn how we can create a dictionary. So we can have a variable d1. We can write the curly braces. So this is the empty dictionary. So if I print type of d1, let's run this program. So here it prints it is of class dict. So the type is dict. So this is a dictionary. So dict represents dictionary. So this is one way. Another way is we can call the dict constructor. If I run this program, then also the type will be dict. So this is an empty dictionary. Let's print the empty dictionary and let's check how it prints. So it prints curly braces without any values because this is an empty dictionary. Now let's create a dictionary with some values. So for that there are two ways. Either we can use curly braces or we can use dict constructor. So let's first create with curly braces. So here I can write first name Shubhankar, that is my name, and last name as Sodia. So here we can see we have two keys, first name and last name, and we have two values. So this is the value of this key and this is the value of this key. Let's try to print D1. Here we can see it prints first name, then its value, and then it prints last name and its value. Here we can see the ordered is maintained because of from Python 3.7 till later version, the dictionary is ordered dictionary. So here order is maintained. It's not of type ordered dictionary. So there's another type called ordered dictionary which preserve the order. So it was used before Python version 3.7 because in previous version this dictionary is unordered, but from 3.7 Python 3.7 this dictionary is ordered. So this is one way of creating a dictionary. Another way is we can use constructor dict and then we need to pass the parameters. So we can pass as first name, second parameter is last name, and the value will be string. And then we need to close this function. Now let's print. So here we can see we got the required output. So this is the output. And if we try to print type of D1, it prints dictionary. So this is how we can create dictionaries in Python. Now there is one more property, that is duplicate keys are not allowed. So let's say we have our previous dictionary like this, and now if I add one more key, so how we can add one more key? We can use square bracket and then we can write the key name and then its value. Let's say XYZ. So here what we are doing is we are creating a duplicate key last name with some other value. Let's check whether now dictionary is having 3 key value pairs or it is having only 2. Here we can see it contains first name as Shubhankar and last name as XYZ. So it contains only two key value pairs. That means dictionary will contain only the unique keys, and the value of last name key is overridden now. Earlier it was this and now it is updated to this. So this is the property of dictionary. Now another thing is we can check the length of the dictionary. So if I call this length function, or we can save it in a variable, let's say length function, and then print length. This len function is used to identify the length of the list tuple, and now we are checking it with dictionary. Let's run this program. So here it prints 2. So basically it counts the total number of key value pairs present in dictionary. So that here we have only 2 key value pairs. So that's why it returns the integer 2. So this is all about creating a dictionary. Now let's check how we can access a dictionary. So we can first is we can directly use the variable d1. If I print d1, it will print all the dictionaries. So that we have already seen. And second is if I want to access a particular key value pair, we can use the key. So if I type first name, and this should be d1. So it prints the value of this key, first name. So Shubhankar is printed. And similarly, if I write last name, it prints the value of last name key, which is Sisodia. So it prints Sisodia. So this is how we can access by using key. But what if I type some another key which is not present in the dictionary? Let's check that. So here we can see it raises error. It says key error XYZ, which means in dictionary D1 there is no key with name XYZ. So that's why it raises error. So now another way to overcome this exception, we have another way to access the dictionary, which is using get method. So we can use d1.get and the key name. So if I try first name, run this program, sorry. So here we can see it prints the value of first name key. And if I try to print XYZ, I mean the key which is not present in D1, then let's check what it prints. So it prints none. So basically this get method accepts the key value, I mean the key name, and it returns the value of this key if it is present in the dictionary, and if the key is not present in the dictionary, then it returns by default none value. So let's say we want to return some other value instead of none, so we can write other value, let's say the string other, or maybe any integer, let's say 5. So if xyz is not present in D1, it will return 5. So this is first parameter is key and second parameter is default value. So let's run this program. So here it returns 5. Why? Because xyz key is not present in D1. Now let's write first name again. So this get method will check if this key is present. So here it is present. So it will return Shubhankar. It will not return 5. It will return this default value only when this key first name is not present in the dictionary. If I run this program, it will print Shubhankar. It will not print 5. So this is about the get method. Now we know we can access the complete dictionary with the variable name, and we can access the particular value of a key with the key name with a square bracket or by using get method. But what if I want to get all the keys? I want to know what all keys are present in my dictionary. For that, I can use, let's say, new variable is equals to d1 dot keys. So this is a variable name, and we can use dot keys method to get all the keys. Let's print keys. So here we get dict keys object which contains list, and in that list we have first name and last name. So first name and last name are our keys of this dictionary D1. So this dict keys object, it is an iterable. We can iterate using for loop and get one item one by one. I mean the items one by one, and we can print them as well. Or we can do the type conversion into list. So instead of here, I can write type conversion to list. Let's run. So now this dict keys is converted into list object. So therefore we have the square bracket here, and we have first name and last name. So this is how we can access all the keys of a dictionary. And what if I want to access the values? We can use values method similarly. If I run this program, we will be having all the values, the list of values, and in the same sequence. So this is how we can access keys and values separately. What if I want to iterate over this dictionary with both key value one by one? So for that, uh, so before that, we can, there's one more thing called items. I remove this list method. Let's check what it contains. So it contains dict items, and under that it contains list of tuples, and each tuple is a key value pair. So first value is key and second value is value. Here also first value of tuple is key and second value is value. If I convert it into list, we will be having list of tuple, and each tuple first value will be the key, second value will be the value. So now we can use this d1.items and iterate with for loop, and we can get, or we can print the key value. So for key comma value in d1.items. So d1.items will be list of key1 value 1, key2 value 2, and so on. So this is a comment, and this will be ignored by Python interpreter. So when this loop will start, so first time key will contain this key1 and value will contain the value v1. So in our case, we are using D1 dictionary. So first key value will be, so key will be first name and value will be Shubhankar. Let's print, and we can use string formatting. So this is a string, and in that we can use variable. Let's say key, arrow, under curly braces we can use variables. So firstly, key will be first name, value will be Shubhankar. So it will print first name arrow Shubhankar. Then control will come here again, and it will check for the next values, key 2 and value 2. So in our case, key 2 value is key will be last name, value will be Sisodia. So it will print last name arrow Sisodia, and after that control will again come here and it will check whether there are more values or not. In our case, we don't have values, so it will exit from the loop. So it will print only 2 lines. So let's run this program. So here we have this key and then arrow, and then we have value. So this is how we can iterate over the dictionary using d1.items and for loop. Now, if I want to check if any key is present in the dictionary or not, then how I can check? So let's say I want to check if last name is present in dictionary D1 or not. So I can check like this. If last name in D1, print key exists, else print key does not exist. We can use this the search string and using in operator and then the dictionary variable. So let's run this program. Here it prints key exists. Why? Because last name is present in this dictionary. What if I write let's say XYZ? If XYZ is in D, so it will print key does not exist because there is no key with name XYZ. So this is how we can access the dictionary. Now let's learn about how we can update a dictionary and add new values to it. This is our dictionary. I can add a new key value pair by simply using the dictionary variable, then a square bracket, and then the new key name. Let's say anything. Let's say age. I can type 32. And let's print D1. And after adding a new key value pair, so here we are adding a new key value pair, then again print D1. Let's run this program. Here we can see before updating we were having only two values, I mean two key value pair, and after adding this age we've got three key value pairs. This is how we can add a new key value to the existing dictionary. Now, if I want to update any existing key, how I can update? So let's say I want to update last name. I can simply write last name equals to XYZ, then print D1. So here before updating it was this, and after updating it was XYZ. So this is how I have updated the existing key value pair. Now there is a inbuilt method called update. We can use that for I mean updating a existing key value pair or adding a new key value pair. So we can try with this example only. Instead of doing this, I can comment this and add d1 dot update. Then I need to add a dictionary. Okay. That dictionary will contain the key as last name and value as XYZ. Or we can have D2. Just to simplify the code, I have moved this dictionary to a new variable and I will use D2 here. So this code is equivalent to this commented code. Let's run this program. So here we can see the last name is updated to value XYZ because we have said like update D1, which is in memory update, with D2. So D2 contains last name and this last name is already present in D1. That's why the new value is updated to it. What if it contains another variable, let's say ABC? So what will happen? Let's run this program. So here we can see the first name and last name values are same, and we have another key value pair which is ABC and XYZ. So we are updating D1 with D2. So here ABC key is not present in D1. That's why it has added this key value pair in D1. So we have now three key value pairs in D1. So this is how we can use update method to update an existing key and adding a new key value pair. So another way of updating a dictionary is, instead of calling update, instead of updating the D1 directly, we can create a new dictionary, let's say D3. So I will just remove this commented code. So we can have D3. I will remove this print statement and we can write a new dictionary with star D1 comma star D2. So here we are in this method, in this statement, we are creating a new dictionary which contains all the key values of dictionary D1 and all the key values of dictionary D2. if dictionary D2 contains a key which is already present in D1, then this value will be, the existing value will be override with the new value. So here we have this key which is not present in D1. So it will create a new dictionary with 3 key value pairs. So let's print D3. So here we have 3 key value pairs. And we can print D1 as well, D1 and D2, because they are not updated. So here we can see this is D1 and below is D2. So they are not updated because we have created a D3, a new dictionary. So I will now remove this. So let's say, let's run this program again so that we can know the output. Here we have 3 key value pairs and the last is ABC XYZ. Let's say I rename ABC with last name. What it will do? So here we have D1 and then we have D2. So it will first add these 2 key value pairs and then it will add this. So here last name is already present in D1. So it will update the old value Sisodia with new value XYZ. So we can see we have only 2 key value pairs and last name value as XYZ. What if I change the order? So let's say D2 first and then D1. Let's run this program. So here we have last name as Sisodia and then first name as Shubhankar. So here we can see two things. First is the sequence of this key is changed. Earlier the first key was first name and then second key was last name. But here we can see the first key is last name and second key is first name. Why? Because we have changed this sequence as well. So first in the new dictionary it will add all the key value pairs of D2. So first is last name, that's why last name is at first. And then it will add all the key value pairs of D1. Now it will add first name. So first name is added as Shubhankar. Then it will try to add last name. But last name is already there in D3 because of D2. So it will override this name and it will remove XYZ. So that's why we have, instead of XYZ, we have this. So this is how we can create a new dictionary from the existing dictionaries. So we have symbol, pipe symbol. We can use that as well. So if I use, let's say D3, then D1, D2. Let's run this program. Here we can see first name is Shubhankar and last name is XYZ. Why? So first of all, this is the pipe symbol or symbol, and it also creates a new dictionary with the using the key value pairs from these two dictionaries. First, it will add all the key value pairs of this left hand side dictionary, and then it will add the key value pairs of the right hand side dictionary in new dictionary. And the same logic will apply here also. If D2 contains any key which is already present in D1, then the value of D2 will be used and it will override the existing values. So here we have last name, and in D1 also we have last name. So D2, the value of last name is XYZ. It will override the existing value Sisodia. So here that's why we have last name as XYZ. But if we change the order like D2 here and D1 here, So first it will add the last name XYZ, and then it will add all the key value pairs of D1. So here last name is Sisodia. So it will override this XYZ value, and our first key will be last name, and then um sorry yeah, because last name is already added, so first key will be last name and then we have first name. So let's run this program. Here we have last name with value Sisodia with value of D1 because it overrides this value, and then we have first name. So, and we have one more thing, let's say uh, equals to operator. So what it will do, it will update the D2 itself. We don't require D3. So this is equivalent to D2 equals to D2 or D1. So basically we were using this D3 here, but now uh, in as a short form we have used or equals to. So let's print D2. So here we have last name Sisodia and first name is Shubhankar. Why? Because D2, and then we are adding values of D1 in it. So D2 contains only last name. That's why we have first key value as last name, and then values of this will be added. So first name is added after last name, and then we got again the last name. So Sisodia will be, I mean, XYZ will be override with the this string. So that's why we don't have XYZ here. So this is equivalent to this code. So this is all about adding a new key and updating a existing key value pair in the dictionary. Now let's check how we can remove the items from the dictionary. What are the ways of removing the items from a dictionary? So we have this dictionary, and if I want to remove, let's say, first name, so how I can do this? So first method is, first way is we can use pop method, and another is we can use delete keyword. So let's check the first way. So I will write d1 dot pop key name, which is first name, and it returns the value of this key. So let's say value equals to d1 dot pop. Now print value and then print d1. Let's run this program. So here we got the value as Shubhankar because we have popped out the this key value pair first name. So it returns the value. We have stored this value in the value variable and we have printed that value variable. So that's why the value is printed. And then we are printing the D1. So now D1 contains only a single key value pair, which is last name, because we have removed the first name. So this is how we can remove a key value pair. So using this pop method, and yeah, so the issue is with this method is, uh, let's say if if I use any key which is not present in the dictionary, let's say XYZ, so it will raise the exception. Let's run this program. So here it says key error. Why? Because XYZ is not present in the dictionary. So in that case, we can use a default value, let's say none. So if XYZ is not present in dictionary D1, then return none and don't raise any exception. So here we can see the none is printed as a value because XYZ is not present. Let's say, instead of none, we can write any value. Let's say 5. If I run this program, it will return 5 and the same key, the dictionary D1, which is as it is. Now, what if I write first name? Since first name is already present in D1, so it will remove that key value pair and it will return the value of it in the value. It will not use the default value. Default value will be used only when this key is not present in D1. So if I remove first name, it will return value as Shubhankar and the dictionary is updated. That first name key value pair is removed. So this is how we can use pop method, and we can use default value to suppress the exception or the error message. Next way is to delete the item or to remove the item from the dictionary is we can use del keyword. We can use del d1 of the key which we want to remove. Let's say first name. Then we can print d1 completely. So let's run this program. So here we have only last name because we have deleted the first name. So del d1 first name or del d1 key, this should be used only when we don't require the value of the key which we are removing, and also if exception should be raised if the key is not present. So if I use XYZ here, so XYZ, we can use any key which is not present in D1. So what will happen? It will raise error, key error. So this error is also raised while using the pop method, but in that we can suppress this error by using the default value. But here in this delete case, we cannot suppress this error. There's a way, but we can use try catch exception, but there's no default value for it. So another method is instead of removing a single key value pair or multiple key value pairs using for loop, if I want to delete all the key value pairs, we can either one option is I can use for loop. Let's say for key in d1 dot keys. d1 dot keys will return all the keys, and then I can write d1 dot pop key, and then we can print d1. So dictionary change size during, okay, so it change size during, so we can have a list here. So when we iterate over a list of keys, so d1 dot keys will return a dict keys object, but if I typecasted it to list, it will create a copy and convert that into a list. So we are iterating over a list, copy of list of keys. So because if we iterate over the dict keys object, then popping the key value pair will update the dictionary, and updating the dictionary while using this for loop with dict key value raises the exception. That's why we have used list. So list d1 dot keys will be having a list of first name and last name values. I mean, list containing two values only or two string. So after this loop has run, we have removed all the key value pairs. So that's why D1 is empty. So instead of doing this, what we can do is we can use the inbuilt method. Which method? D1 dot clear. So this D1 is just a variable name. We can use any name, any other name also. So any dictionary variable dot clear method. So this clear method will remove all the key value pairs itself, and then we can print D1. So here we can see the D1 dictionary is empty. So this is how we can clear clear or remove all the key value pairs from the dictionary. Now let's check about nested dictionaries. So what are nested dictionaries? Nested dictionaries are a dictionary within a dictionary, and how we can access them. So let's say we have a dictionary called user. Dictionary will be with curly braces, and let's say we have a key value pair with name. I can say any name, or let's use this only. And then we have another key as address, and instead of the value, instead of value be used as a string, we can have another dictionary with few more key value pairs. Let's say um, address line 1. We can have any string. Let's say line 1. Then we can have address line 2. And then we can have, let's say, pin code. So like this. So here we can see we have a dictionary, and in that we have another dictionary as a value for some key. So this is called nested dictionary. Dictionary in a dictionary. Now how to access it? So if I want to access this key value pair, I can use user of key, which is name. Okay. So here the name is printed. If I use user address, which is a another key, let's check what gets printed. So it prints the complete dictionary. Now let's say I want to access only address line 1. How we can do that? We can write user address. So user is a dictionary, and I want to access the value of key address. I use a square bracket. Okay. So now user of address is a dictionary, and I want to access the value of this address line 1 key. So how I can do that? I can use square bracket address line 1. Here we can see it prints line 1. So similarly, I can print pin code. Let's run this program. So here we can see we have got the pin code. So this user is a dictionary variable, and to access the key value we used square bracket and then key name. And here also the user of address is itself a dictionary, this one, and I want to access address line 1, I will use again a square bracket and the key name. So this is how we can access the values of a nested dictionary. Now let's check, let's see how we can copy a dictionary. I will comment this code and I will add one more. Let's say 32. So now this dictionary contains only two key value pairs, name and age. Okay, let's print that. Here we can see name and age. Now I want to copy this user to another. Let's say user 2. Can I write like this? No. Why? Because this is not copying the value to a new variable. This is user 2 will refer to this value which user is referring. So basically in memory we have this dictionary and user variable is pointing to it, and now we have made another variable user2 or a reference which is also pointing to this memory location. So if I update user, let's say user of age equals to 50. Now first print user2 and update user and then again print user2. So here we have only two print statements, and in both the print statements we are printing user2 dictionary only. So first we have assigned user dictionary to user2, we are printing it, so it will print name and age as it is. Then we are updating user dictionary, not user2, with age as 50, and then we are checking if user2 remains same or it also gets updated. Since both user2 and user variable are pointing to same memory location for the dictionary this, and through this user reference we have updated the value of 50. So if we print user2, then it will also show the age as 50. So here we can see before updating we print user2, so it prints age 32 which is the original, and then after updating with user variable, if we print user2, then the age of user2 also gets updated. That means the value is not copied, only we have created another reference to this dictionary. So how we can copy? We can copy using the inbuilt method copy. This is the dictionary variable, then dot copy, it will generate a copy of this value and it will assign to user2. So updating the user will not impact the value of user2. So let's run this program. So here we can see before updating it was 32, and after updating through user variable, so user variable the age is changed, but for user2 it remains 32. Why? Because we have created a copy of this dictionary. So now user is pointing to this memory location and user2 is pointing to the another memory location which contains the copy of this value. So if I print user in the last, so it will contain age as 50. Okay. I will remove this statement. Now, since user2 is unaffected, if we update the user age, I mean through user variable, I mean the first dictionary variable, but if it contains a nested dictionary, and let's say we have updated the pin code instead of age. Let's say 505050. Since we are using copy, so it should not get affected, but this will not happen in case of nested dictionary. So let's run this program. Our expectation is when we are printing user2, the pin code should remain 404040. But let's check if it is updated or not. So here there's a issue like user of pin code. So we have added a new key value pair in the user variable. So instead of we need to use address, user address, then pin code. Now let's run this program. So here we can see the pin code of user 2 is also changed, but we are using copy. Then why it gets changed? Earlier, if I comment this code and comment this line and I update with user variable and I update age equals to 50, then user 2 is not affected. It always contains age 32. It is not affected by whatever the value we are updating in the first dictionary. But if I am updating the first dictionary and updating the nested dictionary, then why user 2 or the next dictionary is getting affected? Here we can see the pin code is changed for user 2. Why? Because this copy method creates the shallow copy of this user dictionary. And so there's a concept called shallow copy and deep copy. So shallow copy will be limited to the normal values only. But if we are using a list or dictionary, I mean as a nested, then it will not copy that as it is. It will use the address of it. So how we can remove this issue or solve this issue? We can use deep copy here. So instead of the inbuilt method deep copy, we can use deep copy. And where deep copy method is present, it presents in copy. So from copy, import deep copy. So there's a copy module. From that we have import deep copy package. So here we are now using deep copy. So it will copy this dictionary also, nested dictionary also. And now let's check the output. Now this 5050 should not get updated for user 2. Let's run this program. Here we can see now it's not getting updated. Pin code is not getting updated. This is how we remove this type of issues using deep copy. So this is all about the dictionary, Python dictionaries. Now let's learn about the built-in methods for dictionary. This is a list of built-in methods of dictionary. So we have covered all these methods like get, keys, values, clear, copy, then items, pop, and update method. So we have already covered these methods. So next is from keys. So let's check what it is. It returns a dictionary with the specified keys and value. So we can use it like this: dict dot from keys. Then we can have a list of keys like maybe key 1, key 2, key 3, and we can pass this list, and then we need to pass a default value for all these keys. So let's say we have passed 3, and we will store this dictionary in a variable, let's say d1. Now let's print d1. So here we can see a new dictionary is created with key 1 as key, value as 3, then key 2 as key, value as 3, and key 3 as 3. So this is the value that will be assigned to all the keys which is present in this list. We can create a dictionary using from keys. So next is we have pop item. It removes the last inserted key value pair. Let's check that. Let's say we have a dictionary D1, key as A, B, C. D1 dot pop item. So this is different from pop. So in pop, we have to specify the key which we need to remove from the dictionary, but in pop item, it will automatically removes the recent item that is inserted in the dictionary. So let's say let's check what it returns. It removes the last inserted key value pair. Let's say we have a variable pair. Let's print that and check. So here it returns a tuple with two values. First value is key and second value represents value. So it returns C and 3. Why? Because pop item removes the most recent key pair which is added in the dictionary. So let's say after creating this dictionary, we added one more key value pair, let's say D with value 4, and then we called this pop item method, and let's check what it returns. So it returns D4. Why? Because this is the most recent key value pair which is added in the D1. Let's say after this I added E with value 5. Now it will pop E5. And after popping, let's check the D1 whether the key value pair is removed or not. So here we can see it contains only 4 key value pairs, and this is the key value pair which is removed from the dictionary. So this is also covered. And the last is set default. It returns the value of the specified key. If the key does not exist, it insert the key with the specified value. So this is similar to get method, because it returns the value of the specified key, and if the key does not exist, it returns by default none value, or if we specify the default value, it returns that default value. But here, if the key does not exist, it inserts the key with the specified value that we have provided. So that is the main difference. So let's check set default. So let's say we have this dictionary, and if I do d1 dot set default, then key is, let's say, d, and value as, then print d1. So here we can see we have 4 key value pairs. So d and 4 is also there. Why? Because we have used set default. So what it does, and also let's check the value, what it returns. Print value. So here it returns 4. Why? Because it checks whether this key is present here or not. If it is not present, then add this key with value 4. So D4 is, key value pair is added in D1, and the value 4 is returned. So while printing the value, it prints 4, and while printing the D1, it prints all the 4 key value pairs. Now let's say instead of D, I type here as C. So now what it will do, this set default method will check whether this key is present or not. If this key is present in the dictionary, then return the value from the dictionary. So it will return 3, and D1 will contain A, B and C only. So here we can see it contains A, B and C, and this value 4 is not updated. Why? Because C is already present. But if we use any other variable or the other key which is not present in dictionary D1, then it creates this key value pair with the value 4, which is we have provided. So now we can see D4 is added. So by this we have completed almost all the built-in methods of dictionary. What is a function in Python? A function is a block of code that can be called multiple times. It can accept data as parameters, and it can return data as a result. Here are some examples of functions. So function start with keyword def, and then a space, and then function name. And then we have parenthesis, and if there are parameters, then we need to write parameters. Now let's learn about various types of functions. Now let's create a function using def keyword, then function name, demo, then parenthesis. And now we need to write the definition of the function. So let's write print demo. So we have a single statement in this demo function. Now we need to call demo function. How we can call? We can use function name and then parenthesis. So this is how we can call a function. So let's run this program. So here it prints demo. Why? Because we have called this function demo, and when this is called, then the statements under this function will get executed. So we have only single statement, that is print statement. So that is executed, and we have demo in the output. Now let's call it multiple times. Let's say 3 times. Now let's run this program. So now we can see demo is printed 3 times. So this is how we create a function in Python and we call it using the function name. Now what if I don't want to print demo, I want to print a dynamic name. So we need to add a parameter. Let's say name, and we can print this name variable or the name parameter. Now whatever we will send upon calling this function, that will get printed. So let's say I'm sending first as Shubhankar, then Python, and then any integer value, let's say 3. Now let's run this program. So here we can see first we have called the demo function with argument as Shubhankar as a string. So name will be initialized with this value, and then we are printing this value. So that's why Shubhankar is printed. Then we are sending Python. That's why Python is printed. And then we've sent integer value 3. 3 is printed. So this is how we can add parameters to a function. So this is a single parameter. What if I want to add one more parameter? Let's say name and address. So I can print name and address both. Now let's remove this. I can have name 1, and then I need to pass another parameter, that is address. So how I can pass it? Like address 1. So it can contain a space as well because it is a string. So let's call this. Let's run this program. So here name 1 and address 1 is printed. What if we call this method again with some different value? Let's say name 2 and address 2. So here name 1 and address 1 is printed first because it is written first, and then name 2 and address 2 is printed because it is written after that. So Python follows a top-down approach. So first it will initialize the demo function, and then it will execute this statement first and then this. So in order to check that, what I will do, I will just write this method. I will call this method before declaring this method. So first it will try to call this method, but since this method is written below this statement, therefore it will not be found by the Python interpreter. Let's run this program. So here we get the error, name demo is not defined, because Python follows top-down approach, and first this call method is executed, but since we don't have any function with name demo above this statement, therefore it returns error. So this is about 2 parameters. What if we want to have 3 parameters? So we can add one more parameter by using comma. Let's say param 3. And what if I want to have one more parameter? So I will put comma and then put param 4 or any variable name. And likewise, if we have 100 parameters, then how we will be adding the parameters? We don't have to write 100 parameters, or if we want 1000 parameters, then we don't have to write 1000 parameters. What we can do is we can use star operator, and we can give a variable name as anything. We can generally in Python we use args. So I will use that only, but we can write it as any, like if we want multiple fruits name, so we can provide as fruits. Here I will use args only. Let's print args directly, and let's call demo with single value. Let's say I will pass a string value Python, and let's check the output. So instead of a string, it prints a tuple. We can check by using type operator. I have rerun this program. So here we can see this args is converted to tuple. So if I want to print this Python, what I will do? I will use args of 0, that is 0th index. So now it prints Python. So if I want to send one more parameter, what I will do? I will put comma, and let's say I will send 3. Then here I can access it using argument 1, that is first index. So here argument 0 contains Python, argument 1 contains 3, and this is how we can send multiple values, and we don't have to update this function, and we don't have to add multiple parameters variables. So this is how we can accept any number of arguments in a single variable in a function. Now there is a concept of default value. So let's say we have name, and then we have place, and place as default value, let's say Delhi. Write print name and print place. Now let's call demo with a name, let's say name1, and then call demo with name2 and place. Let's run this program. So for line number 4, when we call demo function with single value, single parameter value, so this name will be initialized with name1, and place will use the default value Delhi. So name1 and Delhi will be printed. So here we can see that this is printed. Now when we again call this demo function with name value as name2 and place value as place2, so this will be overwritten, and we have name2 and place2. And again if we call, let's say name3 and no place, so it will use Delhi. Let's run this program. So here at third place we have name3 and the default value Delhi. Why? Because we have not provided the value for place variable. Now what if I do not provide any value while calling this demo function? So default value of place will be Delhi, but we don't have any default value for name. So let's run this program. So here we can see we got the error. Why? So the error is demo missing one required positional argument. Why? Because name is a required position argument. It doesn't have any default value. That's why if any parameter is not having any default value, we have to mandatory pass the value for it. Now we have arbitrary keyword arguments as well. So let's check what are that. We use double star for that instead of single star, and we generally use quarks, which is called keyword arguments. Let's say it will contain a dictionary. So let's say we have quarks, then key value as, let's say, name. So let print a statement, and then quarks keyword arguments, then place. Now let's call this function with name equals to, let's say, name1, and place equals to place1. Let's run this program. So here, if we pass the parameter values along with parameter names, that is name and place, so those things will be captured by keyword arguments in the form of dictionary, where key will be the argument name and value will be the value. So here we have keyword argument as dictionary, which contains name as key and value as name1. So here name1 is printed. Then we have a place key whose value is place1. So place1 is printed. So this is how we can accept any number of arguments or keyword arguments, not arguments, any number of keyword arguments. So if I send, let's say, name, place, or any other, let's say x equals to 5. So if I directly write print quarks, it will be having all these values as a dictionary. So here we can see it prints as dictionary with name, place, and x. So this is how we can accept the keyword arguments. Now we can have both the things like args and quags. Let's print args as well. Okay, and I will use this same calling method, and let's run this program. So here we can see arguments is an empty tuple, and keyword arguments, that is quarks, it contains all these values as in the form of dictionary. Okay, now let's add, let's say, any string Python and then comma. Okay, so this is positional argument and these are keyword arguments. So args will capture positional arguments and quarks will capture keyword arguments. Now let's run this program and see the output. Now argument contains Python in the tuple, whereas keyword argument contains all the keyword arguments in the form of dictionary. So we can have n number of positional arguments, let's say 2, 3. So these three values are the positional arguments which will be captured by args, and these three values, name, place, and x, this will be keyword arguments, so it will be captured by quarks. Let's run this program. So here we can see Python 2 and 3 are the positional arguments. So those are captured by arguments. Now let's check what if I place any argument value in between the keyword arguments? Let's say in any integer value and comma. Let's run this program. So here we can see it displays the error. What error? Positional argument follows keyword argument. So keyword argument should be at the end. So this is the concept. So if we move this value before the all the keyword arguments, then it will be considered as the arguments. So here we can see now 4 is in the arguments. Now let's check the return value. Remove this. So let's say we are passing any name. Let's say anything, we are not passing anything, or let's say we are passing any value, integer value, and we will return the multiply with 2. So let's say value multiply 2. We will return twice the number of what we have called. And so we will call demo function. We will pass as integer value, let's say 5. So this function will return 5 into 2, that is 10. So we need to capture that value, capture that response. So let's say we can have it in a variable x, and let's print x. Okay. Let's run this program. So here we get value 10. Why? Because we have passed 5, it will be captured in value, then 5 into 2, that is 10. So this value will be returned from this function, and it will be stored in variable x. And now we have printed the x variable, so that's why 10 is printed. What if we call demo with value 8? So it will return 16. So here we have 16. So this is how we can return a value. We can return a value as it is as well. We don't have to multiply. So if we have passed 8, then it will return value 8 only. And here we can see it returns 8. Let's say we want to return multiple values. So it will, let's say value, then value multiply 2. So we want to return 2 values. Okay. So let's print that. So we have value and then value multiply by 2. So this function returns these 2 values in the form of tuple. We can check the type of x. So it will be tuple. Let's run this program. So here we can see it returns the result or the 2 values in the form of tuple. So it can return multiple values as well. So we can put comma and then add a new value. So this is how a function can return a value. Now there are cases where we don't have to do anything in the function. So we simply write pass. So let's remove this parameter as well. So we will simply call the demo. Statement. So here we are simply calling the demo and we have written pass. So this code will not fail. So here we don't have anything in the output because we don't have any print statement. So what if I remove this pass statement? So it will return error. Indentation error, expand and indented block. So this is how we can write empty function using pass keyword. Now there are cases where we require the function parameters as only positional arguments, but not the keyword arguments. So how we can achieve that? Let's say I want to write a function which should accept 2 positional arguments only. So I will write x and y. And one more thing, this slash. So this means it will accept only two positional argument, and by default this function accepts only two positional argument if we don't write this slash as well. So if I call this, let's say I will print value x and y. I will call this function and 3. Let's run this program. So here it prints 2 and 3. So if I pass y equals to 3, so then also it will run. So it returns 2 and 3. If I pass, let's say x equals to 2 and y equals to 3, then also it returns 2 and 3. And if I interchange these position as well, let's say y equals to 3 and x equals to 2, so then also this value x equals to 2 will be goes to x and 3 will go to y, and it will also return print 2 3. Let's run. So here it prints 2 3. But what if I want to write a function which accepts only positional arguments but not the keyword arguments? So these are keyword arguments. Normal function accepts positional argument and it can accept those positional arguments as keyword arguments as well, and in any order. But I want to write here demo 2 comma 3 only. So how I can do that? I can put slash. Now if I run this program, it will generate error. Demo got some positional only arguments. So here we are sending keyword arguments, so it will not work. So we need to send 2 comma 3 only, then only it will work. Even if I put 2 comma y equals to 3, then also it will not work. It will raise the error. So this is how we can make any function to use only positional argument. So we cannot use keywords here. What if I want to make a function that upon calling should use keyword arguments only? So instead of slash, I have to write star before this. So now if I call this function, it will raise the error. Demo takes 0 positional arguments, but 2 were given. Why it takes 0 positional argument? Because we have written star here, so it will accept keyword arguments only. So that's why we need to write x equals to 2, y equals to 3. Now this function will work, and we can interchange the value of these, like y equals to 3 and x equals to 2. Then also it will work. But we need to write the variable names or the parameter names. So this is how we can force a function to use only keyword only arguments. We can force a function to use the combination of positional only and keyword only arguments both. How? So let's say we have a comma b, then slash, then star, and x and y. And let's print everything a, b, x and y. So now a and b are positional arguments only because we have slash, and x and y are keyword arguments only because we have star. So I need to write, let's say 1 comma 2, then we can have x as 3 and y as 4. So these two will go to here, a and b, and these x and y will go to x and y respectively. Let's run this program. Here we have 1, 2, 3, and 4 because we have printed A, B, X, and Y. So this is how we can implement a function that forcefully contains some positional arguments only as well as some keyword arguments only. Now in Python, Python supports recursion of function as well. So let's say there is a function demo which accepts value x, okay, and will print, let's say Python, and it will print Python. And how many times it will print? Let's say we'll do x equals to x minus 1, but in short we can write it as x minus equals to 1, and then we will call demo with new value of x again. But we need to have a terminating condition up to when if x is greater than equals or greater than 0, then only print Python and do x minus 1 and then call it again recursively. So what is recursion? A function calling itself again and again is called recursion. So here demo is calling itself with a new value. So here it is recursion. Now we will call, let's say, demo with value 3, and let's check the output. So here 3 times Python is printed. Why? We have sent value as 3 to x, so now x is 3. Now this is the condition. If 3 is greater than 0, yes, print Python. So our first Python is printed. Then x equals to x minus 1, that is x new value will be 3 minus 1, that is 2. Now x is 2. Call demo function again with value 2. Now demo is 2. 2 is greater than 0, yes, print Python. So this next Python is printed. Now do minus 1. So 2 minus 1 is 1. Call demo 1. Now x is 1. If 1 is greater than 0, yes, print Python. So Python is printed. Now do minus 1. So 1 minus 1 is 0. So demo 0 is called. X is now 0. If 0 is greater than 0, no. So this condition is false. Return none. Now here we call, and then again we don't have, and then again we call, and then we are here. So that's why 3 times is printed. Let's say I have print statement. So how it will work? We have called 3. Here 3, x is 3 greater than 0, condition true. It will print Python. Then 3 minus 1, 2. It will call demo. It will not print end. So it will call demo again with value 2. Then print Python. Then value is 1. It will call demo again. So 3 times Python will get printed. And once this condition is false, it will print end. Then it will return to this call of the previous one. So I can make you understand, like we have called demo 3 and internally it will call demo 3, which will call demo 2, which will call demo 1, and which will call demo 0. So when demo 0 is called, x is 0, this condition will be false. It will print end. So after writing 3 times Python, it will write end. and then it will return back to the demo1 call, demo1, where we have called, and it will come out of this loop, I mean condition, if condition, and it will print end one more time, and then it will return to the call of demo2. So demo2 ends here and it will print end. So end will be printed again. Okay, which will return to demo3. So it will print one more time, I guess. So let's run this program and check. So here we have first of all 3 times Python and then 4 times end. First is for 0, then 1, then 2, and then 3. I mean value of x. This is how the recursion happen in Python. So there is one more important thing about the default value of function, parameter value. So let's say def demo, we have x equals to an empty list. So we should not write it as empty list or empty dictionary. It should be I mean it should not be mutable, because there are certain issues with that. So let's say we have written x append. Let's say we are sending any value as well. Let's say value x append value. Okay, and return x. Now let's say we have called demo with first value as, let's say 1, and it will return a list. So let's save it as list1. Okay, and then print list1. Let's run this program first. So here we have one value, because we have sent one integer value in the list, and we have not sent any list here, so it will use the default list, which is empty. So it in x it appends value 1 and it returns the list with value 1. Now let's again call this method demo2 with value, let's say 2, and return the output list, and let's print list2. So now we are calling demo2 with value 2 and default value is list. So here value will be 2 and x will be, I mean we will be thinking like x should be empty list, and then in empty list we are appending value 2 and it should return a list with single value 2 in list 2. But this is not the case. Let's run this program. Here we can see instead of a list with containing a single value 2, it contains 1 and 2, two values. Why? Because when we call this method with no argument, this is initialized with an empty list, and then value 1 is appended and this list is returned. And when we call demo2 with the same default argument, so this list is already initialized with value 1, so that's why it appended value 2. And list is a mutable type, so we don't have to write mutable values as a default value. So we should use string or integer values as a default value only, but not the mutable types like list or dictionary, otherwise we will face this issue. Now let's check about passing the values to function. Demo, let's say x, and let's consider like x will be any integer value, and we will update, let's say, let's print inside function. Let's format the string using f and use the variable x inside function before updating. We have x. Then let's update the value x to, let's say, 5, and let's print after updating. Okay. And here also, let's say x equals to, it's not x, or we can, I mean, we can use x as well. We can use any other variable as well, because that this x is a local variable to this demo function only. Let's say we have 2. Let's say outside function before updating, value of x is this, or before calling function, then we call demo x, then print outside function after calling. Okay, let's run this program. So here we have outside function before calling the function. So the value of x is 2. Then inside function before updating. So here x is 2, inside function before updating 2 is printed. Now we have updated the value of x to 5. So therefore inside function after updating we have x as 5. But when we come to here, I mean the control comes to here, so here it will use this local value only. It is using value 2. So if we use a string value instead of integer, let's say Python, and here also if we update it with, let's say, Python 3, let's run this program. So here also we have first Python, then in the function we have Python. After updating it changes to Python 3, but outside the function it still remains Python only. Why? Because this is a string value, and string is immutable type, and it is similar to integer, which is also immutable. Now let's check with mutable types. Let's say x is a list and it contains value 1 and 2. So this is a list, and let's update it. We will do x dot append, let's say 3. Now let's check the value. Let's run this program. So outside the function before calling it is 1 and 2. Then inside the function before updating it is 1 and 2. Then inside the function, I mean we have appended 3 in the list. Then inside the function after updating it changes to 1, 2 and 3. Now 3 is in the list. Now when we return from this function and we try to access this variable, so this should contain 1 and 2, but now it contains 1, 2 and 3. Why? Because this is a mutable type of data. So it is mutated here, and therefore it is, I mean, the reference contains the updated value. So if we use dictionary here, Python dictionary, and if we update it in the function, then here also we will get the updated dictionary. But this is not the case with integer or string values, which are of mutable type, I mean immutable type. So yeah, this is all about the function and its parameters and the calling mechanism. Yeah. We can show the return type as well as the parameter types in the functions as well. So let's check that. Let's say we have a function demo which accepts integer value in variable x or parameter x. We can write it as this. And let's say it returns the square of this value. So that will be also integer value. So it returns integer value. So here we can type return type as int. Then we can have a doc string for this function. It will be triple quotes using double quotes, and we can write like function return square of a number. Parameter x, it is a integer value. So this is, I'm writing the description of the parameter, and then what it returns, I mean the function returns the square of the input value in integer format. So this is the description, or this is overall doc string of a function. This is the I mean the type of the parameter x, and this is the return type of the function demo. Let's write return x multiply x. Now let's call demo with 5, and we can have we can save the value, let's say we type dot operator. So this will return all the functions or variables that will be used by integers. So here you can see all the functions and variables of integer type. And if we change this to string, let's say str, here it will show, I mean display all the methods and variables of string class type or data type. So this is the main purpose of defining the type of parameters and the result value of function. So this will help in suggesting the methods. So let's convert it to integer back, and let's print the output y. Okay, let's run this program. So here 25 is printed. So 5 multiply 5 is returned in, and it is stored in y, and 25 is printed. Let's say if I multiply it by 2, okay, then let it be empty. Okay, and function to return the square. Okay, function to return a number. Let's say we don't return a square. Let's print y. So we get value 10. Okay, and what if I, instead of 5, I send any string value? Let's say Python. Let's run this program and check. So here it doesn't give any error like other programming languages. We don't get any error. So this is called actually type hinting, and this is used by the IDE like Pycharm or VS Code or anything that we are using, and it will help them to suggest functions according to the type. So here it returns integer type, and if I put dot operator, it will show the methods of integer type. So that will uh, help the developer to use the inbuilt methods according to the type. So it will not check the type whether it is integer or not. And why we get 2 times Python? Because string, any string multiply by any integer value, it will replicate that string to that number of times only. So here we have 2, so that's why Python is printed 2 times without any space. about type hinting of function. What is class in Python and why we need them? So before jumping into that, let's check. We have a name variable which contains a string Tom, and we have another variable marks obtained which contains integer value, let's say 549. So here we can see these variables contains a single type of value. So it contains name contains a string and marks obtained variable contains integer value. So what if we want a variable that contains these two values in a single variable? So in that case we need classes, and also class supports methods as well that we can use to manipulate or maybe update the representation of this value. So let's now learn about classes. So classes basically contains data members and functions related to it, and it is just a type of encapsulation for values to be accessible. So class is defined by class keyword in Python, then space, and then we need to write class name. So let's say we have a student class. So this is, I'm writing the comment here. This is class name. Now we need to define class variable. So let's say we have school name as a string. So let's say St. Paul's. So this is a class variable. So this is how we define a class which contains only single class variable. Now how we can access this class? So we need to create objects of this class. How to create them? So objects are basically variables that contains the enclosed format of the class, and each format will contain different values. So let's say object 1, we call the class constructor. So this will call this class constructor method, and a new memory will be allocated, and that will be referenced by this object1 variable. Here we don't have to pass anything. I will write comment class object. So this is a class object, and if I want to access this class variable, how I can access? We can access it through either class object or directly by class name. So let's print object1 dot. So by using dot operator with the object of this class, we can access the class variables. And another way of accessing is by using directly the class name dot. Let's run this program and check the output. So here we can see the school name is printed 2 times. So this is how we access the class variable and we create the class object. Now this class variables are shared among all the objects of this class. So let's say we have object 1. Now let's create another object. I will remove these statements. Let's create object 2 and then student. Let's print object 1 dot school and print object 2 dot. Here we can see both of the objects print the same value of school because this class variable is shared among the all the objects. So what this sharing of class variable among the object means? It means there is a single memory allocated for this class variable and it is a shared memory and all the objects of this class will refer to that memory. So any updation in that memory will reflect in all the objects. Let's update this value and then check whether the objects are having the same value or not. We'll update using the class name, then class variable name, and we update it to, let's say, new school. And now let's print these objects again. Let's run this program. So here we can see earlier they printed the original school name, and then once we updated the school, so we updated the memory that St. Paul's school is updated to new school, and all the objects are now pointed to already pointing to that memory, and now they have the new school. So what if I want to have a different values for each object? So in that case we use the object variables, or we can say the uh, data members of the class. So how to create them? So let's check that. We can create them by using constructor. So how we define a constructor in a class? So constructor is a method. So we have used def keyword, and this is the constructor. So for every class, irrespective of the class name, always init will be the constructor of that class, and it will be called automatically when the object of this class is created. So we can have two values as well. So let's say I want name and marks obtained, and we can have a class variable. So let's say one more class variable, let's say total marks 500, and in the constructor, so what is self? So self means the object of this class for which the constructor is called. So in object or self, we will create a new variable or the class data member or the object data member. Self.name equals to the name which we are getting while creating the object of this class, and then another data member, marks obtained, marks obtained. So these variable names can be anything. It should not be like we are passing name here, so we should use name only. We can use student underscore name as well. So now we have created two data members of this class. Now let's create the object. Let's say object 1 equals to student Tom, So name will be Tom and marks obtained, let's say 490. Now how we can access the values? We can, okay, first let me show you. Let me add a print statement here. Constructor called. We can print start and then print end. Let's run this program. So here we can see first start is printed, then we created the object. So whenever the object of a class is created, the constructor is called. So self here means the object itself, then name is the first parameter, and then marks obtained is the second parameter. So now constructor is called. Okay. And then it is printed, and then we have created two data members of this class, name and marks obtained, and we have initialized the value. So constructor is used to initialize the data members of the class. So now let's remove these print statements and let's see how we can access these data members. So we can use object name dot and then we can use name. So we can print object one dot marks obtained. Okay, let's run this program. So here Tom is printed and then 490 is printed. Now let's try to use these data members with class name. Let's say student dot name. Let's run this program. So here we can see it gives the error. Why? Type object student has no attribute name. Okay, so here we don't have any class variable with name as name. So these are the variables of object and these are the variables of class. These are the shared variables across all the objects of this class, and these are the variables whose values are limited to that object only. So how we can show that? Let's okay, before printing it, let's have another object with class student, then name as Harry and the value as 400. Now let's print the values of both the objects. So object one dot name, object one dot marks obtained, and similarly let's print that for object 2. Let's run this program. So here object one dot name and object one dot marks obtained is are Tom and 490, and object 2 contains Harry and 400. What if I update? I mean, updating the school and total marks will modify in both of these objects, but here we can see the name, I mean object one dot name for both the objects are different. So if I update any one of it, let's say object one dot name equals to let's say new name, and let's print again. Okay, so here we have the old names Tom and Harry, and then for the object one we have updated new name, so it contains new name, but object 2 remains unchanged. So this is how we create the constructor of the class and we create the data members of the class, and how we access the data members using the dot operator with object name. So this is about the constructor and about the self parameter. So self means the object itself. Now let's learn about the methods or the member functions. So I will just move these print statements. Member functions. So its name suggests it is a function, so we need to use def keyword, and we can write n number of functions. So let's say show percentage, and so this is the name of the function, and here you have to notice like we have used self here. So self represents the current object to which this function is being called. So every member function will have the self variable. So it's not mandatory to use self word only. We can use any word, but first parameter of the function in a class will represent the current object. Instead of self, we can use obj as well, or not object. Object is a keyword, but we can use current or current object. We can use anything, but first parameter will always represent the current object. So generally we use self. Now let's print the percentage here. So we can have percentage as marks, sorry, to rise percentage as self dot marks obtained divided by self dot total marks or student dot total marks. We can write anything. So I will write student dot total marks and then multiply by 100. So this is the percentage, and we can return the value, or we can print the value as formatted string, and in that we will use variable percentage and then space and percentage sign. So now let's call this show percentage. Object1 dot show percentage, then object2 dot show percentage. Let's run this program. So this is how we call the member functions of a class using the object with the dot operator. So here object1 dot show percentage shows the 98% for 490 out of 500 marks, and object2 dot show percentage shows 80% for the marks 400 out of 500. So this is how we define a member function or a class function, and we call the function. We can also pass the parameters as well, and I mean, let's say anything. Say show symbol, and we can write a condition. If show symbol is true, then print along with symbol, else print only the percentage value. And here we need to now send the parameter either true or false. So let's say in first case we want to write percentage symbol, and in another case we don't want to write a percentage symbol. So here we can see in the first case we have percentage symbol, but in second case we don't have. Even we can parameterize it, like we can provide a default value as false, and we can remove the value because default value is false. So here we are not sending any parameter, so it will consider the default value as false. We can rerun the program and see we don't have the percentage symbol. So this is how we call the member function, and we provide the values or parameters to the member function. Now, what if I write the object? What if I print the object? Let's say print obj1. So it prints something like this: main, the main file or the main function, and then we have student class, and it is an object and the memory location. So this is the default format of the class. So what if I want to print it in some other format? So what we can do is we can write or override a dunder method str self. So the methods which contains double underscore at the starting and at the end are called dunder methods or the magic methods. So these are already provided by the Python. So whenever we create a class, so it will always contain these methods. So we are overriding it just to print something else instead of this. So we need to return a string that will get printed. So what we want to return, let's say we want everything in the arrow keys, and it will be a formatted string. So we will use variables like the class name. So self dot, we can use this class and dot name. This will print the class name, which is student. So either we can directly have written the student as a string, or we can use the variable. Okay. Then we want space, and then we want to write, let's say, the student name. So self dot name. So class name student space the student name. So this will get printed. So let's print object1. Now object1 is printed like student, which is a class name, and then a space, and then self.name, which is Tom. If I create object2 with some other name, let's say student Harry, and marks as 400, and let's print this object. So student1 contains name as Tom, and student object2 contains Harry. So object2 is printed like class name space then Harry. So this is how we override the dunder method string to represent the object whenever it is printed through print function. Now let's learn about access types. So we'll remove some methods. I will clean the code. So let's say we have a constructor. We have self.name and marks obtained. So these are normal variables or the data members which can be accessible directly through the object. So we can say these are public variables. So we have three types of variables: public, private, and protected. So the difference is that the private members cannot be directly accessible through object, but public and protected can be. So in Python, they are not, um, uh, I mean, like other languages, we cannot directly or indirectly use the private members, but in Python, we can indirectly use the Python private members. I will show you how we can access, but for now, let's learn how we define the private and protected data variables. So we have already learned this is the public variable because it can be easily accessible by the object. So for private, we have to add double underscore, and for protected, we have to use single underscore. So these private and protected members can be used by the member functions directly by using self, but through object we cannot use the private member. So let's first create the object. Let's say object1 equals to student with name as Tom, marks as 490, and let's try to print object1 dot. So here we can see object1 dot name is not visible. Let's try to print object1 dot marks obtained. So marks obtained is visible because name underscore name is a private variable. This is protected because it contains single underscore at the starting of the name. So here it says student object has no attribute name underscore name. Why? Because it is a private variable. So let's remove that. Now let's check the protected. So yes, it is accessible. So this is just to represent that this is a protected variable, but as a functionality, it doesn't have any impact on the code. So how we can access this private variable? We can access it through member function. But what Python does is it creates this name variable as underscore class name, then underscore the variable name. So how we can see that? We can see that by using dir command, and we are printing the output of the dir command, dir object 1. Let's print that output. So yes, the first, here we can see. So this dir command prints the all the functions, dunder methods, and the class variable names and the variable names of this class. So it prints everything. So here it prints this self dot underscore name, which is a private variable, as underscore class name underscore variable name. So if I directly access this obj1 dot underscore student underscore name, obj1 underscore student underscore name. Yes, let's run this program. So here it prints Tom because we have provided the name in this. So functionality wise, it has impact only, like we cannot directly access with the object and dot operator with underscore name, but indirectly we can access like this. Now let's check about the functions, member functions. Def, let's say show, we have self. So every member function will be having this first parameter as a current object, which is self. And now we can try to print or access self dot name directly and self dot marks obtained directly. So object 1 equals to students. So this will create the object of this class and call the constructor and set these values. And then to call this, to print this, we need to call this show method. So object 1 dot show. So we don't have to pass anything. It will be object will be passed by itself internally. So we don't have to pass anything. Let's run this. So here show is called, and in methods we can directly use the private and protected variables. So this is all about the access types of a class. Now, what if I want to write a class, but I don't want to write anything? No init, no function, no variables. So just in case that I have a class and I will write its definition later on. So what we can do is we can directly write pass keyword, and even we can create the object of this class. So we don't have to send any parameter because we don't have any init function or the constructor which accept these two values. So it will call the default constructor which Python has already in the code, and we can create the object. Since it doesn't have any function show, so we cannot call that as well. But what we can do is we can print the object. So let's run this program. Here we can see the main file or the main function, then a student class. This is the student class, and it object at memory location. So it prints that. So this is how we can use pass keyword to skip the definition of a class. That's all about the classes in Python.
Now we will learn what is exception handling in Python, why we need exception handling, and how we can create our custom exception classes. Let's learn with an example. Let's say we have a function divide which takes two arguments or two parameters of integer types. And division always returns float value. So this is the return type. We can simply write x divided by y. Now let's call this function. So we will print the result as well. Print divide 10 by 2 and print divide, let's say 4 by 2. So we are printing the result of this divide method. So let's run this program. So for 10 divided by 2 we get 5.0 float value, and for 4 comma 2 we get 2, which is correct. So now what if I, instead of 2, I type 0? So 10 divided by 0. So here we get the error where in the divide function while calling 10 comma 0, then in return x divided by y we get the error. What error? The 0 division error, division by 0. So we can see here because of this statement 10 comma 0, this 4 comma 2, this statement does not get executed because we get the exception here or the error. So what if we want to execute this even if this gets failed? So here we can handle the exception. How? So in the divide function, we can move this return statement in try. And we can accept the exception. Which exception? Zero division error. Zero division error. So this is an inbuilt exception class in Python. So we can directly use that as, let's say, any variable error, and we can write a print statement that we accepted the or we handled the error, or the error is handled. Okay, now let's run this program. So here error is handled is printed, and then since we are not returning anything from this function, it is by default the function returns none value. So here this statement divide 10,0 returns none value, and we are printing that, so none is also printed. And then divide 4,2, which is correct, so it prints the result 2.0. So now, so this is how we handle exception in try except block. So this is the variable in which we have accepted the zero division error. So ERR contains zero division error object, exception class object. So we can print that as well. So if we print this, then we can see division by 0. So this is the error that we get in the error object. So now there are few more things regarding try except. We have else part. So if this statement is executed properly, then we move to else part. But if we get any exception in the try block in any of the statement, so except is called and else will not be called. So let's say instead of returning, we can have result equals to xy, and we can return result here, and we can print in else block. We can print in try block, and here also we can print in except block. Okay, and I can add one statement here with simple dash. Let's run this program. So above this dash, we have the output for this print divide 10,0. So when we call this function divide, it moved into try block and it prints in try block. So here first statement is in try block. Then it calculated the result 10 divided by 0. So this raises the exception. So we directly move out of this try block and we move to except block. And then we are checking whether we are getting this exception or not. So we are getting zero division error. So this exception class is meshed here. So that exception object is present in this error variable. Now in except block is printed. So next statement in the output is in except block. Then we are printing the error. So error is division by 0. And then it is not moving to else part because it has moved to except part. So we are not returning anything from here. So by default function returns none value. So we are printing none. So that's why none is printed in the output. Now this line is printed. Now we have called 4, 2. So this function is called x is 4, y is 2. Then int try block is printed. Then return equals to x divided by y, that is 4 divided by 2, which is 2. Now result contains value 2. Since no exception is raised in try block, so it will move to else part. So that's why in else block is printed after that. And then we are returning the result, which is 2. And here we got the result as 2 and we are printing that. So 2.0 is printed because division returns the float value. So this is how we can add else block, and this is the role of else block. If exception is not raised in try block, then else part will be executed. Otherwise we will the exception part will get executed. Now there is one more thing. We have finally. We can directly write finally. So first try block is executed. If any exception is raised, then it moved to except block. Otherwise it moved to else block. And after that it moved to finally block. So let's run this program. Whether exception is raised or not, finally block will always be called at the end. So let's run this program. So here we can see for 10, 0, x is 10, y is 0. In try block is printed. Then here we raise the exception. Then exception is caught. Then in except block is printed. Then we have printed the error, which is division by 0. And then we move to final block. So finally is printed here. And then this function is completed and it returned by default none value. So none is printed here. Then for next 4, 2, in try block is printed. Then result is calculated as 2.0. And since there is no exception raised, it will move to else part. So in else block is printed and it returns the result 2.0. But before returning from this method, finally will always be called whether exception is raised or not. So first finally is printed and then this result gets printed due to this print statement. So this is how we can handle the exception using try, except, else and finally. Okay. Now we will learn how to handle multiple exceptions. So currently we are accepting x and y. Let's accept a list. List 1 is of type list. And let's say we are not returning anything. We will just print everything here. And we can remove these print statements. We can remove else and finally part as well. Okay. And now let's call divide 10, 2 and then third variable is list. So let's say we have 4 and so result 1 is x, y. So we will print result 1 and then result 2. Let's say we are assuming that list 1 contains 2 values, so we will divide first value, so list 1 of 0 index divided by list 1 of index 1. Then we will print result 2. In except block 0 division error. Okay. Let's run this program, and since we are not returning anything, we will not print. So here we have 10 and 2. So x is 10, y is 2, and list 1 is 4, 2. So result 1 will be 10 divided by 2, which is 5.0. We are printing the result. So 5.0 is printed. Result 2 will be list 1 of 0, that is 4, divided by list 1 of 1, that is 2. So 4 divided by 2 is 2.0. So we are printing result 2 as 2.0. Since no exception is raised, that's why we have not moved to this block and we have returned from the function. So this is the program. Now what if I, instead of 2, I put 0? So this result will get failed and 0 division error will get raised. Okay. So, and this will, after this statement, line number 3, it will move to the except block and then it will print in except block 0 division error. So let's run this program. So here we get the output in except block 0 division error. What if I correct this and remove one of the item? So now list 1 contains only one item. So this statement will get executed successfully. It will print the result and then this statement will get failed. So let's check. So we got 5.0 because this and this statement, these statements are ran successfully, and we have got the error at this statement. Why? Because this is expecting list 1 should contain 2 values, but it contains only single value 4. So here we can see that we got the error. What error? Index error, list index out of range. And for this, because list 0 contains 4, so this is correct, but there is no number at index 1 in list 1. So we can accept multiple error in a single try block like this. So we can handle index error. So index error is also a built-in exception class in Python. So we can directly use that. And we can use the same variable and we can write print except block index error. Let's run this program. So now we can see 5.0 is printed and then in except block index error is printed. So at this statement exception is raised and it moves the control to here. It checks whether this is accepting index error. No. Then it checks here whether this except block is accepting index error. Yes. So here in error object we get the index error object and we have printed this statement. So that's why this in except block index error is printed. So this is how we handle multiple exceptions. So what if I don't want to write different print statements? I want to write single print statement like in except block. So how can we handle that? We can directly go to here and we can create a tuple of exception classes that we want to handle. Okay, so we can remove this code and we can update this line like in except block. So whether we get this error or this error, the control will come to this except block only, and the error object will be saved in err variable. So let's run this program. So here we see we did not get any error because exception is handled and in except block is printed. Now let's correct this and let's try to get the zero division error instead of index error. Let's check with that also. So here also it prints in except block. So 5.0 is not printed because we got the exception at first line itself in the try block. So this is how we handle multiple exceptions. Now let's learn how we can create our own exception class. Let's clear this program. So we can create a class. Let's say we want to write a program which will check whether the number is even or not, or a function to add two even numbers. Okay. So for that we can have, let's say, add even numbers. So x and y. We will check if x modulus 2 equals 0, okay, and y modulus 2 equals 0. That means both are even numbers. Then return x plus y. Okay. Else we will raise exception. So this is the base exception class and it is an inbuilt class. We can call it directly and we can write our exception message in double quotes. So we are creating the object of exception class and we are passing the message. Okay. So what message? Like not an even number. So this is how we have created our own exception or custom exception. So let's run this program. So first we will go with the happy flow. So we can have 2 and 6. So output should be 8. So we can print that output. Let's run this program. So here we get 8. How? We call this function. So x is 2, y is 6. So x percent 2 or x modulus 2 equals 0 means the remainder should be 0 if we divide this number by 2. So 2 divided by 2, 2 is divisible by 2. Therefore remainder is 0. Hence it is an even number. And similarly, we have y modulus 2 equals 0. So we have added 2 plus 6. Okay. Now, what if I change it to 3? So 3 is an odd number. Now we get exception not an even number. So this is our own custom message which is not an even number, and this is the exception class. Okay. Now let's learn how we can create our own exception class. So we can create a class here, class not an even number. We can give any name to the class. So here I'm giving not an even number as a class, and we need to inherit the base exception class. Okay. So now we need to provide our message also. So for that we can override the constructor which is init method. Then in self.message, so this is a data member of this class, self.message, we can use this message. Okay, and we can also provide some error code as well, and we can add few more variables according to our choice as well. So let's say I'm providing error any number, let's say 4245, and then we will call the init function of super class, which is our exception class, and we need to provide this message as well, because here we are creating the object of exception class, that is we are calling the init method of exception class, and we are providing a message. So here also we need to provide message, so we can use self.message, otherwise it will not print the message. Now this is how we can create our own exception class. Now how to use that? So instead of directly using exception, we can use not an even number, and we can directly create the object of that when we want to raise. So now let's run this program. So earlier it was exception class not an even number. Now let's run. So now exception is changed to not an even number, which is our own custom class, and here we can see not an even number, which is a message that we have sent while calling the constructor of super class, which is exception class. So this is the message that we have provided. So this is how we can create our custom exception class and use that. Now what if I want to, let's say, handle this exception? So instead of this red or the error message, we can simply handle like this is, we can keep as it is. We can use try block here. We can move this statement in try block. Then in except, we can handle this not an even number as E, or we can use error, and then we can print error. Before printing that, we can also print in except block. So let's run this program. So now red lines are removed, error is removed. Why? Because we have handled the exception. So program will not fail, program will get executed completely without any error. So add even numbers 3, 6. So this method will be called. 3 is not an even number, so it will move to else part where we are raising our custom exception. So now custom exception is handled here. So because this statement is in try block and it invoked the exception, so it will move to, control will move to except block. and it will check whether the exception is not an even number class or not. So yes, the exception is not an even number class. So we have saved that exception object in error variable, and then we have printed in except block. So in except block is printed, and then we have printed the error object, which is this object, the exception class object. So while printing the exception class object, it prints only the message. What if I want to print the error code? So for printing the object of a class, not only the exception class, any class in Python, we can override str method, double underscore str method, and we need to return a string that we want to print. So by default it is printing or returning self.message. So what we can do, we can return error code and message both. How? We can use formatted string using f and double quotes. First we can write self dot error code, then colon, then space, and then when we can write message. So we can use the variable self dot message. We have used self. Why? Because this is a class method. First, in class method, first parameter is always self, or we can write anything else, but basically it is the object that is calling this method. And in that object we have this data member or the variables, so we can use that using that object. So that's why self.errorCode and self.message. So now when we will print this object, this function will get called and it will return this string, that is error code colon message. So instead of message we will get error code as well. Let's run this program. Now in except block, and then error, which is err colon 4245, then colon, then space, and then our complete message, which is not an even number. So using this str method, we have overridden. Basically it is present in exception class, or basically in every class in Python, this method double underscore method, which are called dunder methods. So these are already present. So we have overridden here. So this is all about the exceptions in Python.
File handling in Python. File handling involves creating a file, writing a file, opening a file, reading a file, update it, close it, and then delete it. So we have different modes for handling the file. First is R, that is read mode. So it is the default value. So when we open a file in Python without specifying the mode, so by default it opens in read mode. So if file does not exist, it will raise the error. Next is append mode, that is represented by letter A. So it opens a file for appending, that is appending the text at the end of the file. So if a file already exists and it contains some data, so new data will be appended at the end of the file and previous data will not be lost. So it creates the file if the file does not exist. Next is W, that is write mode. So it opens a file for writing and creates the file if it does not exist. But if a file exists and it contains some data and we opened it with W mode, then it will truncate all the previous data and it will override the new data. So previous data will get lost here. Next is X, that is create. So it creates the specified file and returns an error if the file exists. In addition, we can specify if the file should be handled as binary
or text mode. So for that we have T, that is text mode. So default value, it is a default value. So by default, if we don't mention it, then file will be opened in text mode. Then next is B, that is binary mode. So we have to specify by writing the B in the mode specifier, and these are commonly used for images, PDF files, etc. Then we have plus operator. So basically it is a mode. So it represents opening a file for updating, that is reading and writing both. We can create combination of these modes. So below are some examples. So we have R plus. So R basically stands for reading. But if we write R plus, then it opens a file for both reading and writing. The file pointer will be placed at the beginning of the file. So next is RB plus, as name represents. It opens a file for both reading and writing, but in binary format. The file pointer is placed at the beginning of the file here as well. Next is W plus. So it opens a file for both writing and reading. So it overwrites the existing file if the file exists. If the file does not exist, it creates a new file for reading and writing. Next we have WB plus. So it opens a file for both writing and reading in binary format. It overwrites the existing file if the file exists. If the file does not exist, it creates a new file for reading and writing. So below are the ways to open a file. So first is we can use open method. We can provide file name or file path as a first parameter, and then next we need to provide the access mode. So here we have written W. Next we have another way of writing the so before that we have used O file as a variable name. So this is a kind of file pointer or file operator or object. So we can use this object to write the data and close the file. Next is we have with that is context manager. So using that we can open a file. So again it uses the open method, and we have O file as variable or the file object, and we can use this O file and in the with block, and we can use that for writing the data. So we don't have to I mean the difference between these two ways are in the second way we don't have to bother about the exceptions or closing the file. It will automatically close the file. But if we go with the first approach, then we need to close the file manually after all the operations are done. So now let's jump over some practical examples. Now we will write a code to create a file in Python. So before that, I will create one directory. So we can right click, then click on new, and then and in that we will try to create a file through Python program. So for creating a file, we can use open method. In that we will write file path. So before that, let's have the directory path here. So it is demo, and then we have file name. Let's say we have file name a.txt. Now we will use these variables. So we will create a file path. We will use a library, which is OS.
And to create a file path, we can use os.path.join, then directory name, and then file name. So we are using this library because irrespective of the OS, like Windows or Ubuntu, so they both have different file path. So Ubuntu contains slash and Windows contain backslash. So irrespective of that, we can use os.path.join and it will create the file path according to the operating system. So now we have created the file path. So we will call the open function, which takes first argument as file path, and then second argument as the mode. So we will use write mode here. Now we want to write anything. So how we can do is ofile dot write. And in that we can pass any string. Let's say this is a first sentence, and then we can close the file. So ofile.close, this method will close the file after writing the sentence. So let's run this program. So this program is finished and let's check. So in the demo folder, we have a.txt file. We can open that. So here we can see our string is written in the file. This is the first sentence. Let's close it. What if I rerun this program? So this W mode, which is write mode, it will just delete this file, create a new one, or if it exists, it will truncate the file. So currently it exists, so it will truncate the file. That means it will remove all the data from this file, and then it will write this sentence in the new file and it will close the file. So basically this a.txt will again contain only a single sentence. I've rerun this code. Now let's check a.txt. So here we can see it contains only single line. So now what if I change this W to A, that is append mode. So it will open this file and it will, or the pointer will move to the end of the file, and then it will write this sentence. So I will update this sentence. This is a second sentence, and then it will close the file. Let's run this program. So we have opened the file in append mode. So it will write or append this sentence at the end of the existing file. So let's open this. So here we can see at the end of this file, this is the second sentence is written. So we can write another sentence in the new line. How we can write that? So we can use /n, \n. We can write this is a third line. We can rerun this program. So now this new line will be in the new line. This is a third sentence. Otherwise it could have appended here only. So this is a way of opening a file, writing a file, and then closing a file. We can look for the things like this O file or this file object contains. So we can print
O file dot, we can have file name. So I will use formatted string here, file name. Then we can print the mode, file mode. Is it append mode or write mode? For that, we can use file.mode. Then we can print whether this file is closed or not. For that, we can write file dot. And once we close the file, then again we can check. Let's run this program. Here we can see the output. File name is demo/a.txt. So this is the actual path. Then file mode is append mode. And then is file closed? First is false because here we have not closed the file. Then we have run ofile.close, which will close the file. And then again we have checked is file closed. So now it becomes true. So this is the file variable through which we have printed these data. Now there is another way to open a file. So here we can see there are chances of exceptions, like maybe this directory is not present. If I change the directory, let's say I have removed the O, and let's run this program. So here we can see file not found error, no such directory. So what we can do is, I mean, if these, and here also we need to write o file.close. I mean, we can forget closing the file. So what we can do is we can use with operator. I will remove this as well, and we can write it like this: with open as o file, and all the file operations will be in this block, with block. So this with block is uh, automatically with block automatically handles the exceptions, and also it automatically close the file at the end. So it's good if we use with open block. So let's use W here. So it will truncate all the existing data and it will print this string. This is the first sentence. Let's run this program. So this program is executed. Let's check the file. So here we can see this sentence. Now, what if we want to write multiple lines? So we need to write o file.write multiple times, right? Like this is second sentence. We can use backslash n. If I run this program, we can check the output. So here we have two sentences. What if I want third sentence, fourth, fifth, five? So we need to write o file.write again and again. So if we want to skip that, what we can do is we We can have a list of sentences like lines, and we can copy this. And instead of ofile.write, so this ofile is just a variable. We can write any name here. So instead of write, we will use write lines, and in that we will pass the list of strings. We can, I mean, here I have manually created the list of a string, but what we can do is we can have a paragraph in which we can do the separation by full stop, and we can have a list of lines, and we can write it in a, I mean, every sentence in a new line. So currently I have used these two sentences only. So this is a list of sentences or list of strings. We can use write lines to write all the lines at a time. So let's run this program. We can see the output here. So we have two lines here. So this is how write lines work. Now, how to read a file? Since we have already created a file, now how to read it? So there are multiple ways. So first we will use the read method. So for read, okay, I will just remove this. For reading, we need to change the mode. We can use R, read mode. We can rename variable as ifile, or we can keep it as it is. That's not a problem. Then we have read method. Read method will read the complete file and it will return the data, and then we can use that data. So here I am printing that data just to showcase what this file contains. And we don't have to write ofile.close because we are using context manager, this using with keyword. So it will automatically close the file after this print statement. Let's run this program. Here in the output, we can see these two lines. This is the first sentence, this is second sentence. So these sentences are present in a.txt. So let's say I will directly update this text file. I will add one more sentence. This is third sentence. I will save it. And now let's run this program again. And let's check the output. Now we are getting 3 lines. What read is doing? It is reading complete file and returning the data. And we have printed that. So what if I want to read first line only? So what I will do? Instead of read, I will use read line method. So let's check what read line returns. So it returns single sentence or a single line basically. So what if I re-execute this? So after printing the data, I will again run the read line and again print the data. So here we can see it prints the second line as well. So if I third time again write the same sentences, so it will print the third line as well. What will happen if I print it 4 times? Since we have only 3 lines here, but we are now reading 4 times. So let's check. So it has returned only 3 sentences. At fourth time, it is not printing anything. So instead of doing this, what we can do, we can write it in a single line. How? Not a single line, but in a good way. Instead of rewriting the same lines again and again, we can use line equals to profile dot read line. I will just comment this code. So now we have read the first line. What we will do? We will write a loop while line. So line will contain a string, and if it is the end of the file, it will be empty string. So for empty string, this loop will terminate, but for the string which is not empty, it will execute. So we will get the first line. So while condition will be true, and we can remove the redundant parenthesis as well. So we will print line, and then again we need to read the line so that it can be checked in the while loop. I mean at the 10th line. File dot read line. That's it. So irrespective of number of lines in the text file or any file which we are reading, so we can use this code to print all the lines one by one instead of writing profile.readline for every line. So let's run this program. So here we can see all the 3 lines are printed. So this is about the read line. So there is one more thing, like when we open the file in read mode, the file pointer is at the 0th index or at the 0 location. So we can write a print statement like file dot tell. So it will tell the position of the current index where the pointer is. So at the initial, it will be at the starting point. Then after reading one line, it will change. So we can print again file dot tell. So this is just for the information, like we have a tell function which returns the current index or current position of the pointer which is reading the file. So at the starting, it is at 0 index, then it reads first line, and after that it is at 27th index. So if we count this, so it will be 26. So it is at 27 now. Now once it reads the second line, so its position gets changed. So it becomes 53. And once it reads third sentence, its position changes to 78. So this tell will return the current position of the pointer. So there is one more method, seek method. So seek method will, we can redirect the pointer to a particular location in the file using seek method. So let's say I will remove this while loop and use the same data. Let's say we are printing 2 times. I will remove this. So here we are reading first line, printing it, then reading second line and printing it. Let's check the output. So we have first sentence, then second sentence. Now, what if I change profile dot seek? What if I change the position of the pointer to again 0, that is starting of the file? Will it print the second line? No, it will print the first line again. Let's check. So here we got first sentence 2 times. So this is all about seek and tell methods. So we have understood read method, which reads all the data of a file. Then we have understood about read line, which reads line by line. Then we have one more method, read lines. Let's check what it do. So I will directly use read lines. Let's run. Here it prints the list of sentences or list of lines. So read lines will return list of lines. So basically it will also reads the file completely, but it will return the list of lines instead of complete text as a string. Now we can print this one by one as well. Like we can write it as lines. So this is a list. So to print each line separately, we can use for loop for line in lines print line. Let's run this program. So here the line is printed one by one from the list lines. Now this is all about creating a file, adding text in a file, and then reading the text from the file. Now we will check how we can delete a file. So for that, we will again use the OS library. So we will first check if os.path.exist. We'll check the file path, complete file path. If it exists, then os.remove file path. Let's run this. So we have folder demo and then we have a.txt. So this file path is a complete file path, demo/a.txt. Let's run this program. This program is completed and we can see here only demo folder is remaining, but file a.txt is removed or deleted. So how to delete the folder? So to delete a folder, we have os.rmdir. So I will comment this code as this file does not exist, but we can, since we have used if loop or if condition, so it will turn false because file path does not exist. So it will not execute this os.remove. So let it be as it is. I will write os.rmdir and then the directory. Directory we have demo. So let's run this program. So here program executed successfully and now we can see there is no folder demo. This is all about file handling in Python. What is a Lambda function? Lambda function is an anonymous function, that is, it does not have any name. It is written with the keyword lambda. It can accept any number of arguments. It uses single expression to return the value, and it is best for short or temporary function. Syntax. So lambda keyword is used, then space, after that arguments are written, then colon, and then expression is written. Examples:
So first example, lambda x colon x to the power x multiplied 2. So basically this lambda function doubles the number. So if 5 is sent to this lambda function, then output will be 5 into 2, that is 10. So next lambda accepts two parameters x and y, and it returns the sum of these two numbers, that is x plus y. Third one is, so third lambda function accepts three parameters x, y and z, and it returns the sum of three numbers. So what if I want to get the sum of n number of arguments? I mean any number of arguments, any number of, so we can write it as the last one, lambda star x. So star x means a list of numbers or a tuple of numbers. Basically it represents tuple, and then it returns sum of tuple of numbers, that is x. So sum is an inbuilt function, so it will return sum of all those numbers which is present in the x, which is a tuple of numbers. Now let's learn about some examples through coding. Now let's create a function that will double the value. So we'll write function double, which will take one parameter x. It will multiply it by 2 and return the value. So let's call this function result equals to double and pass the value 5. Let's print the result. Let's run this program. So here we can see the output is 10. Why? This function is called and 5 is passed. So x here is 5, and this function will return x multiply 2, which is 5 multiplied 2, that is 10. So this 10 is stored in the result variable, and we have printed the result. So 10 is printed. So this function can be replaced by lambda function. How? So first let's comment this function. We will write an equivalent lambda function. So we can have double equals to lambda x. So x is an argument and it will return expression x multiply 2. So this is our lambda function. We have stored it in double variable, and whenever we call this double with any value, so this value will goes to x and it will solve this expression and return the value. So 5 multiplied to 10. So 10 will be returned and result will be printed. So let's rerun this program. So here we can see 10 is printed. Now let's write a lambda function that can take two parameters. So let's say we will rename it to add, and we will add second parameter x comma y, and we will return x plus y. Now we will call add and provide two parameters, let's say 5 and 3, and let's check the result. So here we can see 8. Why? Because this add lambda function is called and 5 comma 3 is passed. So x is 5, y is 3, and the expression is x plus y. So 5 plus 3 is 8. So 8 will be returned and it will be saved in result variable. And when we print this result variable, 8 is printed. So this lambda function can be called multiple times with different set of values. So I will just copy paste it, and we can change the values like 6 and 2, and we can write one more, let's say 1 and 3. So here we get 8, 8 and 4. So 5 plus 3 is 8, 6 plus 2 is 8, and 1 plus 3 is 4. So this is how we write lambda function with 2 parameters. Let's say we want to write lambda function with 3 parameters. So we can add one more parameter, z. And let's say we want to add only, so plus z. So now we need to update this. So we can add one more parameter, let's say 2, here let's say 6 and 7. So the output will be 5 plus 3 plus 2, that is 10. So first output will be 10, second will be 12, and third will be 1 plus 3 plus 7, 11. So let's run this program. So here we can see 10, then 14, 6 plus 6 plus 2, and then we have 11. So what if I want to write a lambda function that can accept any number of arguments, and we want the sum of all the arguments? So to accept any number of arguments, as we have learned already, like we can use function parameter with asterisk. So we can write asterisk or star x, and we can call sum function. So sum is a inbuilt function, so we can write x directly here. So if we pass two value, let's say x comma y, it will provide the sum of x plus y, x and y, basically it will return x plus y. But if we provide only x, so here x is a tuple of numbers. So if we provide a tuple variable, so it will iterate over all the elements and it will add and return the output. So we have used sum. Now here let it be, and here we can increase, let's say 4, and let's 2, 8. Now let's check the output. So here it accepts function with 3 parameters, 4 parameters, and 5 parameters. So we can provide any number of parameters and this lambda function will accept it. 5 plus 3 plus 2 is 10. So first output is 10. Second, 6 plus 2, 8 plus 6, 14 plus 4, 18. So 18 is printed. Here 1 plus 3, 4, 4 plus 7, 11 plus 2, 13 plus 8, 21. So 21 is printed. Now let's learn about lambda functions that can contain conditions in their expression. I will remove this. And we can have let's say new lambda num type. So we are writing a program that will, lambda function will check if a number, provided number is greater than 0, then it should return a string positive, and if the number is less than 0, it should return a string negative, otherwise it should return 0. So let's first write a method for it. Def num type. So this is the name of the function. It will accept one value. If x is greater than 0, return positive. And if x is less than 0, return negative, else return 0. So this
is our function which will check if number is greater than 0, then return positive. Number is less than 0, return negative. Else number is 0, so return 0. Now we will call this function numtype. Let's say value with 2 and print the result. Then we will call with, let's say, any negative number minus 32 and then print the result and then call with number 0. Let's run this program. So for 2 it prints positive, for minus 32 it prints negative, and for 0 it prints 0. Now this function can be reduced in a lambda function. So let's comment this and write a lambda function with the same name. Num type is a variable and it will contain a lambda function, lambda x. So x is a parameter. Now we will write the expression. We will write positive. Positive will be returned if x is greater than 0. Else return negative if x is less than 0. Else return 0. So this is the lambda function which is equivalent to this function that we have commented. So this is the input parameter or argument, and this is the expression or conditional expression. So let's run this program. So here we get the same output. So for 2 it is positive, for minus 32 it is negative, and for 0 it is 0. Now we will learn what if a function itself returns a lambda function. We can write a function, let's say any function, let's say demo, and it takes value n, and from this function we will return a lambda function. So lambda x, x to the power n. So now we can write lambda like square and it will call demo 2. So when we write this statement, so this statement means we have called demo function and passed value 2. So n is 2. This function returned a lambda function which accepts x. So we have not provided x as of now, and the expression or the result will be x to the power n. So here n is 2. So lambda function, this lambda function which is returned from this function will be returning x to the power 2, that is square of the number. So this square variable contains a lambda function. Okay. So if we print the square, it will not print any result, it will be a lambda function. So let's check that. So here we can see function demo.local.lambda. Now what if I pass any value to this square lambda function, that is x to the power 2. Let's say I have passed 3. So 3 to the power 2 means 3 into 3 or square of 3, which is 9. So it will print 9. Similarly, if I again call this square with value 4, let's run this program. So it prints 16. Why? 4 to the power 2 is 16. send to here, and it returns the lambda function that we are using. Now what if I want to write cube? So we will use cube and call the demo function again with value of n as 3. So now this demo function will return a lambda where expression is x to the power 3. So if I write again these print statements, print cube 3 and cube 4. Let's run. So 9 and 16 are the squares, and 27 is the cube of 3. 3 3 the 9 and 3 the 27. And then we have cube of 4. 4 4 the 16 into 4 64. So this is how, if a function returns a lambda, we can use that lambda as well. So this is all about lambda functions. Now we will learn about filter, reduce, and map functions in Python. So these are inbuilt functions. So first start with filter function. The filter function or method filters the given sequence with the help of a function that tests each element in the sequence to be true or not. Filter function returns an iterator of type filter. So the syntax is filter keyword, then in the parameter we pass function, then comma, and then we pass the sequence. So about function that tests if each element of a sequence is true or not. So basically this function will return some value. So generally it should return true or false, but if it returns any value, then it will be automatically checked by the filter method whether it is a boolean. I mean, it will check the boolean value. So the output will always be true or false. So if the function returns none, so it will be considered as false. If the function returns 0, it will be considered as false. So basically we can typecast the result with the boolean, and whatever the output of it will be treated as true or false. Then we have sequence. So sequence which needs to be filtered. So it can be sets, list, tuples, or any container of any iterator. Now we will write a program to get the filtered list of the even numbers. So for that, let's create a list. We have my list. Which contains 8 elements. And then we will filter this list to get the list of even numbers from it. So let's write a function. Let's say is even, and it will take one element as an input, and it will check if it is an even number. So x modulus 2 equals 0, then return true, else return false. Okay. Now we will iterate over this list and call this method, and for the numbers which this method returns true, we will create a separate list. So before that, this function can be reduced to single line. So we can directly write return true if x modulus 2 equals 0, else we can remove these lines. Okay. Now we can also reduce this line to return x modulus 2 equals 0, because here we are comparing the value, and the output of this expression will be either true or false. So this is how we have reduced the number of statements here. Now we will write a for loop for element in my list if is even, and we will pass element or the digit. If it is true, then we can have a separate result list which is an empty list, and we will append the value result dot append element. And if it is not an even, or if this function returns a false value, then we don't have to append in the result and we don't have to do anything else. And once this loops gets completed, we can print result. So let's run this program. In the output we get the even numbers. So here we have method which returns true or false, and it checks whether the number is even or not. And then we have written a loop which will iterate over this list and call this function one by one for each item of the list, and then according to the result return value, it will append the data in the element in the result. So this portion again can be reduced to single line. So I will comment this, and we can use the filter method here. So how we will use? We will use result equals to, let's say, filter. Then filter function first needs a function that needs to be called for each element. So we will write is even. So we will not call this function here. We will just write the function name. So comma, and then it needs an iterator. So iterator here is my list. So this filter function will iterate over this list one by one, and for every element it will call this function, and if the function returns true value, it will consider that element from this list, and it will have it will save in the result list. So here we get result. So filter function returns an iterator of filter type, class filter type. So if we print this result, it will not actually print the list of even numbers, it will actually print the filter class object or the iterator. So let's run this program. So here we get filter object, and if we typecast it to list, then it will return the result. So here we can see it returns the even numbers. So everything depends on the return value of this number. So what if I just return 1 for whatever the value passed in this function? So 1, then it will return 1, and filter function will check if this value, it will typecast this value to bool, and it will check if it is getting true or not. So for 1 we will get true, so it will get true for all the values. So output will be the complete list that we have sent. So here we get the complete list. What if I return 0? So bool 0 will be false. So we get false for every value. So output will be empty list because nothing is true. Then we will check none value. So bool of none is also false. So no value will get printed. Let's run this program. So here we get the empty list again. Let's say we return any string. Let's say hello. So bool of this string will be, bool means
this bool type, so typecasting. So filter method internally do the typecasting for the output of this function. So bool of this string will be true. It will be true for every element. So we will get, complete list will get printed. So this is how internally filter function works. Now let's remove this method and we can use the lambda function itself. So here it was written like x%2 equals 0. So how we can remove this method? First, I will just remove this commented code. And then here, instead of calling this isEven function, we can directly use lambda function. So lambda x, so x is an argument similar to this. Then what it will return? So it will return, we need to write an expression. So our expression is this. That's it. So we can now remove this function. Here's our updated code. Let's run this program and it should print even numbers. So here we get the even numbers list. Now let's learn about the map function. Map function. The map function executes a specified function for each item in an iterable. The item is sent to the function as a parameter. Map function returns an iterator. Syntax of map function is map keyword, and then in parameters we first pass function name, and then as a second parameter we pass iterables. So the function to be executed for each item. And what are iterables here? So iterables can be a sequence, collection, or an iterator object. We can send as many iterables as we like. Just make sure the function has one parameter for each iterable. Now let's check the map function with some examples. This is the code that we have written for demonstrating the filter function. So what if I change this filter to map? So with filter function, it was printing only those values for which this expression returns true value. So we get 2, 4, 6, 8 even numbers. But if I change this to map, then let's check what we get. So here we get false and true values. That means this my list is iterated by this map function, and every element is sent to this lambda function or the function, and the value which is returned is printed as a response. So here for 1 it returns false, for 2 it returns true, for value 3 it returns false. So basically for even numbers it returns true. Now let's check another example. Suppose I want to print, let's say, squares. So I will write a method def, let the name be square. It will accept one parameter, let's say x, and it will return x to the power 2 or x multiply x. You can write anything. So this is my list, and instead of lambda we will call square. So here if I remove this list, this result will contain a map object which is an iterable. So let's print that object first. So here we get map object, but if I typecast it to list,
So here we get square of all the numbers that we have passed in the map function. So for 1 it is 1, for 2 it is 4, for 3 it is 9, and so on. So here no number is missing. We are getting result for every element of the list. Let's say I want to I have two lists. Let's say list 2, and it contains some of the elements. So let's say again we can have any element. So 2, 3, 5, 4, 7, 6, 9, 8. So we have the number of elements, equal number of elements in both the list. Only the digits at indexes are different, and it can be same also. That's not a problem, but we have two lists of same length and we want to add these numbers. Let's say the numbers at index first or index 0 in my list is 1, and at index 0 in list 2 is 2. So I want to add the numbers of same index of both the list. So 2 plus 1 is 3. So my answer should be 3. Then 2 plus 3 is 5. The next answer should be 5. Likewise, I want to do. So I can do this by map function. So what I will do, I will rename this function to add, and I will accept another parameter y, and I will return x plus y. Okay. This function accepts two parameter and it returns the addition of those parameter. Now we will call this function in map, and we will pass two lists. I mean two iterators. First my list and then list 2. And in the result we will get addition of the numbers at same index. So let's run this program. So first answer is 3. Why? Because 2 plus 1 is 3. Then we have 5. 3 plus 2, 5. Then 5 plus 3 should be 8. So we have 8. Then 4 plus 4, we have 8, and so on. So this is how we can use the map function, and instead of writing the normal function, we can make it as lambda. So I can comment this code and I can directly write lambda function here, like lambda x comma y, that is two parameters or two arguments, and then expression, which is x plus y. Let's run this program again and we get the same output. So this is all about the map function. Next is reduce function. The reduce function is used to apply a particular function passed in its argument to all of the list elements mentioned in the sequence passed along. This function is defined in functools module. It returns a single value which can be of type int, string, tuple, etc. depend on what's written in the function. Its syntax is reduce keyword. Then in parameters, we first pass the function name and then we pass iterable. So function that needs to be executed for each item, and iterable, a sequence collection or an iterator object that needs to be reduced here. So let's check some examples. Now we will write a program that will iterate over the list of integers, and it will add all of the integers and provide the sum at the end. So let's write a list first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we can have a method add num. It will take two arguments, x and y, and it will return x plus y. Now we need to call it one by one. So we can use for loop and we can call it like for element, but instead of using for loop, we can directly use reduce function. So how we can use it? We can use reduce. So reduce, actually it's present in the functools package. From that we need to import reduce. Now that we have imported the reduce function, now we can use it. So as we can see here, reduce, first parameter is function, then sequence, then initial. So we will use reduce, then function name is add num. We will use only function name, we will not call it. And then we will provide my list. So what it will do, it will iterate over this list and it will add up all the elements and provide the sum of all these elements present in my list. So if I print result, let's check what it returns. So here we get 21. So we can add like 1 plus 2 is 3, 3 plus 3 is 6, 6 plus 4 10, 10 plus 5 15, 15 plus 6 21. So here this list is reduced to this number. So what if I want to have the product of all these elements? I can use the same function, but I can, instead of plus, I can write multiply. I run this program, so we get 720. So this is how reduce function works. The main difference between these three methods, filter, reduce, and map functions are, so in filter function, a list is filtered and we get only few elements which follows the expression provided by function. In map function, we are iterating over each element and following the expression which are written in the function, and we are getting the result and we are displaying the result for each element. So we are not reducing the size of the list. So result will be, the size or length of the result will be same as the length of the list. And in reduce, we are reducing this list to a particular solution or a particular value. So we are adding all these elements, or we are subtracting, or we are multiplying. So this thing we are doing and we are getting the end result. So this is the main difference between these three functions. And also here also we can use lambda function. So instead of this, we can use lambda x comma y. We need two parameters, and then x multiply y. We can rerun and the output is same, 720. So this is all about these functions: map, reduce, and filter. What is a decorator? A decorator is a design pattern that allows you to modify the functionality of a function by wrapping it in another function. The outer function is called the decorator, which takes the original function as an argument and returns a modified version of it. Now let's check the decorators with some examples. So let's say we have a function print name, or let's say show name, and in that we have single statement print John. Now if we call this function show name, the output will be John. Now what if I want to write hello John? I mean, before John, I need to write hello, and after John, I need to write bye. So, how will I do that? So, firstly, what I can do is I can uh, write print statements hello, and after John, I can write bye. But secondly, what I can do is if I want to do this with multiple functions instead of show name only, so what I can do is I can write another function. Decorate, and it will take a function name as argument. Now in that we will write print hello, then we will call function, and then we will write print bye. And before that we can write it like this. Okay. Now before printing John, I need to write hello and then print John, then bye. So what I will do, instead of directly calling show name, I will call decorate function, and in decorate function I will pass show name. So I will pass only the name, but not I will not call the show name function. Now let's run this program. Now here we can see hello is printed, then John is printed, and then bye is printed. So this is how we decorated the show name function. So if we have some other function, let's say show city, and we print Delhi. Now let's again call decorate show name, not show name, show city. So we have called the same decorate function, but we are passing show city function. Now let's run this program. So here first is hello John bye, and then hello city name is Delhi, and then bye. So this is how we have decorated both these functions. So there is another way in Python. We use @ symbol, and through that we can decorate any function. So how we can do that? We need to modify this function little bit. We need to write one more function, that is nested function. So we can write it as wrapper, and we will move this code in that function, and we will return this wrapper function without calling from the decorate function. So from the decorate function, we are accepting the function name, and we are returning the inner function wrapper. Okay. So instead of calling these directly, so we need to first decorate. How we can add decorator? We can use decorate like this. And now instead of calling decorate, we can directly call show city and show name. Now we are calling these functions directly. So whenever we call these functions, this decorator will execute. It will accept this function, and then return the wrapper, and through wrapper it will print hello and then call the actual function, that is like if we call show name, then it will print John and then it will print bye. Now let's run this program. So first we are printing show city. So show city is called, and since it is decorated, so this will be called. So hello, then function which is show city. So it will print Delhi and then it will print bye. So hello Delhi bye. And then we have called show name. Since show name is also decorated, so this will get executed. So it will print hello, then function that is John, and then print bye. So hello John and bye. So this is how we decorate a function. Now, what if these functions accepts any parameter? So let's say this show name accepts name and show city accepts city, and they print that only. I will write city here. So now we are calling show city. So we need to pass city name. Let's say Mumbai, and show name accepts one parameter name. So we need to pass name. Let's say Bob. Now this decorator, the inner function doesn't accept anything. So we need to accept the parameter. So we can have any variable like say element, and then we can pass in the function. Okay. So whenever this show city is called, so we will be passing Mumbai and or any string which is city name. So show city, before show city, this decorate method will call. So this will return the wrapper, and then wrapper will call. So it will accept the parameter which is Mumbai. So in element Mumbai is present. Then it will print hello, and it will call the function which is show city. So show city will be called with the value Mumbai. So this is called, so it will print Mumbai, and after that it will print bye, and likewise show name will be called. So let's run this program again. Here we can see first hello Mumbai bye, because we have written the show city here, and then hello Bob and bye, because finally we have written the show name. So what if show city contains accept two parameters? Let's say city 1 and city 2, and it prints city 1 then city 2, and we can format this string as well, like f city 1 then comma then city 2, end of the string. And here we need to pass one more city, let's say Delhi. Now since this wrapper function is accepting only single argument, so here we will get the error. So if we run this program, so here we can see decorate wrapper takes one positional argument, but two were given, and we can see the line number as well. Line number 17, show city. So here, from here we get this error. So how to accept, since this decorate method will be used in multiple functions, and those functions can have single argument, multiple arguments, or no arguments. So how we will handle this situation? So we need to update the wrapper function. So instead of element, we need to write arguments and keyword arguments.
These names can be anything, but generally we used to write this. So basically main thing is this one is star, which is positional argument, and double star, which represents keyword arguments. So these names can be anything. And then similarly we need to pass these things in the function. Now in the arguments for the second function, in the arguments there will be these two things, Mumbai and Delhi. And for the show name in the wrapper function arguments, it will be single element, that is Bob. And function will be as it is that we have called. So let's run this program. So now it is not giving the error. So it has print Mumbai, Delhi, and then Bob. So we can have one more function. Let's say decorate show country, and it doesn't takes any argument, and it simply prints India. We will call show country, and we have not provided any argument. So let's run this program. So here we can see first city is printed, then name is printed, and then country is printed without any error. Why? Because we have handled all the arguments in the wrapper function. So this is how we implement the decorator in Python. What is an iterator in Python? An iterator in Python is an object that holds a sequence of values that can be iterated upon. It means it provides sequential traversal through all the values. The Python iterator object is initialized using iter method. It uses the next method for iteration. Here is an example of iterator. So word is a variable whose value is a string art. Then we created a iterator from word variable, and the IT iterator is created. Then using next, we are iterating over the values of word. So first next IT will print the first letter A. Second next IT will print R, and so on. How to make a class as iterator? Creating a custom iterator in Python involves defining a class that implements the iter method and next methods according to the Python iterator protocol. So iter method is used to initialize variables and returns the iterator object itself. Next method retrieves the next available item or the value. It throws a stop iteration exception when no more items or values are available. Here is an example of custom iterator. So we have a class custom iterator. Then we have defined iter method, which initialize the variables and return self, that is iterator object itself. Then we have to define next method, in which we will write the logic to generate the new value, and along with that we will check for the stop iteration condition, and once it is verified we return the new value. Then we have to create this custom iterator object or instance, and then from that we have to create an iterator object IT, and then using next method we can print the values. Now let's check some examples of iterators. Iterators can be created from iterables
like list, tuples, string, dictionary, etc. So let's try some examples. First we will start with string. So we are defining items variable which contains a string tree. Now we will create an iterator using iter keyword. We have created iterator from items. Now to print the values or iterate over the iterator, we will use next. Let's run this program. So here we can see it prints a single letter T. So if I add multiple statements, next statements, so this will print R, this will print E, and this will print E again. Let's run this program and check. So here T is printed one by one. What if I add one more print statement here? Since there are only 4 characters and we have 5 next statements, so last one will generate stop iteration error. Let's check that. So here tree is printed, and after that for the last statement this print next it, and we can see the line number as well, line number 7. So here, so this generates the exception or the error, stop iteration error, because there are no more characters. So this is about the string. Now let's check list. Let's say we have 4 items here, 1 2 3 4, these are integers. And now let's run this program. So here it prints 1 2 3 4, and after that it raises the stop iteration error. So this is how iterators are created. Now instead of writing next statements again and again, we can write it in another way. So I will comment this. We can use while true, then we can have try catch. So in try we will print next it. So we will print a single item in the loop, and we will check for exception. Which exception? Stop iteration. So this is an inbuilt exception class, and we will simply print iterator ended, and we will break the loop. Let's run this program and check the output. So after printing 1 2 3 4, it prints iterator ended. Why? Because 5th time it stop iteration exception is raised, which is handled here, and in that we have written the print statement iterator ended, so that is printed, and then we have a break statement that will break this loop, and after that the program ends. Another way of writing an iterator is using for loop. For element in item print element. So this for loop will automatically execute this statement, and element will be having the value of next it. We can directly print element. Let's run this program. So here we can see it is printed one by one. Now
Now let's move this statement here and uncomment this. And instead of items, we can use iterator. So this for loop will iterate over this element or iterator, and it will automatically use next IT and save the value in element. And then we will print the value one by one. Let's run this program. Here we can see we have got all the elements one by one. So this is how we used to write the iterator. Now let's learn how we can create our custom iterator. Let's create a iterator which will print the squares of the numbers. So this iterator will accept start and end value, and it will print the squares of the numbers starting from the start value till the end value. So for that, let's create a iterator class square. Then to accept the start and end value, let's create a constructor which is init function. So we will take a start value which will be of type int and end value. So we will initialize it. Self.start equals to start. Self.end equals to end. Now the most important method for creating a custom iterator is iter. So here we will initialize a variable that we will be going to use for creating the values or for generating the values, and we will return self here. So here we have already taken a start and end. What we will do, we will just create a new variable, let's say n, which we will initialize with self.start. So why we are doing this, so I will explain it later. Let's comment this and we will just return self only. Next is next method that will generate the new values. So here we need to write, so we need to basically return a new value. So we will start from the starting value. So we need to return self.start into self.start. So basically we are returning the square. But the problem here is if we use this iterator, then it will print the return the same value again and again. So what we need to do is we need to increase the value and we need to increase up to end value. So what we will do, we will store the result in a variable called value. Then we will increase self.start by 1, and then we will check, we will return the value. But before that we need to check if self.start is greater than self.end. If that is the condition, we need to raise the exception, stop iteration exception. Okay. And if it is less than self.end, then we are calculating the square and saving the result in value, and then we are increasing the current value of start by 1 and returning the value. So now let's create the instance of this square iterator. We will pass the start value as, let's say, 2 and end value as 100. Now we need to create an
create an iterator object of it. So IT, we use iter instance, and then to print we will use next IT. So let's say we are printing only first two values, or maybe three. Let's check this first. So here we can see it started with 2. It prints 2, square of 2 which is 4, then square of 3 which is 9, then square of 4 which is 16. So in order to print all the values, what we need to do is we can write loop for element or item in iterator print item. So let's run this program. So here we can see we have got 4, 9, 16, 25, 39. So squares of the numbers starting from 2 till 10. So this is how we created a custom iterator. But what will happen if we write this for again? Let's check that. Will it print 2 times or not? So let's run this program. So here we can see it prints only 1 time. Why? Because this iterator of this instance object will call this and it will return self, basically the object itself. And since we have already updated the value of start from 2 to 10, or basically 11, so that's why it is getting stopped here. And when we run it again, so it starts with 11 only. So when it comes to next, so at the first iteration itself, it stop. So in order to resolve this issue, we need to uncomment this line. Why? Because whenever we call this for item in iterator, so this for loop will automatically call this method, and here we will initialize self.n as start value, and instead of start we will use n. So self.n, here also self.n. So n is a variable which is representing the current value, and then we will use n plus 1. So here start and end value will always remain same, and n will get initialized whenever a new loop is created. So now let's run this program. So now we can see from 2 to 10 squares are printed, and then again from 2 to 10 squares are printed. And if I write print statement here, let's say in iter function, so let's check how many times it gets printed. So here it gets printed 2 times. Why? First we have created the instance or the object of square class, then we call this iter. So whenever we call this iter, this function is automatically called. Hence, in iter function is printed. Now, when we iterate over this iterator object using for loop, so this for loop internally again calls this iter. So therefore, it is printed again. And self.n is initialized to start, which is 2. Now for item in iterator, we are printing, basically we are calling the next method. Internally it is calling next method. So instead of writing print next item multiple times, we have just used the for loop and for loop will internally call the next, and the value will be stored in the item. So here it is calling multiple times. So it 4, 9, 16 square of numbers are printed. So basically we are checking self.n is greater than n or not. So no, it is not, because it has just initialized with the start value 2. So therefore square value is self.n into n, basically 2 into 2, that is 4. Now is n is increased by one value, so n is now 3 and value is 4. So 4 is written and it gets printed here because of this print statement, and value of n is now 3. So when in the loop, this method will call again. So 3 is greater than 10, no. So value equals to 3 into 3, that is 9. N is now 4 and 9 is returned. That's why 9 is printed, and so on up to 100. Now, when we write the loop again on this iterator object, this iter method is called, and here we have written the initer function statement. So that's why this got printed. After that, we have self.n equals to self.start. Since we are not using, or basically we are not updating self.start, therefore self.start will be 2 and self.n will be 11 because of this first for loop, which got terminated when self.n is 11 and self.n is 10 that we have defined. So now self.n is again initialized to self.start, that is 2. And now in this loop, whenever this item is generated, basically next will be called and we will get the values from square of 2, 3, 4 and so on up to square of 10, and that's why this sequences again gets printed. So basically for this custom iterator, we this iter method is called once because of either iter method or because of using it in for loop. Otherwise it will not get called, and after that when we are iterating over the values, this next method is called. So for because of for, this is automatically gets called, otherwise we have to write next. I mean we need to use next keyword. In that we need to write the iterator next it, and we need to write multiple times till we get the stop iteration. So in order to remove this 2 times printing this in iter function, what we can do is we can directly use instance. We can directly iterate over the instance object, because internally this for loop will call will create an iterator object from this instance using it equals to iter instance, and then it will call next statement on it and assign the value to item again and again. So let's run this program. Now we can see iter is printed single time here, and the reason is the same. Instead of, we are not manually calling it through iter, and it is automatically called using iter inside the for loop. So this is all about writing the custom iterators. What is module in Python? A module is a single file containing Python code, such as functions, classes, and variables. Modules allow us to break down large programs into smaller, manageable parts, promoting code reusability and organization. Modules can be imported into other Python files to access their contents. Now let's learn about modules with some example. So this is a Python project directory. In that we have sample.py. Now we will create a new module which is a Python file. I will name it as convert string. So convert string.py is created. So this is a module in Python project. So we can write a class, a function, or a variable. So in this example, I will write a function. So it will take a string, variable s of a string type, and it will convert that string to uppercase and return the converted string. I will directly use the inbuilt method upper. So this module is completed for now. So let's jump back to our main file, which is sample.py. So to use that function, I need to first import this module. So how I can import? I can use import statement convert str. Now let's have a string where let's say hello in small. Now we will save the result and call convert str dot to upper. So convert str is our module which is a .py file, and in that we have written to upper function. So we have called this to upper function. So module dot the function name, and this function needs a string variable, basically a string. So we are passing where, and it will convert this value into uppercase and return the string. So we have stored that in result variable. Now let's print the result. Let's run this program. So here we can see this hello is converted to uppercase. Now there's one more thing which is known as alias name. So here the module name is very big, so we can write as cs, and then instead of convert underscore str we need to use cs everywhere. So let's run this program. So here we can see it gets executed successfully and it prints the hello in capital letter. Now let's say in this module we have a variable called x whose value is 10, and I want to use that. So simply we can use print cs dot x. Let's run this program. So here we can see the value 10 is also printed. Another way of importing the function or a class or a variable specifically from a particular module is, so instead of import we will use from import. So we will write from convert str import, let's say to upper. So we want to upper only. So we need to remove this cs dot. We can remove this statement as well. So from convert string module import to upper function, and we can directly use to upper. So let's run this program and see the output. So here we get the hello in uppercase. What if we want to import this x variable also? So we can just put a comma and write x, and let's print x as well. So we can directly use x.
So here X is also printed. Now one more thing. So whenever we write this code, we need to write it in main function. Basically, we need to check if it is directly called, then only it should get executed. So we need to write it as if name. So this is a inbuilt variable equals main. Then only this code should get executed. Okay. So this condition will be true if we directly run this file sample.py file in the console. Then only this gets executed. Okay. So let's run this program. So here we get hello, and now why we are doing this. So I will show you this with example. So in this module, if we write or if we call print to upper, we are calling to upper with this test. Okay. And we are not running this file, we are just importing this file or module in sample.py, and let's check the output. So here we have hello 10, and let's run this program. Now we can see it has printed test as well. However, we have not executed this file. So why it gets printed? Because we have imported this file. So that is why this statement gets executed. So what if we put if name equals main and put this statement under this if condition. So now let's run this program again. And now we can see the test is not printed. Why? Because we have not directly executed this file. We have just imported this file. So all the functions and variables those can be used in the file where these are imported. And this condition will be false because this file is not directly executed. So that is why we need to always use this condition whenever writing a Python script or a program. So we have understood about the alias, we have understood about different import statements like import or from import. So this is all about the Python module. Let's learn about Python package. Python package is a directory containing multiple modules. It also contains init file. So init file can be empty or contain initialization code for the package. So it acts as a container. So whenever we import a Python package, this init.py gets called automatically. Python package can be imported to other Python files for reusing the code. Now let's understand Python package with some example. So here we can create a Python package by right clicking on it, the new, and then either we can create a directory and then separately create a init file, or we can directly use this functionality Python package and it will automatically create a init file. So I will use this. Our package name will be converter. So here we can see under Python project we have a converter directory, and in that init.py file is automatically created. So if I open this file is initially empty. So here we have written a module converter.str.py. So we can move this module to converter folder or a package. So now converter package contains one module convert str,
which has this toUpper function and x equals to 10. So I will remove this functionality as of now. I'll keep this, and we can create one more module. So module is basically a Python file. Convert int. So we can write a function here, def to int. So it will accept a string, so s variable of string type, and it will return a converted integer. So basically we will return int s. So we will go with the happy flow. That is, we will always pass a string which is a numeric value and it will convert to integer. So we have two modules now, convert int and convert str, in this converter package. So now let's use these functions, these modules of the package in sample.py file. So to do that, we need to first import from converter dot. So basically we can first try to import directly, like convert str. We can give alias name as well, like cs, and we can directly call cs dot toUpper and provide a string hello. So this is how from a package we have imported a module and provided an alias name cs, and then from module we have used toUpper function. Let's run this program. So here it is converted to uppercase. Similarly, we can import another module which is convert int as ci, and then we can print ci dot toInt function. We can call toInt function and provided any numeric value in string format, let's say 5. Let's run this program. So here 5 is also printed. So this is how we use package. We import package, and from package we import the modules. There is one more method, like we can remove this. If we want to directly import toUpper and toInt, so we can use, or I will comment this. From converter dot, then module name. So package name dot module name, which is convert str, import. We can directly import toUpper. So here we don't need to use alias name or any module name. We can directly use toUpper. So let's run this program. Hello in uppercase is printed. So basically this function is working. Similarly, we can do that for convert int as well. We can write converter dot convert int import toInt function. Okay. Now one more thing. What if we want directly, like from converter, import toUpper? So we can go to init of the converter package, and here we can import the functions provided in the modules. So we can import function, we can import classes, whatever variables we have, we can import here. So like in convert int we have toInt, and in convert str we have toUpper. So in the init we will write from, since we are using the same package,
in which the init is written. So we will not mention the package name. We will directly write dot operator and then module name. So convert int import to int. And similarly, dot convert str import to str. So these two statements we have written in init file of the converter package. So whenever this package is imported, this will be automatically called. So if we go to sample.py, so now this can be changed to from converter import to upper. We can directly import to upper from the converter package. Why? Because we have already imported this to upper in the init file of this converter package. That's why we can directly import this. Let's run this program. So here hello in uppercase is printed. So these are the various ways through which we can use the Python package. So this Python package is a directory which contains init.py file and contains multiple modules which are a kind of a related stuff, and this whole related stuff makes a complete package. So this is all about the Python package. Now we will learn about virtual environment and pip. So let's get started. What is virtual environment? A virtual environment is a tool that creates an isolated space for Python projects, allowing different projects to use different versions of packages without conflicts. Essentially, it's like creating separate containers for each project, each with its own Python interpreter and installed packages, ensuring that dependencies for one project do not interfere with other or with the global Python installation. So here's an example. So this is a system and it contains Python 3.9, and we have installed Django version 2.2. So Django is a package, Python package, which is installed manually. Then we have pandas 2.0.0. So this is installed system wide. This is an example of virtual environment. So basically system wide packages will be can be used in any project. But now we have created a virtual environment one. So this is an isolated space, and we have created this with Python version 3.9. So in this virtual environment, we can use only Python 3.9. And here we have installed separate version of Django, that is 3.0, and separate version of pandas, that is 2.2.3. So project using this virtual environment will be using Django 3.0 and pandas 2.2.3 instead of the system Django and pandas version. So if we want to create another project which needs to use separate version of Django and pandas, or maybe some other packages that is not required in virtual environment 1. So here we have virtual environment 2. So it contains Django and pandas both, but that of different version, that is 3.2 and 2.3.0, and it contains extra packages like Flake8 7.2.0. So project running in virtual environment will be having these three packages and these versions, and a project running in virtual environment 1 will be having Django 3.0. Another difference is in virtual environment 2 we have Python 3.13 version instead of 3.9. So
A virtual environment is used to containerize an application along with the packages and their appropriate versions so that they cannot mismatch with the system-wide installed packages. Now let's learn about pip. So what is pip? Pip is a package manager. It stands for pip installs packages. It is a recursive acronym and the tool is a package manager for Python. Pip is used to install and manage Python packages. It acts as a tool to simplify the process of adding, managing, and removing external code from our Python projects. Pip automatically handles the dependencies of a package. When you install a package, pip also installs any other packages that the first one relies on. By default, it installs packages from pypy.org, but it can also install packages from Git repository and local repository. Now we will learn how we can create a virtual environment. So I will teach you how we can create virtual environment through command prompt, and secondly how we can create it through Pycharm. So let's get started with the command prompt first. So in the search bar I have search cmd, that is command prompt. Now let's check the Python if it is installed. For that we have a command python version. So here Python 3.13.1 is installed. So through Python command we can create virtual environment. We can type Python -m then venv, which stands for virtual environment. So this is a command, and then whatever the name of the folder that we want to give for the virtual environment. So I will say vdir. So now this is creating a vdir folder, which is our virtual environment. Now our virtual environment is created. So here we can see vdir folder is created. So to activate the virtual environment, we need to run the script, activate script, which is present under vdir. So I will just clear this. So vdir slash, then under that we have scripts folder, and then we have activate. So activate is a batch command. It will activate the virtual environment. I will press enter. So here you can see this vdir is activated. So this is how we can create a virtual environment and activate it. Now whatever packages we are going to install through pip, so it will be present in this virtual environment only and not the system wide or global wide environment. Now let's learn how we can create virtual environment in Pycharm. So I will create a new project and I will name it as, let's say, sample project. Then it is asking for project environment based on the custom environment. So if we use project environment, it will automatically create the virtual environment, and it is displaying the location under sample project. This under our project directory, it will create .venv folder. And if we go with custom environment, so it is providing us option like whether to create a new virtual environment or use the existing one. So if we go with creating new environment,
then it is showing what type of environment we need to create. So we will use virtual env. Then here it is asking for which Python version we need to use in that virtual environment. So if there are 2-3 versions of Python installed on your system, it will display all. So here in my system only 3.1 is installed, so it is displaying that. So I will select this only, and then it is asking for location under which the virtual environment needs to be created. So by default it is showing the project folder and under that .venv. And there are some other options also to inherit the packages. So by clicking on create, I will click on new window. So here we can see it is creating virtual environment and it has created the project folder as well. So once this gets completed, we will be able to see our virtual environment folder. So now it is completed. So here we can see .venv folder, which is our virtual environment folder. It is created. And under the scripts, we can see activate.bat file. This one to activate the virtual environment. So Pycharm will automatically activate it. So this is how our virtual environment is created through Pycharm. Now let's learn how pip works. So before that, we will see the pypy.org. So this is the repository where Python packages are present. So here we can search the Python projects or the libraries. So Python 3 compatible projects. So these are the list of Python packages. Here we can search as well. So I will showcase how we can install an isort package. So isort, I will search it. So here we can see this is the isort package. If I click on this, I can see the project description. So basically this package is used to update the code and sort the import lines according to the alphabetical order, as well as the import statements. Like we have import statement, we have from and import statement. So likewise, we can see the release history as well. So 6.0.1 is the latest version, and we have some older versions as well. So let's first learn how we can install Python package through command prompt. So I am in test project directory. So let's write pip list to check if we have any package installed system wide. So here we have no package except pip. Now let's create a virtual environment and test project by running python -m venv and then virtual environment. So I will give the same name. So this will create the virtual environment folder and then we will activate it. Now the virtual environment folder is created. So we can see here. Now we will activate the virtual environment. So for that, I will write venv, then scripts, and then activate. So here we can see our virtual environment is activated. Now again, we will write pip list command to check if there are any Python package that is installed. So no package is installed.
So now we will install isort package. So to install a package, we will run the command pip install package name. So in our case, it is isort. So this command will install the latest stable version of the isort package. So here we can see it has installed isort 6.0.1 package. So let's check it on pypy.org. So we have 6.0.1 as a latest package. And this is installed under site packages folder. If we check the folder structure, we have under test project, we have virtual environment folder. Under that, we have library. In that, we have site packages. And in that, isort packages installed. We can see here. Let's minimize it. Now we can again run the command pip list to check if it is visible or not. Now we can see isort package as well, and previously we don't have that. So this is how we can install a Python package. Now how to uninstall a package? So for that we need to run pip uninstall package name. So let's clear this first, then pip uninstall, then isort package. So this command will uninstall the isort package. Now let's run the pip list command again. So now we are not able to see the isort package. What if I want to install some previous version like 5.13.2? So for that, I mean to specifically install a Python package version, we can write pip install, then package name equals and version name. So in our case, it will be 5.13.2. 5.13.2. Now our package is installed. Now let's run pip list command again. So now we can see the version is 5.13. And earlier the latest version was 6 something, 6.0.1. So this is how we can install any specific version of a package. Now let's deactivate this virtual environment. So how we can deactivate the virtual environment? Again using venv/scripts. Then instead of activate, we will use deactivate.bat. Now we can see our virtual environment is deactivated. Now let's run pip list command here. And here we can see only pip is visible but not the isort. The reason is we have installed this isort package under venv virtual environment, and here we are running pip list command at system level. So at system level we have not installed the isort package. That's why at system level we don't have any package except pip. So this is how, I mean, we in order to containerize our application, we use virtual environment so that we can use specific packages with a specific version and they cannot collide with the system level or any other project level packages. Now, what if I want to install multiple packages? So instead of writing pip install package 1 then pip install package 2, I can create a requirement.txt file. So let's say I will under this project folder, test project, I will create a text file. So I will name it as requirements.txt. I will open it. And we can write our packages, what all packages we want to install in a single command. So I want to install isort with package version 5.13. Let me check. 5.13.2. Okay. And I will install one more package. Let's say flakeit. So that tells us about the Pipette standards. And I will go to release history. And here we have 7.2.0. So I will use that only. Flakeit. So in next line I will write flakeit 7.2.0. And I will save this file. Now to install these two packages, I will first activate the virtual environment. So venv scripts activate. I will clear the screen. So our virtual environment is activated. I will first run pip list. So we have already isort in place. So either we can uninstall it or we can keep as it is. It will not impact. And to run that requirement file, we can write pip install -r, which is for recursive, and then requirements.txt file. So basically .txt is the extension, and while providing the name, I have added .txt. So that's why it is displaying 2 times. So let me rename it. I will remove .txt file. Now it is correct. Now let's run this. So here we can see it states that requirements already satisfied. Isort equals to 5.13.2. It means, so our first package, it is already installed. Then it is collecting the second package from the requirements file, which is flakeit. And while installing it, it is also downloading the packages which are, on which the flakeit is dependent. So it installed those packages as well. Now let's clear the screen and run pip list command again. So here we can see flakeit, isort, and the packages which are dependent, on which the flakeit is dependent. So let's say we have a virtual environment and we don't have the requirement.txt file, but we have the packages installed, and we want to create a requirement.txt file with the exact versions. So how we can create that? We can create using pip freeze command. If I type pip freeze, it will just display the output like what we have written in the requirement.txt file. So the difference between pip freeze and pip list is, pip list, it will display like this, package and then version name, but pip freeze will display the package name and version in the format that we require in the requirements file. And requirement.txt file, I mean the name can be anything like a.txt, b.txt, requirement1.txt, req.txt. It doesn't matter. What matters is the command pip install -r and then the file name. And in that file, the structure should be like this. So to create a requirement file from already installed packages, we can write pip freeze, then a file name like req.txt. So this will create a req.txt file. Let's check that. So here we can see req.txt file is created. Let's open it. And we can see all the Python packages along with the versions are saved. So this is how we create the requirements file. Now let's learn install the packages in the Pycharm. So this is our sample project, and we have venv library, and under lib site packages we have only pip installed. So I want to install isort. How we can do? So we can select the project, then go to settings, and in settings under project we can select Python interpreter, and in that we can click on plus sign and we can search for the package. Here I have searched isort package. So this is selected. It is showing 6.0.1 by default, the latest version. And if I want to specify, I can write, I can select this and provide the specific version. So it is providing us the options as well. So I will go with the latest. And then we can click on install package. We can select multiple packages as well. So I have clicked on install package. So it is saying installing. Let's close this. And once the package is installed, it will be visible here. So we can click on OK. So it is just updating. So I'll click on OK. And once the package is installed, it will be visible here as well. So here we can see it is updating the interpreter. And now isort package is visible in the site packages also under the library folder, which is under our virtual environment. And if I want to remove it, I can again go to the file, then settings, project interpreter, and then I can select this and click on negative sign. So this will uninstall. So this is all about virtual environment and pip and about installing and uninstalling packages.